A very good afternoon and welcome to talkSPORT Goals. It is brought to you by Final One Standing. It's new from William Hill, 18 plus, gambleaware.org. Terms and conditions apply. It is a busy Saturday of football. We've had a full billing of midweek action in the week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We go again. The Saturday 12:30 game is about to get underway on Saturday, December the 6th. Arsenal versus Aston Villa kicks us off on what feels like a big day in the Premier League. Arsenal in action, Chelsea in action, Man City in action, Newcastle in action, Spurs in action, Liverpool in action. So thank you very much for your company on talkSPORT Goals. We are live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and we're also coming to you as well on your smart TVs this Saturday afternoon. I'm your host, Sam Ellard. To my right-hand side, as always, is Lee Phelps. Abby Summers is here and James Bayless as well, a man that's just slotted in seamlessly, hasn't he, Abby, into the talkSPORT Goals family. How are we, team? Happy Saturday, guys.
Happy Saturday.
Unbelievable day's football. Unbelievable. Top six. Liverpool champions playing.
Sell it to me, Lee.
Newcastle United. Tottenham Hotspur desperate for a home win. Can't wait. What a Saturday.
We're eating good, aren't we, on this Saturday afternoon? So thank you very much for your company. We're on air until 5:30. Then the boys and the phone-in show will take over. So Arsenal versus Aston Villa has just got underway. This is third versus first. Aston Villa starts in the afternoon on 27 points. That's 6 points behind Arsenal. Since their return to the competition in 2019, Villa have won 5 of their 12 Premier League games against Arsenal. That's as many as they had in their previous 45. So their recent record against Arsenal isn't too bad. There's 3 early games in the Championship today. Charlton versus Portsmouth, Derby versus Leicester, and Watford versus Norwich. Norwich 23rd in the table, one off bottom. Watford have won more points from losing positions than any other side in the Championship this season. Derby versus Leicester and Charlton versus Portsmouth. Portsmouth, along with Norwich and Sheffield Wednesday, occupying the bottom 3 at the moment in the Championship. Portsmouth won 1-0 at Oxford on the opening weekend this season, but are since winless in 7 away league matches, losing each of their last 3 in a row. But Lee, Villa Arsenal just got underway. How are you guys at William Hill pricing up this game?
Aston Villa 3-1. Arsenal just a touch of odds on at 17-20. So not far off even money, and 23-10 the draw. I was saying to you earlier on, I don't think there are many times Arsenal will be this kind of price, and it's testament to Villa's recent form and the fact they're at home that you can nearly get Arsenal at even money. And I think as a rule during this season, if they continue to do what they're doing, then if they're anywhere near even money, you have to put them in your ACCA, you have to back them as a single. Loads of Villa fans will think 3-1's plenty big enough for them as well, won't they? The way they've been playing, the goals they've been scoring. Ollie Watkins has got a great record against Arsenal, 6 in 11, 3 in his last 5. And
obviously scored 2 in the week as well.
Scored 2 in the week, so you wouldn't even be quoting those stats before midweek, but suddenly he's a confidence player. I think it's a fascinating game. Before pre-match...
Can I just add, Lee, what I think is interesting here with Villa is that Tielemans missed so much of the early part of the season, and he's just come back, and I'm fairly certain this would be the first time that Kamara, Onana and Tielemans are all together in the midfield 3, and that's definitely his preferred midfield 3. And then he's got McGinn and Rodgers either side of Watkins. So I think for the first time this season, Unai Emery's got his strongest 11 to pick from. So they're looking strong, Aston Villa. Yeah,
Tielemans to score or assist has been boosted to 9-2 in this match as well. Before pre-match, loads of you got on the Saka to score or assist epic boost. That was pushed out to 6-4. He's done that in each of his 3 previous games. Came off the bench and did it, didn't he, in the week? So, I'm looking forward to a really good game. 0-0. I think both teams will score. I fancy the draw, if I'm being honest, and I think this is one of those games that Arsenal, if they came away with a draw, I think they'd be okay with it.
I don't want to sound like an absolute granddad, James, but that was a remarkable... Villa do this probably more than any other team, but Emi Martinez there must have had the ball at his feet for about a minute. And we know Aston Villa are a team that just wait for the opposition to press and then try and play through. But Arsenal just didn't want to move, did they? They didn't want to budge. And eventually, Mikel Merino got a little bit closer to the goalkeeper. He ended up picking the ball up. I don't want to sound like an old granddad, but that was a really kind of modern and possibly some people would say boring passage to play.
Yeah, was it De Zerbi and Brighton that sort of... They got known, didn't they, for putting their foot on the ball and just waiting for the movement before they went and played their football and build-up. The thing is, I think Arsenal will be quite patient. I'm not sure... Look, it might be a part of how Villa play, but... I imagine Villa Park is loud. They got Arsenal in town. A win puts them second. What they don't want to do is kill momentum, but they'll stick to how they play first and foremost. I imagine to really get under Arsenal's skin, they're going to want to be aggressive. They're going to make early tackles. McGinn's already made one on Declan Rice, and look at them. That's Kamara stepping onto Calafiori. So I don't think they'll be they'll do too much slowing down build-up, because I think momentum's probably with them in these early minutes of the game.
Don't want to say I told you so, but that looks like it's Timber at centre-back and Ben White right-back.
Yeah, you're spot on.
I don't get much right, James. I've got to take any W I can get.
You're absolutely right. And I've been debating this all day on social media. Should it be White at centre-back? Now, the thing is, against Brentford in midweek, Timber came on for Mosquera, who got injured. That's another potential 2-month injury. They're getting ridiculous. Anyway, we'll talk about that another time. But I think purely because he saw it in midweek and they got comfortable with it only 3-4 days ago, he's probably stuck with it, Arteta. I genuinely believe if Mosquera had got injured, I don't know, in training, let's say, in the run-up to this game, I think White would have... Oh, Saka's pressing on to Pau Torres there. They did well there, Villa. But had this happened sort of off the pitch, away from a game where we hadn't seen certain partnerships in a Premier League match, I think Ben White would have come in at centre-back. I really believe that, because Arteta doesn't want to really change what's been working. He's seen 60-odd minutes or so against Brentford, and he's gone, we'll keep Timber at centre-back.
James, I'll get more from you on Arsenal in a short while. But Lee, we always normally start the show off with a final one standing update. As it just me, as it felt like in the last couple of weeks in particular, in the original 500k jackpot, as we're getting closer and closer, it feels like not a lot of people are going out on that. It feels like the number's been just over 1,000 for like the last 3 weekends.
Yeah, I think it was like 90-odd% went through 3 weeks ago, then 80%, 67% went through on that midweek round of fixtures. I think it's almost coincidence that people have got the in inverted commas, worst teams left, but they're hitting a bit of form. But today looks interesting. So just over 1,000 left. 61% have gone Everton. So that's around 580 people have gone Everton.
David Raya, sorry.
13% have gone Fulham.
I'll have that.
11% Brighton. So these aren't games that are gimmies by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, the fact that, 70% have gone either... have gone Everton or Fulham. So, yeah, and we're really down to the kind of some really low numbers in the £50,000 pots and the £20,000 pots that we've been running. As an example, in the 50k pot that we started in game week 2, Spurs got 38% of the picks and Everton have got 34% today. So I think this weekend we could see one of these 50k, 20k pots go.
Wow, really?
I think so, yeah. We've only got 30-odd people left in one of them.
No, it makes sense.
Yeah, it's getting down to, 33 people left in one of them, and 15 have gone for Newcastle, 7 Man United, 5 Spurs, 2 Everton, 2 Brighton, 1 Liverpool and 1 Fulham.
Who's gone Spurs today? That's mental. Why have you done
It's because all you got left.
They must be so desperate to have
used
that.
every other team.
But
Crazy.
at home against a team in Brentford who are poor away, aren't they?
Won 3 times in a year at home.
But Brentford have lost all but one of their away games, and that one I think they won was at West Ham.
Have you heard, though, of Dr. Tottenham?
Yeah, I know. It's probably a draw, which is you don't want to draw in final on Sunday.
Or maybe it works the other way. Maybe Dr. Brentford will now see Spurs. What happens if 2 doctors operate on each other?
Usually a draw.
Just a draw, yeah. Okay.
We've obviously, me and Lee were talking about it a few weeks ago, obviously the Beat Robbie game, which Robbie then went out of.
Lasted 1 weekend.
It lasted literally a few hours. That one. Then obviously we all go back in each week. And we all went out again this week because we all backed Newcastle to beat Spurs. We all went out
in the Beat Robbie challenge.
Yeah.
Oh,
you were all like
we all went Newcastle to beat Spurs.
I watched the clip and you were like, yep, 3-1.
100%.
3-1.
That was something I would have honestly just bet anything on.
A draw anyway would have. It's no good for you either.
And we all just said, oh great, we're all out again. We've all gone in and out so many times.
Yeah, no, that is
beauty of the game that you can get. We've got another game starting today at 3 p.m. £20,000 game. So yeah, at the minute we've got like 15 games on the go at the moment. So like I say, every week there's about just over £1 million on the table for people to start picking up at some point.
You come to work with notepads galore, laptops, phones, and you're a busy man. I was walking into work today and I saw Lee just powering around London Bridge Station on the phone.
That was a personal one.
Oh, was that a personal one?
I can't tell you what that was.
Was that the other half going? Are you out again tonight? You're not coming back again?
It was more about the kids, but we won't go into it now. Leicester are 1 up at Derby, by the way.
Yeah, Leicester in really poor form. They've lost 5 of their last 8 championship games. Only Swansea, Portsmouth and Sheffield Wednesday losing more than the Foxes since that run in late October. Playing against a Derby team, by the way, who were just outside the playoff places and in good form. But it is Derby 0, Leicester 1. Bobby De Cordova-Reid scoring that goal for Leicester. It's the first goal in the championship scored today for Leicester. And there was a chance there for Martin Odegaard. As mentioned that Aston Villa have got their kind of preferred midfield together. I think Arsenal might have the same as Zubimendi, Rice and Odegaard in the midfield 3 and Eza from the left. And Martin Odegaard there had space outside the box, a lot of time, James, and he shot at the goalkeeper and makes a simple save. And I say for a player of Martin Odegaard's quality there, you almost were waiting for the net to rip.
Yeah, They did really well on the press there. Timber's super aggressive onto Rodgers. I mean, he's pressed all the way up to the edge of the Villa penalty area. So we're going man for man. And maybe that's why he's gone Timber at centre-back as well. Won the ball back. Saka rolls it to Ødegaard. And he just doesn't pick either corner. And I get it. There's probably players in the way sort of shadowing that part of the goal. But it's right down Emi Martinez's throat. But some early signs of encouragement here. Arsenal aggressive on the press, winning second duels. Yeah, it's looking quite good. If Marina gets that pass through to Saka, we're in on goal. So, yeah, not a bad first 10 minutes. Can't say we haven't asked any real questions of the keeper, bar that shot.
But are you surprised that Marino starting up front and a Gyökeres, or he's in decent form?
He's got scoring, so I'm not surprised. But I actually think this game's more suited to Gyökeres. So
Ollie Watkins in now for Aston Villa. Watkins! Oh, what a save by the keeper!
Wow.
Oh, Ollie Watkins got played through. I thought for a second, I think it was Timber who came across, and I thought he made a good challenge, but he almost went past the ball. And then Watkins, quick feet, found enough room in the box, and with his left foot, it was 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper about 6 yards out, Abby. And David Raya gets down and makes a big save. But these are the chances against an Arsenal team that don't give up many, that you've got to take. Actually, ironically, came from a long ball forward from Emi Martinez. Kamara with a header forward into McGinn, who plays the through ball to Ollie Watkins. And it was, Timber who got back in and didn't make the challenge. Watkins shifted it onto his left foot. And then James, the goalkeeper David Raya, gets down to his left-hand side and makes a big save. That's a big moment already for Aston Villa.
And he did the same at Villa Park last year, second game of the season.
That was one of the best saves I've ever seen in Premier League history.
He made 2 massive saves in that game. Was it 2 massive saves?
So I think he tipped one onto the bar, and then he got back up, and someone came in with a diving header.
Yes.
And he got back up and made that save. It was like genuinely amazing.
Yeah, so he's used to having big performances at Villa Park. We're going to need him to have another one, especially as Watkins decided to find his scoring boots this week. But
that should have been a goal. I mean,
that should have been a goal.
A bit like Ødegaard. You've got to. It was direct. Keeper did well to get down, but it was right in front of him.
6 yards out, 1-on-1 with the keeper. You've got to put that in the back of the net, not even give the goalkeeper a chance.
Over the keeper or much wider than that. But
disappointed in Capia and Timber, who I felt just committed too quickly to the challenges rather than just sort of standing their ground and forcing maybe a block or something like that. But yeah, he's a good player, Watkins, and Raya did his bit there. But actually, having said we made a decent start, that was quite concerning.
And in terms of the midfield three, obviously Ødegaard missed a lot this season, hasn't he? But did you think that this was always kind of the long-term plan to have good football from Villa? Morgan Rodgers now in space outside the box. He tried to play the through ball through to the left-back, Maatsen. But I'll tell you what, I think Aston Villa have started really, really well here.
Very confident.
Yeah, well, they're
aggressive. It's good.
I almost think for them, I feel kind of the same with Chelsea last weekend. Like, I think for Villa, this is almost a little bit of a free hit. Like, I don't think anybody really thinks, realistically, Aston Villa are going to win the Premier League. But this is the sort of game I think they can get Arsenal. Don't just sit back, ask questions of them. You know, there's no Gabriel, no Saliba. Nice good football once again, but Martin Zubimendi there does really, really well.
He's been brilliant off the ball all season, Zubimendi. Much better than we all thought he'd be. But sorry, Sam.
No,
don't be silly. Don't apologise. Bukayo Saka making a run down the right-hand side, comes infield to Mikel Merino. And now Arsenal have regained possession, is out to Ben White on the right-hand side. Martin Ødegaard in midfield. And Aston Villa now it's their turn just to try and get 11 men behind the ball as Declan Rice comes forward out to Calafiori. You have to say, Abby, it's been quite an open first 12 minutes, hasn't it? Both sides going for it.
It's been really good. It's been, well, it hasn't been probably of the same heat and level as obviously the Chelsea game started. There's a little bit more bite in that game. But in terms of just Villa coming out and not being scared, it's been great. I think they've maybe learned from that Chelsea game that Arsenal, if you do press them and you are aggressive towards them, you know, you can maybe get something out of Arsenal, as I say this. But yeah, Villa have looked good, definitely. I'm very impressed. But that should have been a goal from Watkins, especially after the other night, getting a little bit of confidence. I just expect him to do better. And when you do get chances like that against Arsenal, you have to hit. Yeah,
I was happy for Watkins. There was a game that I was watching. A Villa game recently, and I was watching Watkins because his goal scoring numbers have been really, really poor. Yeah, and he looked absolutely completely off the pace. Like his first touch was really poor. He wasn't making good runs. And I actually read before the Brighton game, Unai Emery was speaking about how he's had a knee injury for the last kind of year, and he's been hard to manage him. And he's not training fully in the week, so maybe that is a reason. So I was happy for him to get those 2 goals in the week because we know when he's fit and firing, he's such a good player. And that's another really good tackle there from Timber.
Brilliant start.
Timber's been exceptional.
Would you say your player? Oh, sorry.
No, you go for it.
I was going to say, has he been one of your players of the season? If not, but Arsenal fans just love him, don't they?
Yeah, we do. Yeah,
chance for Saka here. Shot 25 yards out. And Martinez saves to Ødegaard. I think he's onside. Ødegaard inside the box on the right-hand side. White's going to cross, and Saka heads wide. Although the offside flag does go up. But once again, that's Bukayo Saka as Leicester go 2-0 up away at Derby. Informed Derby, Oliver Skipp, the Tottenham legend, scoring the goal for Leicester. But Bukayo Saka had space around 25 yards out. Powerful effort. Martinez threw himself to his left-hand side and pushed it away. And then I thought Odegaard was onside, but the offside flag did go up after Saka headed wide. But again,
Timber again winning the ball there. Villa have made a good start, but Arsenal have too. This is two informed teams who are taking the game to each other, and actually I think we are going to get a really good 90 minutes of football even for the neutral here. To answer your question, yeah, I think Timber probably has been our player of the season. I mean, obviously Gabriel got injured. That is almost class from Eze.
Eze on the left-hand side, a lovely back heel flick, and he nearly played it into Marino, but he just overhit it, James.
Yeah. God, look how high Timber is here. I mean, he's basically playing right back, but yeah, that was nice from Eze. They're playing with some confidence, Arsenal. It's good to see. And Eze's now playing on the left, where he's played in midfield most of the season. But I can understand why Odegaard gives you a bit more control. And obviously Martinelli's not looking quite it. And Trossard's just back from injury. So, yeah, I think he's probably gone for the right midfield there. But sorry, my third attempt of answering a question. Yes, Timber's probably been our
James,
best player.
you have nothing to apologise for.
I'm so sorry. I'm on to big talkSPORT, you know. I've got to be proper here.
Honestly, do not
ask me questions. I've got to answer them.
Honestly, throughout all of your answers, do not think about the fact that everything you say could be clipped up to around 8 million
Don't think about it.
across all of our social media channels. It's really not that big of a deal.
Definitely don't think about it.
I won't.
But they'll put it out of context as well.
I won't ever think
Definitely
it at
don't
all.
think that.
Yeah,
Happy
no.
summers.
They do.
Also, sorry, have you guys did you plan your outfits out with these big glasses on or something?
No.
What's this?
We-
Mine are in the bag. I might bring them out.
No, honestly,
Get 'em out.
why are you wearing glasses today? You don't
Because I'm
normally-
actually meant to wear them when
Oh,
I
are
drive,
you?
and I'm actually meant to wear them when I'm watching TV, but I don't, and my eyesight is getting worse.
Okay, well,
in my
yeah, they're
old
good.
age.
Well done for wearing them.
I'm the same. I get headaches with big screens and
Yeah,
stuff.
well, it's
But-
And that is a big screen, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a big
big
screen.
old screen.
Also, I think it makes me look a touch more like I know what I'm talking
Definitely.
about. I don't know if that's
I don't know if I've ever seen you without glasses.
the big reveal.
Give us a. Give
Here
us
we
a-
go. Zoom. Get that camera
No,
zoom.
put
There we
'em
go.
on, put 'em on.
A little bit, yeah, a bit more. You see where the glasses have been sat there as well. A little bit of a.
Oh, they've
a little
been
bit of a
tucked
mark.
in, yeah.
Anyway, the fashion show will continue maybe at half time. Back to the football though, because Lee, this has been an open game of football. In turn, I know you suspend you suspend odds, don't you, on like outright and stuff during the games, don't you?
No, the outright's still there. The Premier League outright's still there. That's the only
is there
keep
if somebody wants a little bit of fun to tip Aston Villa to win the league? I mean, I'm guessing there must be still a nice price lead for that.
66 to 1. I mean, there's no way that happens. So keep your money in your pocket or do it. Have another bet. No way Aston Villa win the league from this point. If Man City, if we're not saying Man City aren't, no way Aston Villa win.
Probably not. Yeah, I'll give you that one.
What's the odds on City winning the league?
5-2. So
Is that short? Do you think, given they're six behind Arsenal? And Arsenal were really good. Is that
outright?
You think that's worth backing City at 5-2 or not?
I'm not sure. I think it's just right.
Liverpool?
Which means no. 25 to 1.
Wait for this one, James. Tottenham.
Hang on, let me
Scroll, yeah,
Scroll down
yeah.
there. 500 to 1.
Oh, there we go.
500 to
You are
1.
short of 500 to 1, aren't you, to win the Premier League?
Wow.
Sunderland are 350.
500.
Sunderland are a short price in Tottenham.
So they should be, yeah. They're like, yeah.
Actually, what is Spurs to win a trophy?
I haven't got that at the minute, but I'll try and find it for
I'm interested.
No,
to
sorry.
know.
No, he hasn't got odds on that. Have you got odds on Spurs to rack up another trophy? there might be a market on that. To let you in on the joke, Abby made a comment about 6 weeks ago, nonchalantly on the show to me and Kwaku, that after winning the Europa League, I now want my team to start racking up trophies.
Oh, wow.
I mean,
didn't say
thank
we
you,
would.
exactly. And then me and Kwaku, given the fact that Spurs had to wait 20 odd years to win a trophy, we saw the funny side of things.
17
Okay.
years.
17 years.
You're
I round
thinking-
things
You're
up.
gonna be rude, be
I
accurate.
round things up. That's
You're
what I do.
thinking dynasties and eras.
No, it's not even that, mate. Just rack up a league up here. Oh, wait, you're out of that on you already.
Yeah, that wasn't
Okay.
what I was going for in that moment.
Yeah.
I had said that I were more bothered if someone offered me 8th and a Carabao Cup this season or an FA Cup, I would
Yes.
take that because I would rather have trophies.
I should get that. No, I hear that.
That was what I meant by it.
Yeah.
And rack up the trophies.
All right, don't let the truth get in the way of a good story, Abby. All right, come on. It's supposed to be a little bit of fun.
Spurs are obviously the only FA Cup that they can possibly win anyway.
In Champions League?
Well, okay, yeah, possibly win.
Well, they could possibly win it.
Could possibly win it. Tottenham are 14 to 1 to win the FA Cup. It's the only one that they're likely to win, I think.
I wouldn't even go that far.
Likely. What's the word I'm looking
What
for?
about Tottenham to win a game at home?
I can't give you a price on that. Surely that's got to happen soon. There'll be heavy odds on to win a game at home. That's as best I'm going to give you. Just looking at Timber again, even on the goal scoring side of things, I think this is already his joint best season. 3 goals this season, and obviously it's going to be his best goal scoring season. 2 assists in the league as well. Yeah. It's going to unbelievable. He's like, I just think he's one of those players who's going to be around for like 5 years at Arsenal and going to grow into that team so much.
Yeah. We love him because right back, centre back, he actually started at left back at Arsenal. He does. He's just so unbelievably consistent, but not consistent like gives you 6s and 7s out of 10 every game. This guy's playing at 8 or 9 every game. He's so reliable. And you mentioned the set pieces there. In the absence of Gabriel, you wouldn't think actually our shortest defender is the one who's actually at times coming in and chipping with a few goals. And I think 2 of them, to be fair, came against Leeds in the second game of the season. Then he scored against Bayern the other day. But he is a bit of a threat. I think he scored against Man United last year, and there's been a few other moments where he's come close. And we tend to pick a player typically for their leap and their ability to attack a space quite well, and the other big men in the box and set pieces are actually doing shielding jobs or doing something else to make the space for that runner. So yeah, during Timber, you'd think it'd be Saliba or a White or a Calafiori who scored at Old Trafford, maybe Nketiah. It's actually been Timber who's been the bigger threat from set pieces. So yeah, going forward defensively, he's doing it all.
Do you want a price boost live?
Yes, please.
Sponsored by producer Jamie.
Sponsored by producer
Mikel Merino.
Oh, was this
a header? 8-1 currently. Remember the stat that he gave us?
Of course. There we go. The power this man has, by the way, is just
ever since he mentioned it.
Honestly,
it's like people talking about.
he's got
8 in 14 are headers, aren't they? This season.
Yeah, that's right.
So 8-1 to score a header today.
A little epic boost on Mikel Merino to score a header. There we go. 20 minutes gone then in our Premier League game. It is Aston Villa 0, Arsenal. Aston Villa starting the day third in the table, 6 behind Arsenal. No away ground. Have Arsenal won more Premier League games than they have against Aston Villa at Villa Park. That's 15, along with the same number of games they've won at Crystal Palace at Selhurst Park. In the Championship, we got some early goals. Not at the Valley. It's Charlton 0, Portsmouth 0. Portsmouth starting the day in the bottom 3. Charlton have had a really poor run of form after starting the season off really strongly. They're down 17th in the table, but so many teams are not far off Bristol City, who currently occupy the final playoff place in 6th on 29 points. It's Derby 0, Leicester 2. That'd be a big victory for Leicester. After being relegated last season, have had a really poor start to their season, sitting below mid-table. Derby have had fewer shots on target than any other Championship side this season.
Yes! Offside.
The offside flag goes up. There was really good, patient football on the edge of the box from Arsenal. The ball got played through to Bukayo Saka down that right-hand side. He went across the face of goal. Eza tapped in. The linesman really quickly raised the flag. But once again, it was Martin. Yeah, that's a shame. I mean, how often, by the way, James, do you see Martin Odegaard in those positions outside the box, playing those balls through the pocket? And Bukayo Saka just went a touch early down the right-hand side, and he's offside, wasn't he?
Yeah, and clearly off. I don't think they'll need VAR to have a look at that one. But Odegaard, we've talked about, and Arteta's spoken about that right-hand side between White, Odegaard and Saka. They have an understanding. Saka holds his run a little bit better there. We're hopefully 1-0 up, but it wasn't to be. But yeah, decent start. And it's good that we're able to find those kind of solutions through a tight Villa setup as well at the back. Oh, Rodgers isn't happy with Ben White here. He's not happy with Ben White here. I don't know what he's accusing him of.
Yeah, this is Morgan Rodgers has reacted angrily.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness me! So there's a coming together, and as Ben White goes to ground, he sort of puts his left leg out and trips Rodgers up. Then as Rodgers gets up, their kind of feet remain together. I would say that I don't think Ben White's done much wrong there.
I don't think he's done much, but also if they showed, if we do see that again, Rodgers actually puts his foot across Ben White, which I'd call a foul.
I would say that was a bit of a nothing situation, which maybe
I agree.
Didn't need.
I think the rest done the right thing, just letting it go.
Yeah. Also in the Championship, it's Derby 0, Leicester 2, and Norwich, who start the day in the bottom 3, are 1-up away at Watford. And Lee, I know you're watching the Leicester game, aren't you? But Marty Cifuentes, the Leicester, is under massive pressure.
Yeah, it's like there was just obviously. Great to see it again, but there was an offside given on a ball that was lofted over the top and basically a diving header. You don't see many diving headers anymore in football. Beautiful diving header, it was given offside and didn't really get a chance to see it again. It didn't look like offside, but it must have been like fraction. But I'd love to see that one again because it's diving headers are a lost art, I think.
What else has become a lost art, Lee, that you would, as a man that is
proper tackles?
Well, yeah, just being able to tackle, being able to make a slide tackle without immediately giving away a free kick and being booked, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's loads.
Yeah,
loads of things. Isn't there?
All right, maybe that's one for like a boring Saturday afternoon. We'll do that. 23 gone. Villa 0, Arsenal 0. James, what have you made of Arsenal's start?
Good. If the thing is, Villa are third in the table for a reason. I think we've played well. When you think of the Odegaard shot, there was another shot from Saka that was saved, slightly offside. Otherwise, we could have been 1-0 up. I mean, Watkins had the best chance of the game, But I think we've actually settled what would have been a difficult place to go, a loud atmosphere, a very pumped, physical and technically very good Aston Villa side. And we've been aggressive. We've played some really good football. Here we are again winning the ball. Timber's probably won 5 tackles already in 24 minutes. I'd love to see the stats. I'll have a look later. I think this is a tough place to go. And to get control of this game for the first 23 minutes is a good thing. Can we now just raise it up a level?
Would you take a point?
No, not offered to me now. It sounds silly. If at full time it's a point, that would be a little disappointing. But if City don't beat Sunderland, I think you probably think it's all right. But I think they probably will beat Sunderland.
As Abby Summers here for the Arsenal Hey Watch, would you take a point, Abby, if I offered you a draw in this game right now?
Anything to help the cause.
So yeah,
Help the cause.
Anything to help the cause.
She's in a bad place, James.
It's a worldwide cause. Anyone, you know what I'm like. Anyone that can help, stop the world from ending, I'm here for. But obviously, I would rather Villa win.
Yeah.
Up the Villa.
Oh, it's all about City's results.
UTV.
It's all about City's results.
You expect. City I think City have had as Maatsen comes forward down the left-hand side. That's Timber who was barged off the ball by Maatsen, and as he fell over, it came off him, and it's going to be an Aston Villa corner. This might be the first corner, Lee, in the game. So we definitely haven't had an Arsenal corner, have we?
No.
I think this is the first Aston Villa corner. So
it's the first corner in the game.
And also, do you not think now with corners, like I think from what I'm seeing, Lee, almost every team now is just copying Arsenal with corners.
Yeah. And why not?
Like no, but
I'm not being funny. They set a blueprint for it. So yeah.
I think Ruben Amorim sort of joked, but not joking. Almost been like, I think he was asked about United's corners. He went, "I'm just copying Arsenal."
Yeah.
And it's almost like, why would you not? Well, maybe as I say that Villa. Not quite sort of positioning their players kind of behind the goalkeeper and running forward. They're maybe more in a bit more of a normal position. And goodness me, that from Matty Cash doesn't beat the first man. That's something, if I could change one rule in football, it should be you ban footballers from not beating the first man.
Honestly, Christian Eriksen never would have played then. He never, ever used to beat the first man.
Well, no, he would play, but you wouldn't let him take corners again, maybe.
He's
really good at football, so how could he be so bad at corners?
Again, he was like free kick specialist, but I could genuinely didn't score a free kick for about 8 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then just always hit the first man. Always.
Yeah. Bizarre.
You're getting wound up with Villa players.
Not sure this is a foul, to be honest.
Oh, yeah. It's 2 hands.
He falls over, though.
Yeah.
It's interesting, like, the start to this game, first 25, 26 minutes, it's been very even. I think I can just sense Arsenal are just starting to get on top of Villa a little bit here. The pressure's starting to tell, I think. When you see Arsenal in the Villa third of the pitch, I think they're just... Villa relying on that fast, quick movement of the ball, and I just don't think they can quite keep up with Arsenal's level of pace and the press. I wouldn't be surprised if Arsenal's the goal nearly came through that Saka offside, and I think it's coming. I think Arsenal score in the first half if this continues. I just think Villa are just on the ropes a little bit here.
Yeah, it does feel like a really good point. I think Arsenal last 15 minutes, James, have probably just settled things down, maybe a little bit, sort of dominating possession, and I think Saka in particular as well. Him up against Maatsen, I think, is something that an area that Arsenal have seen they can get a lot of joy out of. Because I think every opportunity they can, they're trying to get that ball out to Saka on the right hand side.
Arsenal's shape is fascinating. So Ødegaard's picking up the ball there where Zubimendi would normally be a little bit in build up. Zubimendi's actually slotting between the centre backs, and he's as deep as Timber there. And I think the reason is because Ødegaard isn't an Eze type in the 10. He wants to pick up the ball in all areas of the pitch and run a game of football, which means Zubimendi can just sort of calm things down from a little bit deeper. And that allows the likes of Ben White to bomb forward, support Saka. So it's the same kind of systems, just players alternating all the time. And Villa wouldn't have been able to really prep for this because we haven't done it. We haven't done it all season. Ødegaard hasn't been fit. We haven't been able to work on these kind of combinations.
James, just look at that. I don't know if you saw that there. Mikael Marino dropped short to kind of link play in midfield. Ben White was in a number 9 position. Ben White had made a run so far forward.
The fullbacks bomb really high up the pitch now.
I was in the number 9 slot. Cross comes in. Matty Cash, chance for Villa. Oh, it's a really good block. How often do you see Declan Rice?
What a
cross came in from the left-hand side. It fell to Matty Cash, who was unmarked. It looked like, Abby, it was going to at least hit the target, but out of absolutely nowhere, Declan Rice gets himself back in and makes possibly a goal-saving block.
Yeah, very good. He's a very good footballer. I'm not saying anything else on that.
You sound really sad when you say that. Like,
No, he'll be playing for England in the World Cup.
Yeah, brilliant.
Okay.
Brilliant. It's not for another 6 months, James. We've got bigger fish going on right now.
The World Cup was a long way away.
It's a long way away.
You'd have him right up there as player of the year, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Declan Rice in terms of Premier League player of the year. Yeah, absolutely.
He's just got that attitude that, like...
I think Erling Haaland is, from memory, with the odds out, I think Erling Haaland is the favourite at the minute, just because of sheer numbers.
It's not Dominic Calvert-Lewin.
I think he's like just a bit further.
Okay, no.
Top four.
He's Leeds player of the year. He's not even favourite.
No, Lee Phelps player of the year.
I think with Rice, it's just like he's. You know when you have like warriors in your team, like he's just that.
Well done, David Raya.
Yeah. Oh, he gives a free kick. Of course he gives a free kick.
That's soft, isn't it?
Yeah. Well,
Change that one as well.
yeah. No. Honestly, it's insane.
It's always been the way we got
John McGinn. Really? Even
70s maybe. Goalkeepers have been protected ever since. People would play with broken hands and stuff in the.
Do you know what the funny thing as well? Do you know
no
what
foul in there.
There's no foul in that.
No, the funny thing is, if anything, it should be a foul on the Aston Villa player because David Raya throws his right arm in the face of Morgan Rogers, and yet because David Raya ends up on the floor, the referee gives a free kick to David Raya.
They are so poor, those refs.
They. I'm not going to say what I said last time. I'll get in trouble. They are not as consistent, maybe, as what they should be. Okay. No, but it's just they see a goalkeeper go, it must be a free kick. You get yourself in a better position to make better decisions. Oh, I tell you what, Abby, Spurs Brentford 3:00 today. Who's on the season ticket today?
Who's what?
Who's on the season ticket today?
Couldn't give it away.
Oh, don't be silly.
Oh wow, really?
So you're,
wow. There's the headline.
Yeah.
So your seat is going to be free today?
I think there'll be many a seat free today.
No, there won't. Well, people are not going to turn up.
There's out of my group, there's quite a lot of people that tend to not go at the minute. Christmas shopping at the minute or watching Spurs lose at home again.
How's that a foul? Sorry, I'm actually feeling for Villa a little bit here. The referee's giving a lot our way, and I'm one to call out referees when they're not having a particularly good game. This one's gone in our favour. Sorry to interrupt.
No, again, please do not apologise.
No, just keep interrupting. That's what we want.
You don't want to talk about Tottenham.
Especially when we talk, especially on Tottenham.
Shame you can't be here for 3:00, James. You could do the Hey Watch on Spurs. It'd be good. Marcus Fuentes is he's under pressure, isn't he, Lee, as Leicester manager? But they're 3-0 up now against Derby. A Derby team that are just outside the playoffs in pretty good form. Derby 0, Leicester 3. Watford 0, Norwich 1. In League 1, Cardiff 1, Huddersfield 0. Plymouth 0, Bradford 0. In League 2, Colchester 0, Gillingham 0. They're the only games in League 1 and in League 2 today because, Lee, it's the FA Cup second round fixtures, isn't it, today? So we've got loads and loads of games up and down the country. Grimsby, home Wilston.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, but knocked us out last year in the first round. So a bit of revenge.
Oh, really?
There. Yeah, we've been a bit off the boil last few games, to be fair. So need another good cup run after the League Cup, of course.
Well, you beat a bad Man United team, and you thought you won the World Cup, didn't you?
I mean, you got to beat what's in front of you, haven't you?
Who knocked you out? Was it Sheffield Wednesday or
Brentford 5-0?
Oh, you got past
We
Sheffield Wednesday.
beat Sheffield Wednesday again. Though a club in dire straits.
Yeah, I was going to say
Two beleaguered clubs, and then Brentford smashed us, who are terrible away from home. Brentford have beaten West Ham away, beat Grimsby 5-0 away, didn't they?
Yeah.
So yeah,
so you basically had the easiest cup run of all time until you came up against Brentford. Villa 0, Arsenal 0. Then 31 minutes gone. This does already, Abby. These kind of games, it does have that big game feel to it, doesn't it? This game. You woke up this morning, looked at the fixtures, and you thought, from an Arsenal point of view in particular, they go to Villa Park and get a win. They get 4 points from Chelsea away and Villa away. Massive moments in this title race.
Huge, and you also have to look at where teams can potentially affect this title race. It's not even the fact that Villa are, third in the table, because let's be honest, I don't think any of us think that they're going to actually challenge for the league. Top four, obviously, but if you look at Arsenal's next few fixtures in the Premier League, Wolves, Everton, Palace, Brighton, and then back to Villa again, you'd think that this is the type of fixture that they could drop points in. If you're looking at it from a hate-watching point of view, which obviously I am, Wolves, I imagine you'll absolutely batter Wolves. Do you not think?
Probably, I hope so.
Everton away?
I would hope so.
Maybe on their day, potentially could they do something, but probably not. Palace, a little bit of a test, but this was the one I was thinking. Chelsea in this, I was thinking if they can take points off Arsenal, because like we've always said, someone needs to be within 6 points. It can't be bigger than that. And we need to make sure that gap is no larger going into the second half of the season.
So 33 gone, still Villa 0, Arsenal 0. It's been Arsenal dominated the last 15 minutes. Aston Villa had a good start to the game. Ollie Watkins with Villa's best moment of the game, as Ollie Watkins now has some space down the left-hand side. He's coming into the box. He's got Timber for company. He's got people now in the box. Can Watkins find the right pass? He can't. That is I think that's really, really
So
poor
wasteful.
centre forwards play. You're right, Abby. He had so much time there. Maybe one of those he had too much time. He had players making him run into the box, and he tries to cut in on his right foot, and his shot is easily blocked. It's really, really
So
poor.
frustrating.
Yeah, only player I'm disappointed with is Mikel Merino. There he is on the floor again.
You know what?
It's just not happening for him.
And again, sorry, just talking about like things that irk me in football. Another one of those. He goes down holding his face, doesn't get the free kick, gets up immediately.
Yeah.
Book him for that.
Yeah,
Book him for simulation. It's not good
I
enough.
completely agree with you. That Caicedo red card, at first I thought, oh, this is Marino doing what he does. But in fairness, he got caught badly.
Yeah.
But that kind of tells the story of actually how he can be the type who, as much as he pops up with big goals, and I love the guy for it, and I think he's a very good player, he does go down a little soft sometimes. But my biggest issue with him is actually when he's not on the end of big chances, because he's one of the best finishers at the club. Like, I'm happy to say that now. But he actually doesn't really impact the game in terms of... That's brilliant from Zubimendi. He doesn't impact the game in terms of getting in front of his centre-back, bullying a defender, bringing others into play. He's just a very good finisher. And I do think this game is probably a little bit more suited for Victor Gyökeres. But let's see. That's a nice ball from Ødegaard, and it's whipped back into the box from Calafiori first time, and he's given a free kick to Villa. It's the front three that haven't ticked at the moment. Saka, Eze, Marino, it's just not happening for any of them. They're trying things. They're all trying to get involved. It's not really happening. I think the midfield are running the game for Arsenal.
Why do you think Gyökeres would be more suited to this game than for Arsenal?
Because I think Marino will always drop into the space. He's never going to spin a defender and run a channel and then get Villa running backwards. And the one thing defenders never want to do is be facing their goal when they're running back. Victor Gyökeres is the type that makes you do that. Now, he might be frustrated. He might not be the easiest on the eye. He might be a little bit kind of more of an efficient striker than the type you sort of watch and really enjoy. But this is Marino here. He just kind of, he turns into trouble. At best, he might lay it off. But someone like Gyökeres might back into a defender and actually try run that channel. And he makes the kind of runs that an Ødegaard or an Eze or Saka want to pass to. So I like Marino as a pure finisher. But in terms of stretching the game and getting the best out of our football, I think Gyökeres is the better player. And he's a good finisher, Gyökeres, and we signed him for 60 million for a reason. So I get it. He's not fit to start at the moment, but...
Again, another moment there where this time was Morgan Rogers who found space down the left-hand side, and you expected him to play that killer ball or try and get a shot away. But Arsenal, as they so often do really well to get bodies back in. And now at the moment, Arsenal pretty much got 11 players camped.
You should win a back six now. Yeah.
Arsenal faced an XG in the first half of 0.79. It's chance for Cash at the back post, and Matty Cash scores for Aston Villa.
Get in there.
It's Aston Villa 1, Arsenal 0. Matty Cash scores. A ball comes in from the left-hand side, and Matty Cash, he had a chance, didn't he, earlier in the game where he had space. He was almost left completely unmarked. And this time, he shoots, and it goes through David Raya. Aston Villa 1, Arsenal 0. Abby Summers.
Love to see it, don't you, Sam? Love to see it. To be honest with you, Matty Cash has not always been one of my favourite players, but that is lovely. I'll have that. How you feeling, James? All right? Just checking in. Checking in your Arsenal.
Long way to go.
Matty Cash is the goal
There is a long
scorer.
way to
Arsenal
go.
have got players, pretty much everyone on the edge of their box. Pau Torres is just almost standing on the ball. It's patient play from Aston Villa. And then Pau Torres on the left-hand side whips in a dangerous ball, which is flicked on by Timber. And it runs all the way to Matty Cash. And yet it's Eze who's the closest to him. And you can almost see there, James, from that camera angle, he almost screams, doesn't he? As he sees Matty Cash get to that ball before him. Yeah. And he almost just didn't know he was there. It was almost like, that was pretty much an attacker trying to defend, right?
He's constantly looking over his shoulder. We can see he's there. He just gave him so much time and so much space. They've got into those positions so many times, Villa, and not managed to put anything into the box and create anything. So that was well worked. I think Villa have been good.
As that ball was coming in, I said I was frustrated because moments before that, Morgan Rogers had the ball in a similar area and just didn't find that killer pass. Yeah. But there, really good, dangerous ball whipped in. A little bit, are you poor defending there by Eberechi Eze?
Yeah, I mean, I think we allow the cross a bit too easily, but we drop a bit too deep.
He could be tighter. He definitely could be tighter.
He was ball watching, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I think he was just ball watching.
Because he kept looking over his shoulder. He did know he was there. It's just he just
Cash
allowed
is
the
great
time.
coming
I don't think he
that,
did.
isn't
Oh, he was. Yeah,
He definitely was. Yeah, he definitely knew he was there.
And maybe because the ball got whipped in, it came off Timber's head, didn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know whether that may be kind of just the extra momentum on that ball caught him out.
You know what you were saying before about instead of Marino, and you wanted someone who could kind of get in between the lines. I mean, I thought this would be a good game for Martinelli.
Down the middle, maybe, but Arteta just never does it. Like, we actually like him as a striker, Martinelli. As Arsenal fans, we regularly talk about that probably being the position he should play in. But, yeah, Marino, he likes more that type, the 6'2", bit more of a batter around style forward. And by the way, on Eze, yeah, he definitely falls asleep at the back post.
I think he knows it as well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He screams as soon as the ball falls
He
to
knows
Cash.
it. He knows he's let him go. So that's disappointing.
This could be lots of football still to be played, obviously, but it could have. Looking at the live league table as things stand, it's got Aston Villa second in the table on 30 points,
Nice.
3 behind Arsenal.
Come on,
and of course, I'll bring you that table shortly. John McGinn comes forward, and not often there do you see John McGinn play a poor pass there. But as things stand, Arsenal will top on 33. Villa will be on 30.
Villa have been good.
City 28 and play Sunderland at home. They could go 2 behind Arsenal, and then even Chelsea can get to 27 and go 6 again behind Arsenal after losing in the week. But maybe that 66 to 1 price you laughed at earlier, Lee Phelps, might become a tiny bit shorter in
It's 50s now.
Oh, there we go. And it might be even
Arsenal
should have back to the 66 people.
Arsenal drifted it to 1-2, and City now 9-4 with that goal. In terms of the match odds, Arsenal are now 3-1 to win this. So effectively, you give 3-1 with a goal head start for Aston Villa. The draw 21-10, so just over 2-1, and Villa now 19-20. So a similar price to what Arsenal were pre-match when it was 0-0. Both teams to score in the first half, so effectively Arsenal to equalise is 11-2. They'll have to do it in the next 5 or 6 minutes.
And Villa have got corner here, Lee. Yeah. Hopefully, ideally, Matty Cash can try and beat the first man here. 40 gone. Villa 1, Arsenal 0. Matty Cash in swinging corner. And this time it's Mikel Merino who wins the diving header and then gets clattered out by one of his teammates. Also, as well, it seems it was only a couple of months ago that Aston Villa didn't score in their first 4 league games, losing 3 of those first 4 league games. I mean, imagine that, and then going on and winning the league after not scoring in the first 4 league games. I mean, that would be absolutely balmy, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's not going to happen. Yeah. That's why it won't happen.
Can we imagine? Can we try and be a little bit more? You're being quite dismissive of Aston Villa, aren't you?
Come on.
Hey, Aston Villa are looking good here, Lee. Aston Villa are playing good football.
They won't win the league. Let's not get into this. They won't win the league.
Yeah, but you were saying that about Leicester, weren't you, in 2015? Was it? You were absolutely adamant that Leicester weren't going to win the Premier
I think most people were adamant that Leicester wouldn't do it.
No, I wasn't. I called it for a board.
Did you put bet on it? Obviously not.
5,000 to 1.
Watford have equalised at home to Norwich. Watford 1, Norwich 1. Watford starting the day 5 points off the playoff places. Watford have lost just 1 of the last 10 home league games, unbeaten, and 6 since the 1-0 loss against Blackburn in September. And Watford have 1 more points from losing positions than any other side in the Championship. Perhaps that could happen again today. They were 1-0 down against the Norwich side, who have had an awful start to the season. Liam Manning's been sacked. Philippe Clement is in at the moment. They start the day in the bottom 3. Watford 1, Norwich 1. Leicester 3 up away at Derby. And again, in the Premier League, it is Aston Villa 1, Arsenal 0. In terms of the Arsenal team, we spoke about Gyökeres being maybe an obvious option to come in, James, for Mikel Merino. But I mean, you look at that bench with Trossard, Nwaneri, Martinelli, Madueke, Gyökeres. I mean, there's options.
Yeah, and it wasn't long ago we were talking about so many forwards being out, but for all this injury crisis talk, which I've been a part of that, we have had a lot of those attackers come back fit. So he can make changes to impact the game. And you know what? That front 3 should all be concerned. Bukayo Saka is not having a good game. Eze is not having a good game. Trossard's been in great form. Madueke has looked bright when he's come back from injury and actually pre-injury. Gyökeres is the £65 million signing that we made. You know, Marino wasn't meant to be playing this many games up front, so they all need to up their game because that's brilliant from Saka.
Saka and down the right hand side to Ben White, who gets the shot away. And that is commentator's curse there, isn't it?
Well,
because Bukayo Saka does so well down the right-hand side. He's up against Ian Maatson and is really, really aggressive. He goes down the line. He gets to the byline. He finds the right pass to Ben White, who has lots of space. But the effort from Ben White, he almost just doesn't connect with it, does he?
No, he or connects with it too well. You know, sometimes it's just straight at the keeper. You just hope it kind of goes either side of him. That's really good from Saka. I was just sort of getting in on him and Eze and Marino for... Well, the lack of productivity this game, the lack of making anything happen. But that's brilliant from Saka. It's what he does at his best. But we've got players off the bench that can make an impact if needed. What I hope is that... I actually don't think Arsenal have had a bad half. I know we're 1-0 down. I actually think we played well up to that goal. For me, I say well. 5, 6 out of 10. We've been all right. I hope that they just remember Sunderland. They were kind of struggling and they managed to turn that around in the second half. At the Bridge as well, they went 1-0 down to 10 men, were able to find a goal back. Just remember that we've been in situations where we've gone a goal behind. Newcastle as well went 1-0 away there, managed to get the win. just take your time with it. We'll have chances, and we've shown we can turn it around. So, yeah, keep calm and carry on.
43 minutes gone. Villa 1, Arsenal 0. Arsenal with possession in the final couple of minutes of the half. Calafiori plays the ball infield to Marino. Eze now on the left-hand side. He's up against Konza. He plays it infield to Declan Rice. Outside the box. Drops the ball into the back post. And it's a really, really good defensive header there from Ian Martson, because Bukayo Saka was coming in around the back post, and one of those for the left back where he's got the ball coming in with pace. He's got someone coming in from behind, but he does really, really well to read it. And, you know, it's the first time all season I've seen Marco, by the way, you know, not chirping, giving it the big one, by the way, hey? Very quiet in there, I know.
Very quiet.
Not as buzzing like it was on Wednesday night. Hey, was it, pal? There we go. He's standing up there.
Well done, Declan Rice.
Declan Rice wins the ball back edge of the box. He comes into the box. Declan Rice tries to pass the ball into the far corner, doesn't get the execution on it, and it's an easy save down to the left.
So good to get that ball, though. I mean, like it's like he's playing on a different game. He's so much quicker and better than most of the players on the pitch. I mean, it didn't look like there was a shout to the Villa player at all, but he just took it off him. Before that, he was the player who great ball into the box that set up that previous chance, that header. He's just fantastic. And then he was an injury doubt for this game, by the way. Right.
Morgan, is that going to be a goal kick or a corner? Ben White does well to keep out. James, something I've been slightly surprised about. There's been a few moments like that where it feels as if it's been quite easy for Aston Villa to play the ball out to the left-hand side, and whether it's Rodgers or Watkins pulling out there, they've got lots of space to run into.
That's been their out ball every time, that diagonal pass into our right channel. And I don't know why White and Timber are allowing it to happen so easy, because Timber's actually having a good game. It's clearly part of the game plan. They're getting that switch of play right every single time. It's causing us problems.
It's the fourth time that Arsenal have conceded in the first half for a Premier League game this season. They still haven't lost a game after going behind in the first 45 minutes, as you mentioned there, James. No need to panic at the moment. But Aston Villa have been absolutely magnificent. John McGinn now plays the ball down the right-hand side. Ollie Watkins, again, that's what I'm talking about, James. He feels like he's got so much space to run into, but he's got a really bad touch. But he's still got the ball, Ollie Watkins now. He comes into the box. Can he pick out the right pass? Watkins! Oh, he can't. Mate. I think it's so poor, Abby. 1 minute of added time. Again, so much space to run into down the right-hand side, and it almost feels like Lee. Is he the sort of player, Ollie Watkins, where when he's got too much time, he overthinks it. Yeah. But maybe if it's like an instinctive shot, he's better in those situations.
Well, that little cutback felt like an instinctive cutback, and you felt like you'd seen someone running onto it, but it just went straight to an Arsenal.
No,
but the way he delivered it was like really crisp, and you imagine running onto that and smashing it into the back of the net.
I actually think, by the way, the Villa have been very, very good this first half. I think that they really have been. Full credit to them.
I probably
don't think I see it that way. You know?
How do you see Arsenal?
it?
Yeah.
I see it in full credit to them. They've been really committed, and I think they've had the best two chances of the game, the goal and the Watkins.
You've had lots of possession. You haven't created too many clear-cut chances, have you?
Clear-cut, no, but I think a little bit better finishing. There's a goal or two we might have left on the pitch here, if I'm honest, in this first half.
I think we're very harsh on Villa. I think Villa have been good. Game plan's been good.
I think they've been good. You said very good. I think they've been good. I don't think they've been very...
Morgan Rodgers coming in down the left-hand side. Morgan Rodgers. That's another good chance. He's such a clever footballer. Really good quick feet down that left-hand side. Rodgers, quick feet, goes past a couple of players, and he plays it into Tielemans. And Tielemans almost just can't sort his feet out, can he?
That's so good.
It's such good quick feet. And then, it comes to Tielemans, and he just makes the run at the near post and can't sort his feet out. So that is then half-time. It is Aston Villa 1, Arsenal 0 then in the Premier League in the early game in the top flight. In the Championship, it's Derby 0, Leicester 3. Norwich have retaken the lead away at Watford. So it's Watford 1, Norwich 2. And it's Charlton 0, Portsmouth 0. But that game for the last half an hour has unfortunately been suspended. Play temporarily paused due to a medical emergency in the stands. The players have been taken off the pitch as treatment continues. So we hope everything is obviously okay there for whoever's involved. Fingers crossed. So 3 games in the Championship at half-time. But in the Premier League, Villa 1, Arsenal 0. Third versus first in the Premier League. A game that is massive at both sides of the top of the table. As things stand, Aston Villa looks set to go 3 behind Arsenal if they can carry on and hold on to this league. talkSPORT Goals is back in a couple of minutes' time. Hello and welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. Is brought to you by Final One Standing, new from William Hill, 18 plus, gambleaware.org. Terms and conditions apply. It's Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, James Bayliss, Abby Summers, live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and on your smart TVs on this busy Saturday of football. Aston Villa are leading Arsenal 1-0 in the Premier League. We're watching that second half with you very, very shortly. Matty Cash scoring for Villa. Charlton 0, Portsmouth 0, Derby 0, Leicester 3, Watford 1, Norwich 2 are the half-time scores or latest scores in the Championship. But for the next 7 or 8 minutes or so, Lee Phelps, let's just start to take a look, shall we, at the 3 o'clock games in the Premier League. Bournemouth versus Chelsea. Chelsea lost just 1 of their 8 Premier League away games against Bournemouth, but of course come into this game on the back of that Leeds defeat in the week. And Bournemouth themselves are in awful form, down 14th in the Premier League.
Yeah, 4 losses and a draw in the last 5. That was West Ham for Bournemouth. When you start to look at them, they've lost to Villa, who we're seeing at the moment are obviously rejuvenated, lost to City, lost to Sunderland at the Stadium of Light, and at home to Everton. So I think the home defeat to Everton is probably the only one where you'd probably question. There are others. This is Bournemouth. This isn't like a top 4 side. So, maybe being a little harsh on them, but yeah, you can't avoid the fact that they are dropping down the division. 11-5 they are to win this, so just over 2-1. The draw 13-5. Chelsea 11-10. So odds against, which is probably the best you can hope for after that midweek. They were like calamitous against Leeds, weren't they? It was just weird. Remember when we were watching the Chelsea-Arsenal game, or before it, I think we said they're like the opposite of flat-track bullies.
Yeah.
Like they somehow raise the game against the better sides, and then against the worse ones, they can be found wanting. Lost at home to Sunderland, of course. You'd have to go with Chelsea. If Cole Palmer starts, I wouldn't mind seeing him, price for him to score a goal. He scored the opener last time these two played.
Abby, Chelsea were in such good form, weren't they? We watched the Arsenal games together last week. We were impressed by them. But that defeat on Wednesday feels, in terms of their title aspirations anyway, no matter how kind of thin people thought they were realistically, that was a big blow.
It was, but I think that what's telling about Chelsea is that if you look at their first 11, because obviously there were so many elements of that rotated and changed, and someone like Caicedo obviously didn't feature at all either. I think if you look at their first 11, that's a side that can compete. That's a side that actually could do something, put the pressure on, and they can perform really, really well, like we saw last weekend. But as soon as you kind of drop below the 11, maybe bar 1 or 2 players that can kind of come into that fold, obviously Cole Palmer is included in the original 11 for me, I think then you see the drop-off. And because they've got such a big squad and they've got so many players that they've obviously accumulated over the last few years with all the business they've done, some of which they can't even shift, you kind of look at like, why last season he was like, okay, Marissa said, I'm going to have 1 squad for the Conference League, I'm going to have 1 for the Premier League, because you can see the difference in drop-off. And I think that was very telling in that Leeds game on Wednesday night. I still think Chelsea, again, are good. I think that they can challenge, but it's like we said last week, it's all about consistency. You can't really go and drop points to Leeds, but if you knew that he was going to make changes, probably shouldn't have really come as a surprise to us, because outside of that 11, 12, maybe 13 players at Chelsea, the rest probably aren't really of Chelsea standard.
Everton versus Nottingham Forest, Lee, another Saturday 3 o'clock. And both of these sides have won 3 of their last 4. So both sides come into this game in decent form. Yeah,
and you wouldn't be surprised if it went either way. Draw 21-10. Everton, the favourites at 23-20, and Forest 13-5. Remember, 61% on Everton in that £500,000 final on standing game. So I think this is a really nervy game for those guys. If you look, I put a bet builder together on this one on the preview show, and it was under 2.5 goals, shots on target for Morgan Gibbs-White and Jack Grealish, and Nicolo Savona to over 2 tackles. Savona's had 5 yellows for Juve last season, so that's 1 in 6. Played 9 games for Forest so far, no yellow card. So he's due one, and he's up against Grealish today. Let's wait for the team news, obviously.
Grealish gets kicked a lot.
Yeah, Grealish, 40 fouls committed on him this season, the most fouled player in the Premier League. So, yeah, that's a decent little bet builder, I think.
Man City will be, I'm sure, watching the Arsenal game, things hoping that they can drop points and then they take care of the business themselves. They got Sunderland at home. Sunderland have never won an away game in the last 13 against Man City in the Premier League. I'm guessing Sunderland, despite being in really good form, 6th in the table, are going to be pretty big here.
Yeah, on the preview show, you went, what are they, 7, 8, 9-1? They were 9-1. They're now 10s. So, like,
What's happened in the last 24 hours?
There'll be some Sunderland fans who are like, who are having a bet on that because, look at the form they're in. I think they tried to stifle Liverpool, didn't they, knowing that they could score goals against Liverpool. I think it was 23 shots on goal Liverpool had. Not many on target, to be fair. And I think if they allow that many shots on goal from Man City, they get done today. I think 2-1, 3-1. I think City will concede. I think Sunderland are capable of scoring. So yes, Man City to win and both teams to score. Man City are 4-1 on, but they're around the 2-1 mark if you add in a goal for Sunderland.
Yeah, I like Phil Foden maybe. Goal assist. He's in really good form
Great
at the moment,
form.
isn't he?
It's either him or Haaland really at the moment, isn't it? Obviously. But yeah, I like that as well. It's, you look at the price boost for that. Foden, 2 or more shots on target is 15-8, and you can back him to score as well.
We'll do the final 2 Premier League games, Lee, during the second half of Aston Villa versus Arsenal, because we're 3 minutes away from that game getting back underway. Take a quick break on talkSPORT goals. Already feels like a big 45 minutes. Villa starting day 3rd in the table. As things stand, going to go 3 behind Arsenal. They're leading by a 1-0. Big 45 minutes to come. We're watching it with you on talkSPORT goals. This is talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing, new from William Hill, 18+, gamblerware.org. Terms and conditions apply. Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Abby Summers, James Baylor taking you through the 12:30 game in the Premier League. And it's a big one. 3rd versus 1st, and it's the team that started the day 3rd in the table. They're leading 1-0 at half-time. Aston Villa are leading Arsenal thanks to a Matty Cash goal around, half an hour into that first half. 36 minutes on the clock when he scored. In the Championship, Charlton Portsmouth is goalless. Leicester City, Marty Cifuentes under pressure. They're 3 up away at Derby. Watford 1, Norwich 2. Norwich starting the afternoon inside the bottom 3. Lee, how have the odds changed for this second half? Is this now a situation where Arsenal behind could be a decent value bet?
Well, the 3-1, yeah, I think so. I mean, the draw 21-10 is still probably the best, isn't it? The thing for Villa now is that they've been good. I think Arsenal, despite the scoreline, maybe just edged it, but it's very close. And Villa now know that they can break they can wait and try and Arsenal, as the game goes on, as the second half goes on, they're going to push more and more forward. And Aston Villa's best part of their first half has been breaking and hitting Arsenal. So
I can't concentrate here, Lee. Sorry.
Ashes.
Yeah, goodness. I'm sorry. I care a lot about what you're saying, but as I'm looking at you on the biggest, the TV seemed even bigger there as I watched England driving loosely. I'm sorry, mate. I didn't want to cut across your
I was watching it earlier on. It caught my eye. That pink ball just caught my eye. I was thinking, what are they doing to us?
I mean, Mitchell Stark,
what are they doing to us?
Why don't you just stop taking wickets, mate? We get it. You're good at bowling. You're really good. Grow up and just stop being. Stop picking on someone your own size.
You know, I'm not as much of an expert on cricket as you, but I was intrigued.
I'm not either.
I was intrigued today to think, and we will get back to the football in a second, that we seem to be, when Root and Brook were at the crease, it seemed like we were going back to kind of like not playing baseball. It was a bit more controlled.
Mm-hmm.
And then still got out.
Yeah.
And then no one, when we needed to do baseball, when we were like absolutely in the mire, didn't do baseball. Why are we not doing baseball when you need to do baseball? I don't understand it.
Sorry, that's just your Norman asking me if you're available for following on with Steve Harmison tomorrow. There we go. Honestly, find a man that can do everything, Abby.
Can I just ask you a question?
Honestly, what a guy, by the way.
What is baseball?
Lee, explain it.
What is that?
Well, basically, in a nutshell, it's have no concept of playing defensively and just hit everything out of the ground.
Is it like handball?
But it's not. It's
really
fine.
good.
Okay.
No, yeah,
It's really good.
Give it
In
to
fact,
me
the guys.
in football terms,
I think when the guys came out of the podcast and they were talking about England as a Spursy.
Cool.
It's just a bit harsh, isn't it?
Who's worse, the England cricket team or Spurs at the moment? 03717 22 3344. Get your calls in. Do you want to finish off the Osley and then James can give us his thoughts on a double substitution for the Arsenal?
Yeah, so my thoughts are I'd be back in the draw at this point. I think Arsenal do score. They showed enough in the first half that they'll get a goal. But I don't think Aston Villa lose this game.
Needs to do
and James, a double change for Arsenal at half time.
Yeah, Abby actually turned to me in the break and said, basically, what do we think? And actually, to give ourselves some credit, we thought it'd be Trossard and Gyökeres coming on for Eze Marino. I didn't think it'd be this soon. So credit to Mikel Arteta, he's done it at half-time. And then the right subs. You know, I'm genuinely quite a calm Arsenal fan. When I'm watching a game,
you're rational.
Even if we're losing, I can sort of see what we're
I
playing.
want to see you throw something, though, if you lose the game before the end.
Yeah, dash the mic or something.
Otherwise CJ's booked in for next week.
I've never ever seen James be angry or over, like...
He was actually earlier.
Very measured.
He was last night. His chamomile tea was a little bit too hot for him.
Yeah.
He was so angry.
I didn't sleep for hours.
Anything you say will be used against you in here. By the way.
No, I absolutely know.
I was particularly impressed by the fact that you said that the referee is giving a bit too much to Arsenal. I mean,
there are
unheard of from a.
There are a few good challenges. Anything to call out poor refereeing for me, honestly. But
Gyökeres and Trossard on for Eze and Marino.
So, like I said, I actually think we played okay in that first half. I wasn't really that disappointed with the team, but Eze, Saka, but he got better at the end. Eze and Marino were really winding me up throughout that half, and I like to think it's done the same for Mikel Arteta. He's gone and taken them off. What are you laughing at?
I'm not. I'm minding my business.
Okay. He's gone and taken them off because there was no hold up from Marino. There was no threat. There's no presence. There's no running the channels. There's nothing to stretch the centre backs. There's no pressure on Pau Torres for that ball into the box. And Eze gets caught at the back post. It wouldn't surprise me if Arteta looked at that and just gone, no, fine margin. Sorry, you're coming off. Normally, maybe give them 10, 15 minutes in the second half to figure it out. But he's not giving them that. And I like that. Arteta's been making substitutions quicker. It's not the first time this season he's made subs at half time. And I think I hope these are the right ones. Because like I said, I actually think we had quite a good first half. I think we're probably value for a goal in that. Shame to be behind, but Villa had probably the two best chances of the half as well. And now here we go.
No.
Decent ball into the box.
Saka whipped in a really good, dangerous ball, and the goalkeeper Martinez came for it, got nowhere near it, and Konza headed the ball over the bar. Good ball in though, and Arsenal have got their first corner. And Lee, possibly Victor Gyökeres could be the man to score from this corner. Yeah,
Victor Gyökeres to score the second goal in the match is worth a look. Currently, price boosted at the moment to 13-2. He's got 6 goals this season already, 4 in the Premier League, 2 in the Champions League, I think it is. So, and obviously he's had the injury problems, and he was just coming into a bit of form before the injuries. I know we've labelled him, or people have labelled him as a bit of a flat track bully, but this would be an ideal time to strike for Victor Gyökeres.
He rarely scores the opening goal for us, and he did at Burnley. Funny from a corner.
Arsenal did have I think that's their first corner of the game, and Bukayo Saka with the in-swinging corner, and Villa defended well, but it's come back out to Ødegaard, and Martinez comes, and he sort of flaps at it, and it comes to Trossard. That's twice now in the space of 30 seconds where he's come and made an absolute hash of it.
Yeah, Martinez has an error in him every now
He
and then.
gets there, and then it's like he doesn't do
Catch it.
or catch it or punch it strongly enough.
I am just convinced that he loves to help Arsenal out. Like, I am.
No, he hates us.
I don't think he does at all. I've seen him literally drop one in the back of the net so many times against you, and I just think there's a whole conspiracy theory.
Yeah,
Sorry.
It's the same on Wednesday when Brentford rested all their good players.
No, I was fuming, absolutely
You
fuming.
see that from Gyökeres, right? That little bit there, he pulled wide. It's a little thing, but Marino didn't do that all game, and it just gives us something different to ask of the centre-backs. Watkins all game hasn't really been in it, but he's been running the channels, so we've constantly had to deal with him. We haven't had a striker doing that. Gyökeres has come in, first thing he does, peels off the channel, the widest player, and we're asking a different question at least.
May I ask you a question on Gyökeres? I know it's not been too long, and you've got to give probably a whole season, and he hasn't been bad. No. Would you still go with that type of profile of striker for Arsenal, or would you do it differently?
Do you know what's funny? I never thought we were... A lot of people's analysis of Arsenal was this: sign a striker, they'll get over the line. I never thought that was true. I always thought we needed...
Why? Because you haven't got the mentality? Or?
Nice. But because I felt that we needed more creativity, we needed depth, we needed different ideas out on the wing. I'm just going to ignore you. And I just think we needed someone who was just something different to what we had up front, outside of a finisher in Marino or a dropping in the pockets type player like Havertz and Jesus. He's a channel runner. I honestly, I don't think I asked for him to get more than 20 goals this season, whereas some were thinking he was a 30, 35 goal a season
Who on
striker.
earth thought that?
Huh?
Who thought that?
What, 30, 35 goals?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not talking the league in all comps.
Oh.
But some might have thought that. I honestly, maybe I said 25. I'm not sure I expected any more than that, really. But look, if he doesn't get much better than this, there's probably a conversation in a year or two. But for now, I think we play better when he's in the team.
Because I think a lot of the conversation was always about, like, Isak would have been a good fit for you, for example. Or even like a Watkins, I think, would have fitted you as well over the years. But obviously, he's a different type of player to both of those. So I just was curious if you would have still preferred to have an Isak. We're not going off Liverpool Isak. We're going off, obviously,
Newcastle. Oh, Isak would have been the dream. Yeah, Isak would have been the dream. But I think if we'd gone in big for Isak, would he have chosen us over Liverpool? Probably not at the time. And also, I don't think we signed 3-4 other players if we did the Isak deal.
Yeah,
that was the kind of investment it was going to take.
James, just count your lucky stars. You haven't got Richarlison leading your line week in, week out.
Well, exactly.
Ball to the back post to Trossard. Oh, that's a big chance. You know what? Martin Odegaard, how he's... Everything good Arsenal are doing is coming through him. He's allowed so much space down that right-hand side. He controls the game, and he plays a delightful ball to the back stick. And Trossard does well to time his run. Thought that the ball's in the air for a long, long time. And it's one of those ones, isn't it, James, where I'm not sure whether it's a shot or cross. So it's a bit of both, really. A shot cross, and nobody gets on the end of it, and it just goes wide of the far post.
It's also one of those where I can't tell if you should have done better or not, because it's a weak-footed volley, across his body. It's like, to a degree, great strike. But then also you're thinking, could you have asked a question to the keeper? Could you have found that pocket? Look, he's a very clutch player, Trossard. You're rarely complaining about his finishing. So, yeah, he's come on at Villa Park before. And he did it last season and had the big moments, won us the game, essentially. So let's hope he can do the same.
Charlton Athletic, a short while ago, have just tweeted, due to a medical emergency in the crowd, they're playing Portsmouth. Today's match has been abandoned. We thank you for your patience and understanding. Everyone at the club sends their best wishes to the supporter affected, and we thank our medical team and first responders. And we do that as well here on talkSPORT Goals. Hopefully, fingers crossed, whoever is affected there, we send them our best wishes. But Charlton Portsmouth, the championship, has been abandoned. It was 0-0 after around half an hour when it was abandoned. Leicester are 3-up away at Derby still, and Norwich, who started the day in the bottom 3, are 2-1 up away at Watford.
Yeah, it's still in the bottom 3 in the live standings, but Leicester into the top 10 if it stays as it is now. So and only 3. Obviously, they get playing before everyone else, but only 3 points off the playoffs then as well. So Leicester moving in the right direction.
I mean, you could leave. If you go down to you got the league table up there. So it's Bristol City, isn't it, who occupy the last playoff spot at the moment on 29. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to pick a number. Let's go down to 17th and Charlton. Yeah, 11 places off the playoffs. My guess would be they're 5 points off 6th place.
Yeah, six points.
I mean that shows 11. You mean 11 places off the playoffs, and you're possibly 2 wins away from being right banging down.
Even 3 wins out of 5 with a draw in there, and you're suddenly in contention. Yeah.
Space now for Odegaard for Arsenal. Down the right hand side, he's got Saka on the overlap. He picks out Saka, who goes across goal.
Yes, come on!
And Arsenal.
Come on! Sorry, I've lost my head. Come on, 1-1.
Steady.
You've seen losing hands.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah.
Leandro
1-1.
Trossard is the goal scorer, and mentioned
Thank you.
as that right-hand side in the first half, Saka looked to really target Martson, and again, it comes down the right-hand side.
Look at Declan Rice. That's on Onana. Look at the pressure.
Rice wins the ball off Onana. He gives it to Saka. Odegaard has the ball. Saka makes the overlap, and he's clearly onside. He then plays it across goal to Gyökeres at first. And I think a Villa player might stick out a leg and helps it onto Trossard. And Trossard, James from close range scores. But that Odegaard-Saka link-up player's back.
Yeah, and it's brilliant. And it's really well timed from both of them. It's Declan Rice who... Onana, he's not the easiest player to dispossess, but he gets in front and does enough. I don't think he necessarily wins the ball. There's enough pressure on him for him to lose it. Saka, Odegaard pick it up, little combination between them. And then they defend it poorly, don't they, really, at the back post, Villa? But then it falls to Trossard.
As that ball comes across, James, it was actually Martinez who got down to his right-hand side to keep the ball out. And it kind of then, the two Villa players and Gyökeres that were coming in at the back post, it beat them. And then Trossard was just a little bit behind to put the ball in the back of the net. But you started the second half so well, haven't you?
Yeah, and he's done it again at Villa Park. Like I said, came on last year, second game of the season off the bench. And his celebration was one of, seeing this goal, he's actually celebrated. He knows that he's a part of the first team when he's at his best. Last season, there were questions over whether he actually belonged in the team, really. Comes on, and I think he was feeling frustrated that in the run-in, he was dropped for the start of the season after. That's not bad, but I don't mind him having a bit of a go there. But his celebration last year at Villa Park was sort of like, it was quite cold. He didn't really do anything because he was thinking, why am I on the bench? Anyway, he's come on and made an impact again.
And Unai Emery there looks like a man that's a little bit confused at the moment at side second half performance, because Abbey, Villa in the second half just haven't got going, have they?
No, not at all.
How are you feeling?
It could be better. Could be worse. Could be worse.
Still 1-1.
Still 1-1. I'll still take that. I feel like, I don't know, maybe it's just how I was viewing the game in the first half. I thought that Villa played really well. Maybe the fact that you were slightly below par for me, just in first half, especially on the right-hand side. But I just thought that Villa looked hungry. They were aggressive, very good in terms of winning the ball back and creating stuff. I haven't felt that at all this second half. Arsenal have obviously stepped it up, especially with the substitutions.
Ollie Watkins is 1-1 with the goalkeeper, although he's got Nkapé for company. He does well. Can Watkins get a shot away?
Well done,
and that's really good play from Nkapé. I thought the through ball was going to set Watkins clear, but Nkapé did well to get back in. And again, maybe the old Ollie Watkins, who's a little bit sharper, gets there a bit quicker, maybe uses his pace, or maybe even if Nkapé stands him up, he gets the ball out of his feet a little bit quicker.
But decision-making, I feel like, for Watkins today. Just some of it is just, I think it is sharpness as well, what you mentioned. But just when you're in those positions, you've got to make the right decision.
No.
Martson in down the left-hand side. He puts a really good, dangerous ball back across goal. But Nkapé got himself in a good position and cleared. Now Morgan Rogers, but Timber's aggressive. And Villa are going to win a free kick there, James. I maybe thought it looked like Timber got the ball, but was it one of those where he went through the back of the player to get the ball? Though,
let's have a look. Yeah, it's a foul.
Oh no, he gets none of the ball. Sorry, he takes him out.
I think with that Watkins, I think if he carries on that run and he's powering forward, he just needed one more step and then he swings his right foot at it, but he didn't quite have the pace or the conviction to get past, did he? It felt like if he just carried on and he had that pace to take him on, but just check back and. Yeah, he checked back against a quality defender. They're going to get in front of you.
Never confident though, did he?
No, he just needed another pace forwards and he's got a clear shot on goal. But
I think he's overthought a few of those when he's playing the channels.
What you said earlier on,
just get out your feet and hit it. When we won 4-2 here a few years ago, that's what he did. He didn't take long to just get his shots away, and I think he scored one, maybe both goals in the day, and I think it was one of them.
Villa though have got a free kick in a dangerous area on the left-hand side. I think that's Yuri Tillemans who is going to whip this ball in. Chance here for Villa, and it's Declan Rice who wins the header. I thought it was a really good delivery. Came in with pace in a good position, and now it comes out to Kamara on that right-hand side. Back to John McGinn. McGinn going to play it. What a ball! Matty Cash. Oh no, that's such a good ball from John McGinn, who plays it into Matty Cash, who makes a really good run. I'm not sure if it took a little bobble. And the ball from Matty Cash. That pass though from McGinn. I think John McGinn is one of the most underrated players in the Premier League.
Phenomenal
because
player.
I think people associate him as being like a workhorse midfielder who runs and and he can do that, but he can also play those unbelievable slide through passes like Odegaard does on a weekly basis.
Let me just caveat by saying I think he's a brilliant player, but I think it's because of two things. A, the way he runs a bit like a rugby player, doesn't he? He's quite like
stocky.
Well, yeah, but there's like a low centre of gravity to him, but also. It's not. Like he's strong.
You think
he's a strong, low
centre
centre
to think what you think I am, by the way.
Perfect.
But also because under this Emery system, he plays on the right, he plays off the left, he plays central midfield, he plays behind the striker. Yeah. I think sometimes versatile players don't get the credit they deserve because they use a bit here, a bit there, so they're never nailed down as one of the best in a particular position. I rate John McGinn highly. Listen, I do think he likes to. He's an aggressive tackler. Yeah, sometimes it can wind me up, but he's a very, very good player.
He's a bit industrial, isn't he? But if anything, the only thing you'd say is like you'd hope that Cash would have either obviously played it properly or just taken a touch. But I guess the way the ball was played, it was played with quite a lot of pace off probably quite a skiddy surface as well. So it just leapt off. But what a chance that would have been for Villa to pull back. Villa just starting to settle into this a bit more.
They've responded well
forward.
since the goal.
I mean, Watkins, just disappointed in his overall play today. Even his hold-up play is not quite good enough. Hopefully, for the neutral or for the Villa fans, if he does get another chance, he can show the confidence. But this Arsenal team is so difficult to score against. Let's be honest.
It's felt pretty much, I think, from the beginning like quite an open game of football, where both sides have had opportunities and both sides have had kind of space to run into, and now it's Aston Villa's time. Well, one thing I think that it is quite clear, James, is that from an Arsenal point of view, when Villa do have the ball kind of in their own half, it's an Arsenal team that are almost happy to sit off as opposed to try and press and give Villa the opportunity to play through the midfield.
Certainly this second half, but this is why I wasn't super praising of their first half performance for Villa, because I actually don't think they had real control of the game, whereas I think Arsenal did more so despite being 1-0 down. This second half, since we've scored, they've knocked the ball around really well. They've forced us really deep. They're forcing us to get into a shape. That's good from Calafiori. And actually, that first half, we were pressing really aggressively, weren't letting them play. So I kind of think this is actually weirdly Villa's best part of the match so far. They're sustaining possession. They're keeping us moving. We haven't really been able to get hold of the ball since the goal, and they've settled really nicely. So this is kind of the most wary I've been of them all game, despite being 1-0 down for 20 minutes of it.
Going to bring you team news in our 3 o'clock games very, very shortly. I see Abby vigorously writing things down on a piece of paper, trying to guess the Thomas Frank team at the moment is very impossible. Or don't say yes or no yet. But all I'm saying is, Abby, if Xavi Simons is not starting today for Spurs, then I, even as a non-Spurs fan, might throw something at the TV today. Morgan Rogers into Martson. Rogers gets it back now outside of the box. Martson, Onana on the edge of the box. They're trying to get a shot away. McGinn's got space right-hand side of the box. McGinn.
Well done,
Trossard does well to get back in. But this now, the last 5 minutes, all Aston Villa can cash cross to McGinn in the box. McGinn across goal, and Arsenal managed to clear their lines.
They haven't really.
Well, they should have done, but that was a poor clearance from Gyökeres. And it's going to be a throw for Villa. Villa have got a long throw. Have they got one of those in their team? I don't think they do.
Probably.
Matty Cash going to launch it, Lee?
It looks like he's going to launch it. Watkins to score or assist is 5-1, by the way. Morgan Rogers to score or assist 11-2, so 5.5-1. So there's a few price boosts here around a Villa goal. Both teams to score in the second half is 2-1. You need a Villa goal, obviously, to land that. And Arsenal to win 3-1 is 17-2. I can see more goals in this.
I think a lot of people, Lee, when you said Arsenal were 3-1 at half-time and 1-0 down, they might have thought, given Arsenal's quality... Long throw does come into the box. Arsenal went properly clear, and it comes to Martson.
We don't have time for that. We don't have time for that. I don't want to see that again. If you're not going to take a proper shot.
She looks like an assistant school teacher that's been brought in to spy and pick on Arsenal, doesn't she?
I don't have time for that behaviour.
Happy Summers will take science today.
Could you imagine me teaching science?
Yeah.
Could you imagine me teaching anything, really?
No.
No,
not really. I can imagine, though, being employed by talkSPORT's YouTube channel to hate watch. Oh, look who it is. James. It's the Matthew Flamini. Did Matthew Flamini play for...
What? Was that Flamini?
No. Was it?
I thought it was. Someone help me out here. Oh, have I really embarrassed myself?
Sorry.
Oh, no, I did. I had a very
quick
quick glance.
I thought it was Matthew Flamini. Producer Jamie's telling me that I'm right. Did he play for Aston Villa? Have I made that up?
He didn't play for Arsenal.
I don't play for Arsenal. But yeah, okay. Well,
I think that was it.
I always got scared there that I said something absolutely, utterly stupid.
No, I genuinely didn't. I had a quick glance.
You were imagining Abby trying to teach biology, weren't you, to a bunch of 13-year-olds?
Trollology, but yeah.
Oh, very good.
I've had 2 minutes to think about that one.
Yeah. That's why you had no idea it was Matthew Flamini.
Yeah, I didn't have a clue. I was going, troll something? There's got to be something in this.
Troll.
You've absolutely hit the nail on the head.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the clip for that.
That actually didn't really look like him. He was a good player.
He was pre the free transfer to AC Milan. He was very good with Fabregas, and then when he came back, he did a job for a couple of years, but he wasn't all that. We signed him the same summer we signed Mesut Ozil. Imagine that. I
remember when he went to Milan. God, I feel old. Really
what's he giving here? Foul for Villa. Honestly, I think the last 10 minutes have been Villa's best 10 of the game. I think they've had us pinned in. I think we've struggled to get out, and that's again. Sorry to keep repeating myself. That's why when everyone's saying really great half from Villa, I just didn't quite see that. I felt what they're having was more moments in which they kind of picked us off, but I think you'd agree this is where Arsenal have actually been more on the road.
That was more like Villa from the first half, I felt.
Yeah, interesting, fun.
Personally.
Yeah.
But let's see. Let us see.
I'm going to just bring you some team news, which is coming into us in our various 3 o'clock games. Confirmed lineups. I'll start with Bournemouth versus Chelsea. Bournemouth finding themselves in really poor form, down in 14th in the Premier League table. Chelsea have lost. Where's Quake? I got this one for Quaku today, Abby. Chelsea have lost both of their Premier League games, kicking off at 3 p.m. on a Saturday this season, going down at home to both Brighton and Sunderland. So there we go. The big news for Chelsea is that Cole Palmer starts for Chelsea. It's Sanchez in goal, Gusto, Fofana, Chalobah, Cucurella the back four, James and Fernandes in midfield. Palmer plays off the lap. Neto and Garnacho out wide. And there was a coming together there. Calafiori and Kamara, but there was no pen there. Immediately that back four looks a lot more settled, doesn't it, for Chelsea than the one that we had in the week. Bournemouth have got Petrovic in goal, Smith, Senesi, Diakite and Truffer at the back four. Scott will sit. Then it's Jimenez, Kluivert, Tavernier, Semenyo who will support Evan Nilsson as Ben White gets to the byline, stands one up at the back post. But Matty Cash does really well to read the header. Arsenal have still kept the ball alive. Trossard just outside the box on the left-hand side. He's made a real big impact scoring the goal since coming on at half-time. 63 gone. It's 1-1. Trossard now looks to try and play it forward, but it's the block and Ollie Watkins will win the ball back. Now can Villa counter-attack with Morgan Rogers. He's got Watkins ahead of him. He plays it in now to Ollie Watkins down the right-hand side, coming in the box. He's up against Nkape. Can he get a shot away? Watkins does! And David Raya gets down low to his right-hand side and pushes the ball away. But once again, James, on the counter-attack there, Villa getting some success.
Yeah, and that was more the Villa of the first half, where they were kind of creating those chances where Watkins is finding himself in a 2v2. That time he didn't overthink it. He just dragged it onto his left foot and asked a question of Raya. Trossard, who did so well to take the ball down, look after it, beat a couple players, then tries a through ball when he should just slip into Ødegaard. I think Arsenal need to recognise that this last 10 minutes hasn't been what the first 10 minutes of the second half has been. Just get back on the ball, pin them back. Gyökeres making a difference. He's pulling wide. He rolls the ball to Ben White on the overlaps. There's better combinations, there's better ideas, there's better technical security, but in that moment we lost it and they countered too quickly on us. So Arsenal, just now we got them here, just keep them there for a little bit, keep it moving. Against Chelsea we forced it a little bit away from home. No need to do that now.
Everton and Forest have both won 3 of their last 4 league games. Everton have lost just 2 of their last 11 Premier League games against Nottingham Forest.
Lovely ball.
Ødegaard to Trossard, big chance, big moment, and he doesn't score. It's the offside flag goes up anyway. But how many times has Derby pulled one back against Leicester? Derby 1, Leicester 3. How often, James, have we seen Martin Ødegaard in those positions, just playing those beautiful through balls, and Trossard just goes a bit early, his shot in the end. In fact, he tries to pull it back across goal to Gyökeres, but Martin Ødegaard in those positions, he's just magical.
Yeah, he's having a really good game. And to be fair, there were signs of it in pre-season, there were signs of it in the games before his injury, and there were definitely signs of it before the knee injury, where he was brilliant at Newcastle, had a really good game against Olympiacos, started well at home to West Ham. It's so good that he's been able to pick up his form so quickly after these injuries, because it can't be ideal. But look at the excuses we're making for Gyökeres' first season, Isak not having a pre-season, whatever it might be. Ødegaard's had a really, really stunted start to the campaign. We're in December now. I don't think he's played about 290 minutes all season, but he's looking really, really sharp. So it's good to see that he's shown that creativity in the team as well, especially in the absence of Eze, who's come off.
Everton have Pickford and Golo, O'Brien, Tarkowski, Keane, Mikalenko at the back four. Drewsbury Hall play deeper alongside Garner, Ndai, Alcaraz, Grealish will support Barry up top. For Forest, it's Sells in goal. Again, no Murillo today, so it's Morato, Milenkovic at centre-back, Savona and Williams at full-back. Anderson, Sangare, the midfield two. Ndoi, Gibbs, White, Amari Hutchinson. Good to see Amari Hutchinson. Ødegaard comes through. That's quick feet, gets a shot away on the edge of the box, and it's well saved. Good to see Amari Hutchinson start for Forest today. Igor Jesus is the centre forward. Given Martin Ødegaard's quality there, again, that shot from outside the box straight into the hands of the keeper. I expect him to do better there.
Yeah, the shot's not great, but do you know what? And forgive me for giving a bit too much credit, but Ødegaard last season would receive the ball in that space and he'd turn back inside or he'd turn into trouble. I'm quite encouraged by seeing him getting the ball in a tight space and actually carrying it past a few players and working the shot. His striking could be better, but we know he's got that in him. He's just not done it for a few seasons, but much better from Arsenal. They've grabbed control of it the last few minutes.
Lee, just before I bring the team news for Newcastle, Burnley and Spurs Brentford, we didn't have time at half-time for odds on those games, please, Lee, but Newcastle, Burnley, Spurs Brentford, please.
Yeah, Newcastle, one of those fixtures that you've just got to stick in your rack. I mean, Burnley, what can you say about them? 14-1 on to go down now. This isn't a game where you'd think they'd either identify it as a place where they could get a point because Newcastle is so good at home. There's nothing more than just put your Newcastle in your racket, really. I expect them to win and win well. Maybe Newcastle even -2. I could see them getting 3 goals here. I think Burnley will huff and puff like they normally do, and they'll maybe get a goal. Possible they get a goal, but I think Newcastle will be way too good for them. And Tottenham, Brentford, as we said already on the show, Tottenham poor at home, Brentford one of the poorest teams away from home. Draw.
Daniel Marlon is on for Ollie Watkins, who comes off. Let me then bring the team news in that Spurs-Brentford game. Vicario in goal, Porro, Romero, Van der Ven, Spence, the back 4, Bentancur and Gray, the midfield 2. Then it's Kudus, Xavi Simons, Richarlison, and Kolo Muani leading the line. So Kudus, Simmons and Kolo Muani all start Abby, which I think is a good thing for Spurs.
Yeah, it's a bit more positive, isn't it? I mean, in all honesty, there's just not many options. There's no Destiny Doggy today either. I think he's got a knock. He's not on the bench. It's just very limited what you can really do. But there's no way he couldn't keep starting someone like Xavi Simons at home. Like, you have to try and create something. I'm a bit surprised there's no Bergvall in there, to be honest.
What do you make of that 2 of Ben 2? Is that Bentancur and Gray?
Bentancur, I mean, it is what it is, really. He's always going to go with that.
Oh! Martin Ødegaard, I think, has been unbelievable today.
Oh,
and
my
he's just
word.
had a shot from 25 yards out, just outside the box. I thought it was going in top bins, but I think Martinez throws himself to his right-hand side.
Get a touch.
And yeah,
Oh, he saved
he
it.
tips that over the bar.
I think it's hitting the bar.
It's a great effort, but also a top save.
I'm loving the personality Ødegaard's showing in this game, attempting through balls, attempting dribbles in tight spaces, trying to work shots, and then when he's getting that option, look, a couple of his shots in the first half, one a couple of minutes ago, went straight to Martinez. This is a great effort, fair play. We're starting to pepper their goal a little bit more, which is really good to see, and we get a corner for it.
Yeah.
So they've given Martinez the credit for the save. They spotted it.
There's something here. I just see a late Arsenal winner, and it's the sign of champions, the sign of good team. I think they are, and it's an Arsenal corner.
Don't sell me a life you can't maintain.
Declan Rice, who overhits that to Calafiori, back at Saka. Off the line.
He's actually struck it well.
Not quite off the line, but it was heading goalwards, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And Kamara clears it. Declan Rice back in, and that's unlucky. Timber. And he doesn't get something on it, but Arsenal are pushing hard here.
Nearly 2-1 to win this, 9-5 to win the game in the 90 minutes, Arsenal.
This is... Yeah, he's actually struck it well. I think maybe. I think he's picked out a corner rather than just lashed at it, which I like. And then Kamara's dealt with it. Yeah, Arsenal starting to really knock on the door here. That was a whipped ball to the back post to Calafiori. It causes loads of trouble. After that, Rice has whipped it back into Jurien Timber, who we talked about as a threat, didn't we, earlier, Lee? But he's not quite got to it. So Arsenal have now turned the gear again in the last 6-7 minutes, which is good after dealing with some Aston Villa pressure. Really a good game for the neutral.
Yeah, I think it's been a really good game. Yeah, really good game. Abby, you'll be happy to know that Igor Thiago, Mikel Damsgaard, John Henderson and Nathan Collins all start for Brentford today after being rested in the week against Spurs.
Well done.
So it is Kelleher in goal, Coyote, Vandenberg, Collins, Aya, the
good
back
football,
four.
good football.
Gyökeres, Ødegaard outside the box. He's got Saka to his right. Saka. Rice's header and Konza with a really good last-ditch tackle, and Aston Villa are going to
get booked here, Callum.
A free kick. That should be a free kick. Should be a yellow card. He stopped the counter-attack there, hasn't he?
Yeah, but he does this all the time.
Unusual for him to get a card. It's like he's like one of the just card. He's always on the list of like players to be boosted to get a card.
Oh, is that?
It always looks likely, doesn't it? I mean, the way this game's going, you have to look at Ødegaard to be in amongst the scorers. 9-1 to score at any time in this game at the moment. 9-1, Ødegaard to get the winner or the second at least. And as far as assists go, to assist live, he's 10-1. I mean, he's involved in everything that's good
Absolutely.
about Arsenal.
be.
You know, it's like
So number
they seem big price. I know there's only 20 minutes left, but you know, they seem big prices for a player. You're watching the game and thinking he's having shots and he's in the middle of everything that results in a shot from Arsenal.
And you mentioned he's a yellow card waiting to happen. That is his 5th yellow card of the season, so he's going to miss the next league game next weekend. Is Ricardo Calafiori?
Just missed the Christmas period, didn't he? Should have waited a couple of games.
Oh, no.
I don't know. He strikes me as the sort of player that wants to be there game in, game out.
Yeah.
Well, at least we know what Lee Phelps is doing then, don't we?
I
Over
was gonna
Christmas.
say.
Yeah, sorry, I can't do that show on the 22nd, lads. Yeah, sorry.
I'm here 27th.
No
I'll be
way.
Here 27th.
Are you?
I'll be here 27th.
All right.
Are you?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I just wondered.
You?
I'm on holiday.
Oh, God. Wait, there we go. Anyway, Jadon Sancho's coming on for Aston Villa. I thought to myself, I mean, this is not the time for a holiday chat, isn't it? We've got 20 minutes to go in this massive game of football. Watford have equalised then against Norwich in the Championship. Watford 2, Norwich 2. Watford starting the day inside the bottom 3. It's going to be Bogon Sancho coming on for Aston Villa. But with the way this game is playing out, James, it looks like this is there for Arsenal to take it.
We've got momentum back. We are creating good chances. We're playing good football. We're winning our duels. Every time they are trying to counter, we're actually dealing with it nice. I think Nkapie's quietly had a really good game, or got better as the game's gone on. Timble's getting a lot of the praise in that first half, and rightly so. But it could be one of those for the centre-backs and Zubimendi in front, where they're just asked to just fight for their lives and try and get us through it, because the attack have to commit bodies forward now. They're not going to be easy to score against Villa, though we've had chances. Look, it is edging our way, but it almost weirdly suits Villa a little bit. On the counter-attack, they brought on Marlon. He's got some pace too. Jadon Sancho, I mean, he can make things happen as much as it's not really happened for him in the Premier League since he's arrived. But let's see. Really fascinating final 20 minutes here.
Every time I try and do team news, Lee, in a different game, I ended up being interrupted by Martin Odegaard's shot. So maybe I'll just wait, shall I, until the end of the game.
He's on the ball now, so
and do some
actually,
team news,
could you
yeah.
give some team news?
Okay, there we go. Newcastle got Aaron Ramsdale in goal. Livramento, Tior, Shah, Byrne, Willett, Guimaraes, Ramsey, Elanga, Voltemada, Gordon in their home game against a Burnley side who are struggling for points and goals inside of the bottom 3. They go with the front 2, though, of Baroya and Foster, Ugo Chukwu, Cullen, Louise, Bryn Larson across the midfield 4, Perez, Esteve, Ekdal, Walker, the back 4, with Dubravka in goal. And Dubravka there going back to St James's Park, where he used to play his football. Was Aston Villa win a free kick? I'll bring you the team news in the Man City Sunderland game. City got Donnarumma in goal, Nunez, Diaz, Gvardiol, O'Reilly, Gonzalez, Foden, Cherky, Silva, Docker and Haaland are the attackers. Roofs in goal, a back 5 for Sunderland of Hume, Alderate, Ballard, Mukiele, Gertruda. It's across the midfield 4, Traore, Xhaka, Siddiqui, Lefay and Isidore, who leads the line. That's City versus Sunderland. And you are up to date then with all of the team news in your Saturday 3 o'clock games. A reminder of the latest scores in the Championship. Charlton Portsmouth abandoned at goalless. That'll be replayed. Derby have pulled a goal back at home to Leicester. Derby 1, Leicester 3. This would be a huge 3 points for Marty Cifuentes, who is under real pressure as Leicester manager. And it's Watford 2, Norwich 2. Norwich have led twice in that game, but Watford are back on level terms. You've got plenty of games at 3 o'clock in the Championship. The big one, though, no doubt about it. Top of the table, Coventry going to Ipswich, who are finding form and are just outside the playoff places. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 3 o'clock games at 3 o'clock in the Championship. Confirmation then of those Aston Villa changes from Lee Phelps, because I was reading, so I didn't watch it.
Yeah, I was watching, but I didn't take enough notice of it either. I was just watching the game and thinking what prices we could find to for the end of this game, because it's all chance for Saka. Saka, interestingly, while we get those subs, there was a free kick just before then, James, and he reacted really strangely, didn't he? Like went off got a yellow card. It was a definite foul.
It was a weird one.
Really raging at the referee. I thought he was in danger of getting himself into even more trouble, to be honest.
And I think Martin's trying to get him sent off now here. I think this is, let's make it out that he's kind of clattered into me.
And when he did anything but that, he did his absolute best to get out of the way and to not clatter into him.
But I agree, it was a really weird reaction from Saka, because he did, he took out Martin. It's a foul. It's probably a yellow card, and he's reacted quite angrily towards the referee.
Just confirmation of those subs. Bogard for Onana, Sancho for McGinn.
Thank you.
Next time, please keep up to date, Lee.
Yeah,
all right?
sorry. I was trying to look at the odds.
Sorry, James.
Oh no, this is a huge 15-20 minutes. Like I said, how I feel about a draw is all dependent on what City do against Sunderland.
That question you asked earlier on about, you do ask it, would you settle for a draw? What about here? You got 15 minutes left. Do you settle for a draw here?
No.
If you're
go
Arsenal,
for it.
probably not. No.
We've had.
You don't normally go for it, though. In these situations against Chelsea, he didn't really go for it.
Yeah, I agree.
And you haven't gone for it in big games early in the season where people have criticised you for saying you could put this to bed if you go for it.
I think with Chelsea and with this Villa game, there is an element of if we lose, they've caught up to us. So as much as we're all focused on City, and rightly so, I do think there's something even mentally about just not losing. And I know that might sound like a bit of a weak mentality, but actually I think there's something about saying to the league, we are so difficult to beat, even when you feel we're not our best, even when you feel that you've been on top of us, even when you've got 10 men, and it should all be about you beating us. There's an element. I know Chelsea fans last week, there was a degree of joy in what they did, and the effort should be praised. But at the same time, it was a big missed opportunity for them. And I think, again, Arsenal came out of another big away ground without having lost. There's something to say for that. Villa are third for a reason. City went and lost here. So this is never meant to be an easy game. But I just think with the quality we've shown this season, with how the momentum's been the last 15 minutes for us, offered it now, I wouldn't take the draw. That doesn't mean we can't lose. We're very capable of losing.
Rodgers! Marlon! Oh, he's got to score!
How has he not scored that?
As I was saying.
Oh my gosh.
Marlon is a few yards out and he's got the goal at his mercy and he drags it wide. It's sort of almost a hopeful ball forward from Matty Cash. Calafiori does not deal with it. Rodgers then plays such a good ball to Marlon and he is a few yards out and he drags his shot wide. What a moment, Abby. What a chance to Marlon. At this level, a player of his quality, he's got to score.
You have to score that. They've had chances, Villa, especially first half as well, but they just should have done better. You have to score that. I don't even want to talk to you right now.
And what were we just saying? Would I take a draw? No, because we've had momentum. But literally, as that ball was put in and Calafiori didn't deal with it.
If you draw this game, it will just be 2 wins and you lost 5 league games, which is, because it wasn't only a few weeks ago, I think, and myself included, maybe.
Yeah.
I went early. A lot of people just thought Arsenal were going to run away with it. But it would be, in those 5 games, a draw against Sunderland, a draw against Chelsea, and a draw against, obviously, Aston Villa. So, I still think Arsenal are the strongest team in the league, but maybe it won't just be a procession like so many people think.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't think any Arsenal fan ever thought.
No,
and I know people don't like these excuses, but for me, a big reason for that wasn't just we've never done it before. Here, they're in again.
Oh, so unlucky. Tielemans just overhit through ball to Rodgers, but then David Raya is so quick off his line to smother the ball.
Nani Madueke's on for Saka. Yeah. If you did take the Saka epic boost before the game, impact sub applies. So if Madueke now scores or assists, you get paid out on that. But just 10 minutes to go now, and it's been a great game, hasn't it? It's been back and forward, and as Arsenal get the pressure on, suddenly Villa starting to put... even that ball there, either it's a better effort on goal or you play Sancho and don't you? It was in between, wasn't it? It was
I think
where they don't shoot and don't cross.
I would think from that positioning, I think the shooting has to be.
Has to be better than that.
Yeah, definitely.
Are you surprised in a moment like this that Saka, who probably is your best player, comes off?
I think he's been really hit and miss today. Some good balls into the box, some moments where he's beat his
fullback. That's not
the goal. Yes, he does. He does. Well, the ball. What was the move? Yes, it's Odegaard to Saka.
Saka cross goal.
Because Saka
again wasn't giving the assist for that, as far as I can tell.
I think because of the
deflection of Martinez.
It was close to being an assist, so you're unlucky if you haven't got paid out on that. But
oh really? Oh, that's frustrating.
But if it's gone straight across, it's an assist. But it's taken a nick on the way through. It's not an assist technically, is it? So,
interesting.
But he had some frustrating moments. But Saka again, like at the bridge, you are right. And taking Mourinho off, while I was happy about it, is part of what you lose in a player like Mourinho, a player like Saka, where they actually can be out the game and then just have a moment in the penalty area. Yeah. They're quite efficient. They're very clutch players. But I think Madueke, what they've kind of thought is we're not going from back to front very quickly anymore. The fullback's probably quite tired. Ian Martin's been playing, 80 minutes against Saka. Get Madueke running at him, get some different legs in the team. So let's see. He's had good impacts off the bench. Let's hope he has another.
Although you think to yourself, you start and you think, right, we've got Eze on one side and Saka on the other. These are two of the best players in the country and Europe. And then when you finish, not quite the same fear in your heart with Madueke on one side and Trossard on the other. You know what I mean? It's like it's a good replacement. You're bringing quality off the bench, but there's still a big difference between those two sets of wingers, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. But then I think it's like I hear that if you're talking about rotating from the start, but I think when you're talking bringing Madueke on from the bench, I can't imagine Martin's loving that. He's probably thinking, brilliant.
Yeah.
I've just had this big battle against Saka, and now this guy's coming on. But you make a good point. But what was it? 30 minutes in, I was saying...
Martin's in down the left-hand side, across goal!
Wow.
Sancho plays such a good ball down to Martin, who gets to the bar line, plays the ball across the face of goal. Raya comes for it, and Timber tries to slide and stop the ball going across the face of the goal, and he nearly finds the back of his net, Abby Summers. I thought that was going in.
This is actually teasing me so much, and the fact that I know that Arsenal are going to go and win this. They're going to win it.
I don't know. Look at this, they're in again.
Rodgers is in here. Rodgers! Why didn't he pass across the face of goal? David Raya makes a save at his near post. I can't believe he didn't pull that back across the face of goal. Tielemans and Arsenal are going to clear. What a chance that for Rodgers, Lee.
Unbelievable. Yeah, it's like he was waiting, like he thought he could just nudge it past the keeper, or he didn't see the ball. He didn't see anyone that he could pull it back to without.
We're second to every ball. We are second to every ball.
For the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, I completely agree. We started the second half well. Then there was 10 minutes of Villa. Then there was 10 minutes of us, and now we're on the back foot again.
It's like a boxing match, isn't it? It feels like a boxing match where both sides are taking having a round each.
Yeah.
Now it's Villa's turn.
How have Villa not scored again in this game?
Villa have been second best in their second half. There's been a lot of time in the game out of possession, but when they do get the ball, every time they've got the ball, they've caused you a problem. They've had. Feels like Arsenal have dominated the game, but Villa have had the better chances.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yes, I would agree. All in, across the 82 minutes. Yeah, Villa have had the better chances. That's actually nice from Trossard. Well played. And this is what we need. Get the ball out to Madueke, create a 1v1, and just see if we can get some runners around him. Ben White's probably shattered. I mean, he's barely played this season, although that's quite nice there.
This screams of you winning it.
This has got a Ricardo Calafiori 89th minute winner header written all over it, doesn't it?
Which is crueler.
I'll take anything.
Crueler, really.
You can go off Concer's arse. I don't mind. Just something.
Can you see that word on YouTube? Is that
I'm not sure. Sorry if I can't.
Yeah, no, just did. Yeah, no, I think you're good. So, Simon Jordan says, well, sometimes. Anyway, 84 gone then. Is there one big moment in this game? And I know it's early in the season, but it feels like it'd be not just a big moment in this game, but a big moment in the title race, doesn't it, Lee, for Arsenal, whether they get that winner or don't. If they don't, it feels like chasing Pack City are going to smell blood at 3 o'clock when they play Sunderland. But if Arsenal can get a late winner against a team and such good form as Aston Villa, massive moments. Villa so good at home, aren't they, in the Premier League under Unai Emery. Martin Odegaard comes short to get the ball. Villa at the moment, they've got 11 behind the ball, Lee. Declan Rice comes back in field to Nkape.
Still feels like there could be something in it. I mean, it's like
also Villa on the counter attack.
84 on the clock. We'll probably get obviously we'll get a few minutes afterwards. We've probably got 10 minutes left here. For a goal in the game, another goal in the game.
There's the corner.
It's 6-4 at the moment. So the odds are saying that it's going to finish. The draw is 4-9. So obviously that's kind of the 1-1 is the obvious result there. Villa to win it 11-2 and Arsenal to win it 17-5. So it feels like there's something left in here.
So cruel. It's just not fair.
The way it was spinning away from goal, wasn't it? You just think if it gets that other spin, it might just nick inside that far post.
It is a corner for Arsenal. Should we zoom in?
I think there's a goal in this.
Yeah, I think there's a goal in this.
7-4 now for a goal.
I think there could be two goals in this. I'm not even joking. I think if one team
3-1 Arsenal, I agree.
Well, that'd be nice. I think if one team scores, it's backs against the wall for the rest of the game. Who's Martinelli coming on for? This is going to be interesting.
Odegaard maybe not finish off. I was thinking.
Well, maybe. So Trossard in midfield.
Possibly. It's a corner for Arsenal. 85 minutes played. Declan Rice in swinger from the left-hand side. And that, I think, just goes onto the roof of the net. I think the Arsenal players are saying that Emi Martinez got something on. He looks guilty, doesn't he? He's got a royal smile on his face. Maybe tipped over the bar.
I didn't think he did, but yeah, we'll find out in a second. I think it's already gone out of play, but maybe not.
hard one to spot.
We need ultra edge, don't we, Lee, on that to see if it came off his. I just tweeted that Ricardo Calafiori has got an 89th minute winner and he's been substituted, so perhaps not.
He was struggling.
I'm really good at this job, aren't I? Right? Yeah. And on a yellow card as well.
He was getting done.
Yeah. Do you know what? I'm not.
Just do it again and then just put.
Trossard's off, guys.
Trossard's gone off.
Do you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if he's just back from injury and all he had in him was maybe 35 minutes.
He's done his job getting that goal, to be fair.
It doesn't look injured. I honestly think this might be a case of if you're going to use him, you've got to use him for 35 minutes. And
I always think he's the oldest. He's the oldest looking Premier League player, so maybe he just can't do more than that one.
Yeah, and
he looks older than he is, doesn't he?
And he thinks you're the oldest looking person on the talkSPORT goals panel, right?
I legitimately am, but
actually,
he isn't.
Huh?
It's just the grey hair, isn't it?
Nothing wrong.
I've got a bit of grey.
We can't all use dye like you, Lee, like you can. I see that coming.
Are you two matching today, kinda?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think so.
It's actually kind of like you look a bit similar. It's like looking at you in like another 20 years.
Yeah, it's like father and son.
Yeah, kind of.
I'll take that.
You'd be quite a cool dad, wouldn't
You'd be
you?
a great son. You'd be a great son.
And you look like brother and sister, don't you? Like,
We look like mortal
Glasses
enemies,
twins.
don't we?
yeah.
Arsenal, Tottenham.
What did you make of that sub though? The Trossard going off. You think it was just managing minutes?
He didn't look injured. And I think if you're coming off after being subbed on, I'm faking a bit of an injury or something normally, just to be like, look, guys, it's an injury, just so you know. No, I think that's probably all he could do, you know. And they probably said to him that we'll bring you on at half time, but we're probably finishing. But it could be tactical, you know, because they've got down that side way too often. Martinelli's better defensively. Gincapier, come on.
87 gone.
A little rattled here, Arsenal.
Yeah, we are. We are.
Unai Emery did an amazing thing on the touchline. He was pushing his arms up in the air like to get, you know, when you make that motion of getting the crowd going. He did it so vigorously, he actually lifted his feet off the ground as well. So he jumped 3 times.
Yeah.
It's like really into it. He
like,
wants to win this more than most.
It's like you're out in the office, isn't it? Moments for a talkSPORT goal show. Trying to get all the crew out in the office pumped for it, aren't you?
Yeah.
Jane Sancho's got the ball now for Aston Villa down the left-hand side. He comes infield. Tillemans, can he shoot? He does shoot, but once again, Declan Rice is so quick out to him. That is some touch from Buendia, but then that second one is not so good. And Arsenal
in this header.
Struggling to clear. That's a really good header. Hincapié and Emi Buendia. It's Aston Villa.
Don't foul. No, referee. Referee.
I'd have given it as well.
I think he was playing for it, but he got it legitimately.
Villa themselves made a couple of changes as well, by the way. Buendia on for Cash and Lindelof on for Pau Torres. Villa 1, Arsenal 1, 88 gone. And it would just give City and Chelsea, Abby, wouldn't it? This a big. I know Chelsea are 9 behind, but I mean, can give opportunity to get back down to 6. And City can do what? They can go 2 behind Arsenal, can't they?
3 behind us if we draw this.
If you draw, of course. Sorry, yeah.
If we lose 2.
That is exactly what we need. We need to have someone, like I said, within 6 points. But City is so hit and miss as well.
All these people, Abby.
You're talking on behalf of 19 clubs. It's like,
also, Abby,
we're a collective.
Lee, we've had Watford, by the way, have scored a late goal at home to Norwich. Watford 3, Norwich 2. Tom Ince, the goal scorer there for Watford. We've had weeks, haven't we, of Abby sitting here, Lee, going, title race is over. I'm going to move abroad. Title race is over. There's a possibility of Man City going 3 points behind Arsenal.
I didn't say the title race is over.
Yeah, you did.
I didn't. I said that I believe that Arsenal. Yeah, I said I believe that Arsenal will win.
I've come to terms with it.
I'm coming to terms with the fact that Arsenal will win the league. But do I have?
It might not be as straightforward as everybody thought. And myself included, by the way. Oh, my hands up. I was one of those people.
And do I have stocks and shares in other teams? I absolutely do. I had my stocks in Chelsea last week. This week it's Aston Villa. Do I still think that City could do something? Yeah, maybe. Do I think Liverpool could? Maybe not, but just don't. Clutching. But it's one of those things where people go, well, why don't you bank on your own team? Because let's be honest, my team are going to do nothing to contribute to.
Yeah, you've got bigger things to worry about, and that's Igor Thiago and Mikel Damsgaard causing you all sorts of problems throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, I honestly, do you know what? I really hope I told you the other day, I hope we batter them. We won't, but I hope we do. Just for the fact that they were so pathetic the other night.
Oh, let it go, Abby. 25 seconds to go then of the 90 minutes. Arsenal have won themselves a free kick just inside Aston Villa's half. A number, how much at a time? We're going to go around?
I think they'll do 4.
Abby?
6.
Lee?
5.
Yeah, I'll go 5 as well. Hasn't been too many.
I was going to go 4, but I was just trying to be different.
No, that's no. Yeah, be cool, man. You're cool. There hasn't been too many stoppages. David Ray is going to launch a long ball forward. The Esri Morgan Rogers heads away. How much added time is there? We've got 4 and a 5 and a 6 in the talkSPORT studio, and it is 4 minutes of time added on. Aston Villa 1, Arsenal 1. 4 minutes of time added on then. If Arsenal draw this game in their last 5 league games, it'd be 3 draws in 5. Yeah. Sunderland away, Chelsea away, Villa away.
Fair enough. Fair enough, though, isn't it? Like,
I'm not saying they're bad results. I'm just stating a fact, Lee.
I think one win amongst those 3, and you'd say that's a very very decent return. I think to draw all 3 is a little bit like, right, so we're not beating those guys around us in the table when we travel there. The good thing is City haven't been either. I mean, they lost at Villa. They lost to Newcastle. They have won their last 2 games though. Hey, against Fulham and who do they beat? Yeah, Leeds. Right, long ball at Declan Rice. That's a good throw.
Long throw, and it comes to Martinez. And is he going to try and launch a counter-attack? No. I would just keep hold of this ball. Right, he's going to throw it out now to Morgan Rogers. Played a minute of the 4.
Surely that's not.
No, it's just a long
That's
hoof forward there
pointless,
from.
absolutely
I think Villa might now be at the point where they think, you know what, take a point against the Premier League leaders. It's not a bad result.
I think this is going to be quite an open final 3 minutes.
I can't deal with it.
I like my analysis that Arsenal feel like they've controlled the majority of the game, but Villa have had the best chances still, haven't they? On the counter-attack, they've had the best moments. I mean, that Marlon chance there 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Such a big moment.
How Villa did not score.
I think, of the...
Madueke. Really, really good attack. Do you know what? I think Yuri Tielemans also is one of the most underrated players in the Premier League.
Very good player.
Absolutely. Also, by the way, we've spoken obviously a lot about Arsenal on this show, haven't we? Unai Emery continues to do a remarkable job happy with Aston Villa, doesn't he?
Yeah, he has, especially when you think about like what he's done in general since taking over Villa, and the state they were in when he first came into the club. I just think he doesn't get enough credit. He's made them, legitimate, European.
Absolutely.
Champions League quarterfinals last year.
Quarterfinals last year. Getting consistent European football of some kind. When he took over, they were in relegation zone.
Yeah.
He's just done such a brilliant job there. And I think that after the Arsenal, after his time at Arsenal, I think maybe his stocks were probably not particularly high. Like, I don't know if you can say more. You just felt that he probably
in this country definitely
wasn't good enough for Arsenal, but just couldn't get you to where you.
Arsenal fans weren't having him, were they?
They really weren't.
His first season was better than people give him credit for.
Yeah.
But his second season, where everyone now reflects on him after what he's done at Villa and Villarreal, they've gone, maybe you should have given him time. No, that second season was appalling. But I concede the first season was much
However, in his defence, I would honestly say that...
Declan Rice with the ball across goal to Madueke. That was the wrong option there from Madueke. Declan Rice putting a really good dangerous ball across the face of goal. Madueke at the back post came onto it, and with his right foot, James, he tried to score at the near post, and that was a poor decision to make in that situation because he was never going to score from that angle.
No, he's taking it so badly.
He pulls that ball across the face of goal. He's got Gyökeres and Martinelli in decent positions.
I think he's just rushed it, but
keeper did well as well, though. Kind of almost came and then just kind of held his ground and made sure. By the way, Emery, 62 wins in the Premier League makes him Villa's most successful Premier League manager of all time.
I was actually going to say, in just with his time at Arsenal, obviously he followed. He came in straight after Wenger.
Yeah.
So obviously, when you get into that position, like any manager, when you've had someone there a very, very long time before that, it's a bit of a what's the word?
Sancho with a better ball could have played in Marlon, but in Cape. Throw in for Aston Villa.
What are you doing, mate?
We've got 30 seconds left. Villa got the ball. Sancho, Buendia. Odegaard does so well to get back in and make a good tackle. We've got 10 seconds to go. Yuri Tielemans, Kamara now, out to Rodgers, right-hand side, into Marlon, inside the box. Is there one moment here? Rodgers, cross! Chance! Oh, have not scored! Buendia! Kamara! Oh, no, handball! Buendia! Goal! Gonna win it!
Oh, my God.
Gonna win it!
I can't believe that.
Wow, doing a full sprint, the full length of the pitch. Aston Villa 2, Arsenal 1.
Oh
in
my
stoppage
God.
time at Villa Park. Wow.
Absolute bedlam at Villa Park. Aston Villa have scored in the 95th minute. There was, what even happened there?
It was a proper old school goalmouth scramble.
Oh
That's
my
what it
God,
was.
you just love to see that. Unbelievable. That is it. That's what we live for, isn't it? That's what we want to see, lads. Proper title race. Oh, I'm just concerned that that's going to get ruled out for something.
You know
I'm
what, you're
just
right.
concerned.
A lot was going on.
It
There was
felt
so
like
much
the
going on
ball
in
was
that
just
box.
in and around the box for like a minute. But what we do know is Emi Buendia
Please don't rule this out
has
for
side-footed the ball into the back of the net. I'll try and tell you what happened here. Marlon has the ball inside the box. It comes across the face, across in to Sancho. Great save by the goalkeeper. Then there's like 2 or 3 attempts on goal. Arsenal clear. Arsenal block, but can't clear. It then just falls to Buendia. And the finish from Buendia is perfection. James, how are you feeling? What do you make of that?
I'm gutted. That is devastating. And you know what? On the bounce, that second half, Villa deserve it, to be honest. I thought the first half, when they were 1-0 up, I actually thought we'd had a good first half. Unfortunate to go down at half-time 1-0. But they've deserved it this second half, and they've won the game, and deservedly so, because we were such a mess defensively. Look, we kind of had chances to go 2-1 up, but we didn't have... Football's so weird. I thought we had more control of the game at 1-0 down in the first half than we ever did in that second half. And yeah, it's blown the title race wide open.
Full time at Villa Park. It is all over in a thoroughly entertaining game of football. Aston Villa have beaten Arsenal. Villa took the lead after 36 minutes. Matty counter scoring. Arsenal equalised early in the second half with Trossard. It was a really good, entertaining game of football. Emi Buendia, in an amazing moment right at the end, scores a 95th minute winner for Aston Villa. Aston Villa's remarkable recent form continues. They're up to second in the Premier League table, 3 points behind Arsenal. Arsenal lose for just the second time this season. Abby, so many people thought, and myself included, that Arsenal were going to run away with this title. And look, they're still going to be the favourites, but in Arsenal's last 5 league games, a draw with Sunderland, a draw with Chelsea, they've now lost to Aston Villa. And if City win, they go 2 points behind them. This feels, Abby, like a massive day in the title race.
Huge. Listen, I haven't had many happy days this season supporting my own team, so I can only really have special moments like this that blow us a title race wide open. We just need to make sure that obviously Manchester City do their job today, because there has been so much inconsistency. But I said it to you a few weeks ago, if anybody can stay within distance of Arsenal going into that second half of the season, then we are in for a shout. And not only that, if you're a neutral in this, granted I'm probably not a neutral, I'm probably not best to talk about that, but you do want to see a title race. I don't want to see what we've seen over the last few years where it has just been one team that's run away with it. I want to see why the Premier League is so good, the best teams battling at it and not just rolling over every single week for Arsenal, and like not giving energy and not putting up a fight against them. And credit to Villa, and I'll give them, credit to Chelsea last week as well. Probably unfortunate with what happened with the red card, because we could have seen a very, very good competitive game, even more so with 11 men. But today, I genuinely don't think that Villa were poor. I think that Villa could have won this game if they would have had more quality in the final third earlier on, potentially. I think they battled really well. Second half, they did drop off in patches and at times. But I thought it was a good game. I thought it was a very high energy level. I thought pressing was really good. And I'm just absolutely over the moon. I'm over the moon, to be honest with you.
James, what do you make of that game from an Arsenal point of view? How would you sum it all up? How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's gutting, because a point would have been disappointing in itself, but you kind of take some positives out of it. I think sometimes it's not just losing, it's the way you lose. I don't mean a 95th minute winner. I mean Nketiah basically just getting in front of the defender, or the attacker, sorry, just needs to boot it down the line. You defend a throw in from their half and you're all right. The fact that he's basically taken a heavy touch and now we're defending, in an area of the pitch that we didn't need to, it's just so frustrating. I don't know. It's a bad day. We haven't had many this season. Probably Liverpool's the last time I felt like this, and that was back in August. So, if you're spacing these bad days every 4 or 5 months, you're probably going to be fine. But, I don't even think we played badly today. But Villa, that second half, took advantage of a very pulled apart Arsenal back four who were just defending as individuals, not as a collective. And when you do that, you're prone to some individual quality winning the game. And, Villa stuck it on us at the end there, and they deserve the win.
Have you seen any sort of change in Arsenal's, not just today, but over the last 5 games? Because it was, lots of people just thought, can Arsenal the title now? And I still think Arsenal are the strongest team in this league, and I still think Arsenal are going to win the league. But again, City can get to 2 points. You've only won 2, you lost 5 league games. Have you noticed any difference in the kind of consistency in the performances over the last few weeks, or is it just tough games against tough teams?
When we went that run on 8 clean sheets, it wasn't just about teams not scoring; it's about teams barely getting shots against us. What we saw at Chelsea was, even though Raya didn't have too much to do, it was a very open game, which I didn't like. This a very open game, but this time Raya was really, really worked by Aston Villa, and probably if Chelsea had kept 11 men on the pitch, it would have been the same there. Sunderland definitely stuck it on us and caused us problems, so we're not handling these sort of big away games particularly well for whatever reason. Look, no one wants to hear it, and I get it. It's a very expensively assembled squad. We've got a brilliant squad. It's tough without Saliba and Gabriel. You are, and I'm not just talking about missing your 2 starting centre-backs. I'm talking, we went in with another brand new pairing again today in Timber and Nketiah, when you play an hour against Brentford at home. I've said this so many times, for whatever reason, I think because we've been 5 points clear, 6 points clear, people have sort of taken it as like, yeah, okay, sounds nice. The best teams, the ones who've won titles, I keep saying you can name 9, 10 players their starting 11 because they went out week in, week out. Arsenal right now are constantly patching up different positions all the time. We need to get these players fit. We need to get consistency. We need to get momentum. Before a ball was kicked today, I was actually congratulating the team for even being 5 points clear of City with the injuries we've had. Whatever happens at the end of this weekend, we'll still be top of the league. But we need to get Saliba back. We need to hope Gabriel's not too long. And even if you're going to have injuries, everyone's having them. Every team can point to that. But we just need to get something of a spine out there. Gyökeres, Zubimendi, Ødegaard back in the team would be great. Your centre-back starting. And you know what? You're going to change the full-backs every now and again, or the wingers. But to have our spine constantly picked at has been disappointing. But that's not the reason we lost today. Because today, for me, there was a structural issue. We were far too open. And I think even with the players on the pitch, you can get into 2 banks of 4. You can be compact. You can be difficult to break down. And we weren't that either. So for the wider talk of the Premier League, we need some players back. For today, that was just disappointing with the individuals we had.
Are you starting to worry now?
But I was never too secure. I was confident that, we were playing at a level which
You're surprised at how many people are almost saying, in November it's done, give it to Arsenal.
Yeah, but let me not pretend I wasn't confident, because I was. I felt the way we played that second half against Sunderland, and a lot of how we played today. I look at us and I go, wow, we're a very, very good side. But there's been... And actually, I hate using this against Arsenal because I think it's lazy, but I think there's been something of a slight mentality issue with the way we've handled Sunderland and Chelsea and Villa away. And as individual
Explain
games...
that in detail, please, because that's something that lots of people have mentioned with Arsenal. And I've actually gone the other way and thought they're going to be a year older, a year wiser, a year more experienced. But that's interesting for you, James.
I wouldn't have said it for the one-off games. But when it's 3 back-to-back away Premier League games, I think you've got to look at why have we at moments had control of these games, and then at moments it slipped away from us. Why have we looked quite open? Why have we looked like teams have been able to play 1 or 2 passes and get behind us quite easily? That Sunderland game, I talk about how brilliant we were in the second half against Sunderland, but there were 2-3 moments where they were just through on goal in that second half through a couple passes.
Is that a mentality issue, or is that a coaching structural issue?
We had Saliba and Gabriel on the pitch against Sunderland, so I don't know with that. With Chelsea, they had 10 men.
So you're saying in that Sunderland game, using that as an example, which is what, in mid-November at the time it would have been ballpark, that already Arsenal are mentally overthinking things and mentally not going into games with a clear game plan?
I don't think it's a mentality towards winning the titles. I genuinely think these teams go. I think every team in the league, we're here in the media, we talk about the wider context every time. I think players go out and they just look at what's in front of them in terms of the opposition. So I don't think it's about the weight of winning the Premier League, because even losing today was still top. I think it's more the weight of Aston Villa have been physical. I imagine the crowd was lively. Chelsea, we know, with the tifo and the fireworks and everything before, and then suddenly this team are aggressive and they get onto you, and you're not able to play the way you wanted to maybe the first 10 minutes. I think Arsenal, at their best, look at that second half against Bayern Munich. We had them in a stranglehold. We were all over them. Tottenham for 90 minutes, we were all over them. Now, I appreciate at home it's easier, but why away? Against good sides, Sunderland, Chelsea, Villa, very good sides. But why did we... You see that second half after we equalised? Villa suddenly had all the ball.
This is something
then we wrestled back control.
I have said, though, for weeks about the mentality, because it's not about saying that you can't do it. It's just whether or not you can do it, because you haven't actually got over the line yet. Yes, you look like the best team, but any time I have seen a team, which has not been often this season, which is why I was so excited by the Chelsea game, and I was so annoyed, obviously, Caicedo getting sent off, because I genuinely do believe that Chelsea would have actually won that game, the way that the crowd was and the way that I hadn't seen you be so open at all in that midfield. I saw Declan Rice dropping so incredibly deep because he obviously didn't trust that back line to be able to do that, because it wasn't your normal partnership.
Yeah, that's true.
So he was taken out. He was a lot deeper. But when I see you go up against or come to places that have got a lot of energy, a lot of intensity, teams that want to go in hard and challenge you, I haven't seen proof yet that you do have the minerals and the mentality to do that. Now, when I called you out on that and I said, I still don't know if Arsenal will win the league, they probably will, but it's about the mentality. I said that probably in October, and the amount of comments and what people say is, I'm just a hater. It's not, because there isn't proof. There's no proof in the pudding yet, because you haven't done anything. You haven't got over the line. For example, we can go back to Real Madrid last season. Incredible performance, to the point that even I wanted to compliment you and say, fair play, better team. But you didn't win the Champions League that night. But the way in which Arsenal and the bigger community celebrated that, it was as if you had won the Champions League.
Yeah, but you're allowed to celebrate
of course you're allowed,
a quarter-final win over Real Madrid.
Of course you're allowed to celebrate it, but the job wasn't done. The job wasn't done. The performance wasn't good enough against PSG. The mentality wasn't there for me against PSG.
They also did lose to an unbelievable PSG
sure,
team.
But go back and watch that performance, how they performed against PSG. It was a letdown. The mentality wasn't there. So until I see
was that a mentality thing, or did they just lose to the best team in the world?
I think Arsenal, their mentality was not there that night.
I respectfully disagree with that. I think we actually gave PSG a decent 2 legs personally.
First one, absolutely not. My hate watch was so successful. I was incredibly shocked.
I know we lost. I thought we played okay that day, but
average.
But my again, sorry to be pedantic on the mentality thing. It's a double-edged sword. Arsenal can't prove they've got the mentality till they literally lift it, and then the day they lift it, it's they've got the mentality. So they can never prove that until they actually do it. So that's fair. But at the same time, we can't say they don't have the mentality for it. We can talk about previous years, but this is a new team with Gyökeres, with Eze, with Zubamendi, with 2 brand new centre-backs. When I use the word mentality, and I want to be really clear about this, I'm saying that we had chopped and changed a few positions, okay? We go into this game, Villa clearly up for it. They know if they beat us, they close the gap. Chelsea clearly very up for it. Sunderland clearly very up for it. And for large spells of all those games, we weren't playing anywhere near our best football. That's what concerns me. And in between all that, Brentford, very controlled, very good. Bayern Munich, brilliant. Tottenham, brilliant. So it's not that we're in a bit of an iffy run of form. There's something about when we've gone away from home against, you can't even say better teams because Bayern are the best team in the world. So you go up against these teams away from home. We have struggled to get control. And that's what Arsenal's Arteta, if you had to define it in a word, it's control. They want control of every aspect of the game. They want to be better on set pieces, attacking them, defending them. They want to pin you in their half or in your own half. But when you are in a deep block, Villa should have been moving it side to side without an idea of how to break us down. But they didn't. With every attack, they were through on goal in some way, in that second half in particular. So when I say mentality, I mean, it's more dealing with adversity. Today, Villa stuck it on us, as Chelsea did, and we never got into our best flow or our best rhythm. And that's where I wonder, well, what is that? Why now? I really don't think you can underplay losing Saliba and Gabriel because they are your rocks at the back. Yep. There's a reason we talk about them as not only the best partnership in the world, but maybe 2 of the best centre-backs in the world. They're a big miss. However, that game, we should have just recognised when Rice pulls it across goal to Madueke and he doesn't score, that was a big chance. Just get tight, nothing silly, clear your lines. And we go and lose the game. And what was I saying earlier? Sometimes you can take it a point and you can walk away Villa going, we were really good and we still didn't beat them. That's not the message we've sent. The message is...
Can I ask you, do you think that this then comes from the manager rather than the players?
No, I think Arteta's getting a lot right this season, if I'm honest. And I think he's had to deal with, like I said, the players coming in and out all the time. I liked his subs today. I really liked them. He made the subs at half-time. They made a difference. I think Calafiori was struggling on a yellow card. He was getting picked off of that right-hand side, so he brings Lewis Skelly on. I don't really know what more he could have done, Arteta. And when you talk about mentality coming from the top, I don't know. I saw us in the first half against Bayern Munich go man for man. We're 1-1. They were playing well.
Brilliant.
And we went and lifted it again. Yeah. So I don't think the message from Arteta is to... In the past, we've been called boring and perhaps a bit too passive. Yeah. And that might have got us a point today. But he's actually trying to chase the win. So I can't really complain.
Why did he take Saka off then?
I think he took Saka off because he was struggling, if I'm honest. I know he played a part in the goal.
He put Martinelli on.
I think, again, Trossard, I think that was maybe injury-related or I don't know. Not injury-related, but just minutes-related. The Saka one I understood.
That could have been a form thing, could it?
He wasn't at his best today, Saka. But again...
But seeing the sort of player, though, like even if Bukayo Saka's not having a good game, because it's Bukayo Saka and a world-class player and you're away at Aston Villa, do you not keep that type of player on?
You've played
I'm thinking if Mo Salah was in good form for Liverpool, like if he had a quiet hour, 75 minutes, you'd almost be like, fine, you still bank on him to make that killer pass or score that goal.
I think maybe, but again, this is someone who's had 2 hamstring injuries in 2025, one of them long term.
More managing his minutes as well, you think?
Yeah, and Madueke looked bright against Brentford, and the logic of bring on Madueke against the tiring Martin makes sense. I don't really have a problem with anything Arteta's done. I have a problem with Arsenal just not seeing it out.
You play Aston Villa, you got 3 league games, and then you play Villa again on the 30th of December, which feels really soon. You'll be happy to know. Got some really good news now. Your next league game is home to Wolves, so you can rest easily there.
Yeah, this is good.
Then Everton away in the league and Brighton at home in the league before you do play Aston Villa again on the 30th of December.
Remember what I said about what we were just saying about mentality?
Everton away.
You know what I'm saying about dealing with the occasion? Everton is going to be such a great test of that.
Do you know,
fourth away game in a row.
And also, again, sorry to bang on about timing. That's the Saturday 8 o'clock kickoff, which again feels under the lights on a weekend that the Everton fans will be up for that.
Windy.
It will be cold, Abby.
Cold
Yes.
and
My point. You know, we are a better team than Everton. So what will we get when we go there? They'll be. I like Everton. They're good.
No, obviously you're better than
right,
Everton.
exactly. That's not a crazy thing to say, is it?
That's a game that you lot. I don't know if you like that. I don't know if you.
we
I don't know if you like that game.
We don't. We've won once in like the last 5 years or 6 years.
It's a
cool. It's a really, really tricky game. Yeah.
Oh, come on, Everton! You must. You must do that,
Abby, come on then. You've sat and watched Arsenal in a lot of games this season. I see you're typing away on your phone. What's the lay of the land? What are people saying on social media?
Just everyone's just very happy. Just
How are you
very,
feeling?
very. I'm good. Regardless of what happens to me today, I've won. I'm good. I've got to take the wins where they come from. Look, I need this. I'm sorry, but I do. I can't have the season that I'm having and then let Arsenal just run away with the title as a Spurs fan. What Spurs fan would sit there and say they're happy with that? I'm telling you, there will be many happy, not even just Spurs fans, but there's a lot of people that don't want to see Arsenal win the league.
You know why I'm not an Arsenal hater, James. I'm a big fan of.
It's rude to just assume I'm an Arsenal hater.
Well, you are an Arsenal hater.
Is it rude to assume that?
I have been very nice about you as well.
James,
This
So you haven't been nice.
James, I love the job that he's done there. I know the team he's built was phenomenal. But I'm happy because I was slightly worried because my team, I think my team Liverpool were out the title race. I was worried then looking at the title race as a neutral that it was going to just be a genuine procession. So the fact that you have dropped some points in the last few weeks and Villa have come close to City and Chelsea, I think it's good for the Premier League. Obviously not so much for Arsenal. What do you make then of the chasing pack? By the way, as well, also we have spent the last few minutes talking about Arsenal. Aston Villa and Unai Emery, he continues to do a absolutely remarkable job. And you mentioned he took over a team a few years ago that were at the wrong end of the table, and in the space of a couple of years, he's taken them into Europe. He's taken them into the Champions League, the Champions League quarter-finals, and sat here right now in December, Aston Villa are second in the Premier League on 30 points, 3 points behind Arsenal. And, Aston Villa, I know everyone's dealing with PSR, but I think Aston Villa have been a team in particular over the last couple of seasons where they would say they found it really hard and really frustrating in terms of not being able, they've got into the Champions League. Can they then go out and spend this and that to try and put the pressure properly on Arsenal, Man City, and etc.? And they haven't been able to do that. They've been a little bit hamstrung, and I know they found that frustrating. They've had to try and do loan deals and stuff like that. So in that respect, they've had the highest hand tied a little bit behind their back. You could argue Unai Emery, when we're talking about the best coaches in the world, Unai Emery is in that conversation.
Definitely.
He is mixing it with the elite. They got such a good team. I think the midfield three complements each other. So I think having Yuri Tielemans back at the base of that midfield, controlling the game is so important. I think we talk about your Bellinghams, your Fodens, your Palmers as England's best attacking players. I mean, Morgan Rogers is up there in terms of ability, consistency. The two centre halves, Pau Torres and Konza, complement each other so well. The goalkeeper, Martinez, has proven himself. They're just such a good team. And again, second in the league, 3 points behind Arsenal. The job he does there, Abby, they are punching well above their weight.
Absolutely. I think you have to give him all the credit because, like we said earlier, where he picked them up from and what he's done with them in the last few years is just incredible. They're a serious football club, Aston Villa, and I think that they were such a sleeping giant for so long. Obviously, they had relegation. They've been through it, and it's good to see them back, kind of where they kind of belong in terms of competing. European places. That's something that I think Villa fans would have dreamed to be back in the contention for.
We're in the Championship. 6, 7, 8
It wasn't
years
even
ago,
that long ago.
whatever it was.
It's just they've just done such a great job. And you look at that squad, even like the loan deals that they've managed to do. Obviously, they didn't manage to keep Asensio, but like the difference that he made when he came in last year, they've just very.
The best day Rashford lost season, isn't he?
Exactly. I had Rashford. Look at the rebirth of that, and you look at McGinn, you look at Tielemans, you look at Rodgers, like you mentioned, very good defensively as well. Bench is decent, and they have managed to do that, being on somewhat of a budget as well. You look at how they started the season, slow. People were, again, very quick to kind of put question marks.
Didn't score in the first 4 league.
No, and also Watkins hasn't been brilliant this season. It's, scored 2 goals the other night against Brighton, but prior to that, it's only 3 goals this season in the league. So they've still been functioning and getting over the line, getting wins and racking them up, as we would say.
They are definitely
racking them
that's
up.
a good way to use the word racking.
I just think you have to give so much credit to Unai Emery because, like we said earlier on about when he took over from Arsenal, he came in just straight after Arsene Wenger. Let's be real, your team was pretty poor then as well. If you go back, and he didn't do a brilliant job the second season. And I think people are very quick to write him off. But he's got so much pedigree, especially when it comes to Europe as well. And, stocks are very, very high for him. And he's just done a brilliant job of
in this game. In this game, he was making changes to respond. So Marlon comes in, suddenly he's stretching our defence a little bit. And that's where I think he's brilliant. The thing is, managers have to do so many things, whether it be a rebuild, whether it be the transfer market, whether it be getting a particular style of football embedded, whatever it might be, and they all have different targets or whatever. But the one thing Unai Emery is always brilliant at is responding in game. And I remember, and I'm honestly not just saying this because you're next to me, I remember, do you remember the 4-2 at the Emirates when you were 2-1 up at half time? This is a good few years ago. Torreira scored. He was our manager then. And he made a change at half time and the whole game flipped. And that was the moment I started to notice Emery as the kind of guy who can read what's going on. And he probably saw at minute 70 Arsenal wrestle back control, so he makes changes again. That's the kind of pedigree of manager, like you said, he is. Sometimes football can be a game of chess. I know no one likes to talk about it in that way, but it can be. So full credit to him, and he's deserved the win today.
Also, he's not scared. He's not scared to do things. I think some teams would.
Yeah, I
if
agree with that.
If you were 1-1 against Arsenal, I think some teams would have been like, all right, let's kind of shut up shop. He didn't do that. He kept pressing. He kept saying, no, we can do something here. We've got options, and we're going to try and create. Yes, they didn't have the most brilliant second half, probably for the first 20 minutes or so, but then they grow into the game, and I think the positive changes that he made impacted that. It also gives you belief, doesn't it, from a managerial point of view? If you see your manager being like, no, we can go and do something in this game. We're not just going to sit here and take the point, which a lot of teams would have done.
And you, I'm just going to double check this, because lots of stuff's happened at the same time. But I think he bought Buendia on for Matty Cash.
Yeah.
So it's a very, very attacking substitution, isn't it, to make so late on in the game? Yeah, Lindelof came on for Torres.
Sancho obviously came on,
and then Buendia came on for Cash. So it's quite a brave sub to make against the team top of the table on 87 minutes late. 66-1. You laughed at the possibility of Aston Villa winning the Premier League. Then I'm guessing that has maybe not even halved. It's possibly
same price as Chelsea and Liverpool, 25-1 to win the Premier League title. Arsenal have drifted out slightly to 4-7. Man City 2-1 ahead of their next game. And Emery, we said it earlier on, 62 wins as Premier League manager, which took him past John Gregory, took him past Martin O'Neill as the all-time, winning most manager for Aston Villa. He's obviously added one on there, 63, and in far fewer games than those two managers as well. So the best, technically at the moment, the best Premier League manager in Aston Villa's history.
Wow.
James, final word then for you. How will Arsenal respond to this? What's the mood going to be like, do you think, over the next couple of days?
I think this will be quite a deflating one for Arsenal. But they really need to dust themselves down. They need to look at, honestly, it's going to sound silly, but you almost need to kind of make excuses for yourselves and go, all right, we had a run of tough away games. Like, let's just dig back deep. We've had a bad run. At the end of it, we're going to stay top of the league at the end of this weekend. Go again. You can't look back. Like, it sounds silly. There's nothing you can do about it. You just got to move forward.
Look at the smirk there on Abby's face. Do you want to look into your camera, Abby, and give us a nice smile? Come on then. How are you feeling, Abby?
I have a starburst in my mouth.
You can still smile with a starburst in your mouth, can't you?
Probably not. It's kind of in my tooth. Give me 1 sec. Let me just digest
What can I just say?
You ruined your moment there, Abby.
By 5 o'clock, probably won't be smiling.
No, but you know what? I think she cares more about she cares more, and I kind of get it from your point of view a little bit. Yeah. She cares more about Arsenal losing than Spurs winning. That's where you're at, right?
I can't buy a win in a minute at home.
Can I don't need a starburst while we're on air next time?
Chatting to James, 1 sec.
Or learn like I can to learn how to put it in your gum while speaking.
Oh, that was very.
What? No, you have to hide it.
There we go. Smile. Okay. Happy.
There's the thumbnail sorted. There we go. Right, James.
They won't use that.
It's been.
We know they won't.
Thank you very much for your time.
You're leaving so soon?
Yeah, I'm not here for the rest of it. I know. Enjoy. Hopefully, Sunderland have something for us. Just very quickly, while I was saying about I don't mean make excuses. Just Arsenal have to rationalise this, dust themselves off, go again. You can't dwell on it, but let's see.
It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Such a manager's answer to finish off, isn't it?
No, they have to.
He's a great tactician.
One game at a time, isn't it? Yeah. James, top man, we do appreciate your
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
A bad defeat. We are going to carry on and watch some big 3 o'clock games.
Lots of energy.
Zach Jalab, who is a Chelsea fan, that's a good lad, isn't he?
Chelsea.
Is going to pop in. So Arsenal lose away to Aston Villa by 2-1. Confirmation in the Championship: Leicester 1, 3-1 at Derby. Watford 3, Norwich 2. Taking a quick break on talkSPORT Goals. When we do come back, it's time for our 3 o'clock games, guys. Let's do this. Hello and welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. We are live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and also as well on your smart TVs. It's Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps and Abby Summers. We are with you until 5:30 this afternoon on talkSPORT Goals. Zach J-Lab is about to join us in the studio to watch our 3 o'clock games in the Premier League. There has been plenty of drama already in the Premier League. A massive game, a massive moment. Aston Villa have beaten Arsenal by 2-1. Aston Villa up to second on 30 points, 3 behind Arsenal on 33. So confirmation, Aston Villa 2, Arsenal 1. We have 5 3 o'clock games in the Premier League. Bournemouth, Chelsea, Everton, Forest, City, Sunderland, Newcastle, Burnley and Spurs Brentford. The 5:30 game this afternoon is Leeds versus Liverpool. We got 2 results today in the Championship. Leicester going to Derby and winning 3-1. Watford 3, Norwich 2 was a result in the Championship. Norwich's poor season continuing. They are in the bottom 3 in 23rd place. They're 4 points off safety. The big game today in the Championship at 3 o'clock is Coventry, the league leaders, going away to Ipswich, who start the day 7th in the table. But now our attention very much turns to the 5 games at 3 o'clock in the Premier League, and in particular for Man City at home to Sunderland. A victory for them would take them 2 points behind Arsenal. Even for Chelsea, if they can win at Bournemouth, they would go 6 points behind Arsenal once again. So it's still Sam Ellard, it's still Lee Phelps, it's still Abby Summers. Zach J-Lab, welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. How are you?
Hello, very, very good. I saw the result on the way in. I am over the moon. Yes, but in terms of a Chelsea point of view, big game today. Bournemouth obviously had a few rough results recently. But yeah, no, I'm excited. A lot of fun 3 p.m. kickoffs.
Yeah, it's a big day, and I guess the Arsenal result for obviously Chelsea, Villa, City fans amazing, but I think for the Premier League as well, Zach, just it feels like we got a title race on our hands here.
We do. In some way, shape, or form. I don't feel like it's going to be the one of a few years ago where teams are going for 100 plus 90, because it kind of feels like at times, any team can beat anyone. Sunderland have proven that this season since coming up. They're such a tough team to play against. Bournemouth I know, as we mentioned, kind of recently haven't had the best run of results, but over the years have been fantastic. There's so many tough places to go away, and I think we could have a really, really interesting time. Post-December, it's going to be very interesting to see what the table looks like.
100%.
I've never seen Abby. Look at the smile she's got on her.
I can't even tell you.
Honestly.
Have you got it all out? Has she had it all? Have you put it all out there yet?
I'm so... Do you know what was really sad? That when we scored... So my trouser had been stuck in the chair for the whole of that second half. I couldn't move. I literally text Jamie being like, I need a pair of scissors at the bottom of my trouser. Lee helped me out when we went to the break.
What do you mean? What
So
the chair did it get stuck?
This little
Round the wheel.
bit
Got stuck
was
round the
stuck round the wheel. So when we scored, I wanted to obviously get up and celebrate with you.
Sure.
And I couldn't.
Oh, no.
So it just meant I was basically just sitting on top of James.
Can I just say
and
something?
I couldn't give it the full limbs. It needed to get...
The studio needed limbs.
I do find it when we scored to you, like you two were Aston Villa. I love this how you just
but I love
adopt every...
I love football, so I love big goals. I love big moments.
And I love Aston Villa.
fair, Zach.
I'm a
Yeah,
massive
completely.
Villa fan.
Completely.
Hello, always have been. Up the Villa. Whole end.
Yippee-yi-yay.
Yeah.
Yippee-yi-oh.
Honestly, up the Villa. They're going to do a title charge, and I will be there.
yeah.
I will be there backing them.
Anyone that isn't Arsenal, I think.
Honestly, last week I've got stocks in you guys. I was doing up the Chelsea last week. I don't care.
What would be nice this afternoon is if Chelsea, Manchester City and Liverpool then went and won, and Tottenham,
Thank
went
you.
and won. Yeah, for you.
Thanks,
But
cheers.
That was
you
a
go and
pity
win
one
that,
as
then
well at the
Do
end.
you know what we're going to do? We need to take one more break for our 3 o'clock games. Abby's got to sort her trousers out. Someone's got to have Zach.
I've got to do my ears. I've got to
Someone's
sort
got to
my
have
ears
Zach
out.
put his
Yeah.
headphones
I'm
in.
gonna get a
When we
peppermint
come
tea.
back,
Yeah, we need a cup of tea.
Lee teed it up there perfectly. Arsenal lose. Can Chelsea take advantage? Can Man City take advantage? We find out in a couple of minutes' time on talkSPORT Goals. A very good afternoon and welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. It's brought to you by Final One Standing, new from William Hill, 18+, gambleaware.org. Terms and conditions apply. The 3 o'clock games in the Premier League are just about to get underway. It's Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Abby Summers, Zach J-Lab taking you through a busy day of football up and down the country. One big result already today in the Premier League. Aston Villa beating Arsenal by 2-1. 5 games at 3 o'clock. Bournemouth, Chelsea, Everton, Forest, City, Sunderland, Newcastle, Burnley, Spurs, Brentford. 2 results in the Championship, a much needed win for Marty Cifuentes and Leicester go into the informed side derby and winning by 3-1. Watford.
But any side with Cole Palmer in the squad, or at least starting, is a better side, in my opinion. There are definitely arguments for England, but that's a different kind of conversation. Chelsea with Cole Palmer are a better team. And hopefully this is a Cole Palmer now that is back to full fitness. I think we saw at the start of the season that he was kind of struggling with this injury. And he's had a little while out now. And Chelsea, without him, I think have done a pretty good job. Obviously faced Barcelona, faced Arsenal, a bit of a rough one against Leeds most recently. But yeah, Cole Palmer starting, I think can only be a good thing.
Obviously, that Leeds game in the week, I mean, you'd been in good form, hadn't you?
Yeah.
Had you seen that coming?
Not necessarily. I think it was a heavily rotated side. I think any team, any Chelsea team doesn't have Reece James in, I do slightly worry for. I think he adds a physicality. I think he is one of the best players in the world in his position, even when he's playing in midfield. And so, yeah, it was a bit of a rough one. But what I will say is Chelsea, I think, kind of needed that a little bit, like to put them back into a realisation of, oh no, this isn't going to be easy. Like, not every result is going to be like Barcelona or positive like Arsenal, and that you do have to maybe put a bit of respect on these lower teams. And look, Chelsea normally in the last few years have had a really rough December. They did last season. I think that's what really affected them into the new season, into the new year. But this year, look. Let Leeds learn from it, let it happen, learn from it, and go in for the rest of this month. Because it's important. Coming the end of this month, there's some tough games, and Chelsea need to be on top.
Do you think this? What do you think is kind of Chelsea's? Is it time to talk a little bit too over the top? Do you think it is a Chelsea team that can compete, maybe challenge?
This is the youngest team in the league. It's the youngest team in the league. It's definitely a team that I think can challenge. But I think look, they're the minimum is top 4. The minimum is top 4, or at least Champions League, whether, 5th place is a Champions League place or whatever. The minimum is a Champions League place. And if they can go all the way to challenge for...
Oh, sorry to cut you off. We have our first goal of the afternoon. And Everton, who have 3 wins in 4, have taken the lead against Nottingham Forest at the Hill Dickinson Stadium. And it is Kieran Dewsbury-Hall who gets Everton off to the perfect start. And Sean Dyche is Nottingham Forest. Sean Dyche back at Everton, not having the best of starts. Kieran Dewsbury-Hall, the goal scorer. Zach, I think he's maybe been kind of the. When we talk about like best shrewd signing of the summer,
underrated signing
in that conversation.
Underrated signing. Had a bit of like a squad role at Chelsea last season. I've had the pleasure to interview him actually several times. Like, he's such a lovely guy, really, really down to earth, and a really underrated footballer. I think he was really underrated when he was playing with Leicester in that season. I think he's brilliant. Like, he had a bit of a down year, won a couple of trophies, which isn't too bad to add to your collection, and then scored for Everton.
Yeah, it's
Everton fans love him this season, by the way.
More than a goal.
Back in the office in Leeds, one of them is a...
oh, my God.
What a start for Bournemouth as well.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Antoine Semenya's given Bournemouth the lead against Chelsea. Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 0.
Scored against you lot in that, was it in the 2-2 draw, didn't he? I mean, when Palmer opened the scoring.
Trying to forget.
Yeah. I think you levelled in about the 95th minute, I think, in that day, I think. Yeah.
Was he off?
Start.
Oh, he's going to be off.
I can't really tell what's happening.
Can't really.
He might not be.
A ball gets played through. And I think it gets played through to Evan Nilsson, who maybe looks like he goes a little bit early, then falls to Semenya, who puts the ball in the back of the net. It's Alex Scott, who plays a really good ball through, into Evan Nilsson. And then Evan Nilsson's shot is blocked by kind of Chalobah, and then it falls to Semenyo, and he puts the ball in the back of the net. Do you maybe think he could have been offside, Zach?
Semenyo is definitely offside in the first ball, but I think Evan Nilsson is maybe the actual questionable one. It looks like there's a shot on the referee. It's checking the goal for offside because Evan Nilsson does have an impact for the action. When Evan Nilsson hits the ball, Semenyo is onside, but it looks like they're both offside there.
It does.
So I think that will be an offside there. I mean, yeah, look, Evan Nilsson's arm is kind of bending forward to asking for the ball, which might put him in an offside position. You can see the Chelsea fullback.
It's hard to tell from this angle, isn't it? But it looks like
so offside, but I think it's Evan Nilsson where the key aspect is there.
I think as that ball gets played through Alex Scott to Evan Nilsson, I say from that angle there, I think he looks miles offside.
It's going to sound like after time, but I did like, we talked about a game. I think there'll be goals in this game, and that's kind of proved it. I mean, we mentioned Palmer opened the scoring in that 2-2 draw last time they played. That was at Stamford Bridge. Semenyo and Kluivert both scored in that game as well.
I think he's offside.
I don't know if my eyes are deceiving me, boys and Abby and girls, or people. Sorry, that was good, wasn't it?
You could just put me in the boy
when that ball gets played into the referee's going to rule that out.
Yeah, it is offside. Good line, Chelsea. Good line, guys.
I don't know why they took so long with that. To be honest with you,
early wake up though. That
sometimes they make the rules up as they go along. Don't they?
St James's Park, Newcastle are already pouring it on Burnley. Burnley with everyone behind the ball into the box. Oof, good ball in the box as well.
So a lot's been happening then. Our opening 5 minutes in our 3 o'clock games. The Bournemouth goal is disallowed, so that remains goalless there. Bournemouth 0, Chelsea 0. Everton have scored, and you're right, Zach. It wasn't Milenkovic own goal. It was a good play there from Kieran Dewsbury Hall down the left-hand side, putting the ball into a dangerous area, and all Milenkovic could do is head the ball into the back of his own net. Man City 0, Sunderland 0, Newcastle 0, Burnley 0, Spurs 0, Brentford 0. In the Championship, 1 goal already. It's Preston 0, Wrexham 1 in that game there. Both sides having pretty decent starts to the season in the Championship. Preston inside the playoffs in 5th place. Wrexham outside the playoffs by just 3 points, but the lead away at Preston by 1 goal to 0. Preston 0, Wrexham 1. Abby, how Spurs started against Brentford?
Yeah, they've been okay so far, to be honest with you. Both sides not showing too much, no clear-cut chances, but just I think this is going to be quite a physical little battle between the two, to be honest with you.
What do you make of the Spurs team he's picked today?
Not much else he can really do. The only thing I would have said is potentially Bergvall. I would have quite liked to have seen him start as well, maybe behind Xavi Simons, just so there's someone that can actually play a decent enough ball. He's opted for an Archie Gray there. They're on the attack now.
Xavi Simons there coming a little bit short to play a really good ball into Kudus. Ball comes out to Porro, takes the deflection.
That's exactly what I need to see.
Xavi Simons coming short, he gets the ball to feet. He's got that ability to turn, take a good touch, and I just think technically he's your best player, and that's why he needs to start.
And it's been hard for him because as much as I've obviously been on him about the lack of physicality, he hasn't had someone that can actually play him a half decent ball. There hasn't been anyone there, especially when you play Bentancur and Plenia, who are just not naturally. Well, Bentancur definitely isn't in recent years. Since he came back from his injury, he's just kind of lost that little bit. But having that ball playing ability, he hasn't been able to get that from anyone. So at least whether or not he's getting it from Gray or he's getting it from Bergvall if he comes on, it's just, that's what you need to do. You need to give him the tools to make him better. And of course, we haven't got necessarily great quality up front. When you're missing, Solanke, you're missing Kulusevski, you're missing Maddison. It is a little bit slim pickings up there, bar Kudus. But, you've got to at least give yourself half a chance when you've got to try and create something. I mean, we've all seen our stats. The last 4 games, we didn't have 1 shot on target. Hardly any XG in the first half of game. So at home, the performances have been so diabolical. And obviously the results in a calendar year, just having 3 wins at home is just absolutely crazy. Did I say to you the other night how much it worked out to for those 3 wins?
Go on.
So it was, I think, a tweet by Joe Tomlinson.
Oh, yeah,
and
my mate.
Your mate. And he'd said, I think it was one of
Everyone's
his
your
friends.
mate at the moment. Goodness me.
Okay.
I can't go on social
Zach's
media
a busy guy.
without some sort of
Zach is a
content.
busy
Doing
guy.
something right.
As
I'm doing
you
something right.
escorted into the studio by Tom Garrett and Joe Tomlinson. You're doing great, mate.
Joe had tweeted that one of his friends, who I assume maybe potentially could be Smithy at this point.
Oh, I know. It's actually one of my good mates as well. He spent a lot of money.
Spurs season tickets are generally the highest in this country. Either ours or Arsenal's are. And he spent £2,300 on his season ticket a season. And if you narrow it down to the 3 wins, how much that has cost per win, it's about 760 quid a win.
Yeah, that's a lot of money, isn't it?
Jack's not a happy boy.
Yeah, I don't blame him one bit. I mean, I could work it out from mine as well. So either way, it's not ideal. So those home performances have to be better, and you've got to show something for it. You've got to be attacking at home.
And immediately here, how often do we see this now? Sort of a new trend this season, in particular in the Premier League, where Brentford have got a free kick inside their own half, yet they launch everybody up the pitch. Chance for Newcastle. Oh goodness me, that should have been a chance there. Anthony Gordon heads across on the right hand side, back into Jacob Ramsey. Jacob Ramsey is a couple of yards out, Lee Phelps, and somehow from close range takes a really bad touch and can't put the ball in the back of the net. Still 0-0 there in the game at St James's Park.
It's just a matter of time before they score. It's Gordon had a chance before that. He just headed the ball back in, like you say. Still Everton 1, Forest 0. It's nice to crow now and again about a bet, isn't it?
Here we go. Go on, you deserve this one.
Come on. A preview show, we talked about it. We talked about it in the build-up to the 3 o'clocks. Nicolo Savona has been booked after 2 minutes in this game. No booking all season. We said he averaged 1 in 6 previously in his last season in Serie A. And 9 games in, well, this is the 10th, and he got his booking. We said up against Grealish, he's going to have it all on, tackles or fouls, and he's actually picked up a booking, which is a shame for the young man. But it's been a bad game so far for Nicolo and Nicolas, because the own goal came from Milenkovic and the booking from Savona. So Everton won up inside 10 minutes against Forest. Remember, 61% of final one standing players in that £500,000 game are with Everton, so they'll be breathing a little easier. There might not be many games in this game, full stop.
I doff my cap to you, Lee Phelps. Good start there for you. So just the one goal then in the Premier League.
14 weeks in.
You were due one, weren't you? Zach, since that Bournemouth disallowed goal, have Chelsea settled into the game now? I'm seeing Cole Palmer dropping short and taking up lots of possession.
Only just, to be honest. Bournemouth have been all over Chelsea. There was another chance that they had where I think it was Evan Nilsson was offside again. Bournemouth actually claiming for a penalty from a tackle from Reece James, but Evan Nilsson was way offside. I'm not going to lie, Malagu's so struggling with Semenyo. It's not that much of a surprise that one of the most informed and best left wingers in the league is causing our right back a little bit of an issue, especially defensively. However, as you mentioned, Chelsea in the last few kind of minutes or so, it's just quickly showing the offside for Evan Nilsson in the first one that they did put in the back of the net. He was like about an arm and a bit just offside. Chelsea are kind of seeing a little bit more of possession now. Obviously, Bournemouth are missing a few players, but it looks like as well on the left flank, Triffer for Bournemouth, who's been like a brilliant signing for them, replacing Kirkes, is doing a really, really good job at kind of shutting up shop and keeping Pedro Neto quiet, who's been one of Chelsea's kind of best goal outputs players for the last few games.
Brentford have got a corner in swinger with the left foot, come to the back post, headed into the box. Can Spurs clear? It comes back into the box, but Richarlison's going to do a good defensive job there and shield the ball out. So again, just one goal then in their early stages in the Premier League. Everton lead Nottingham Forest by a goal to nil. Zach, David Moyes is building quite a nice little exciting attacking team there at Everton. I say this every week on the show, but if only they had a centre forward who could score goals, they could be a really good team.
One of my hot takes at the start of the season was Everton could get a European place at the end of the year.
You have a shout like that as well. That's nice.
Yeah,
goal scorer.
Maybe it's not so hot take then.
No. I don't think many people were saying it particularly.
It's funny though, because you speak to some Everton fans and they're not quite happy with how things are going. I mean, it's such a weird point of the season where kind of you lose a game and you can go down 7 places. You win a game and you could be in the Champions League. At the moment, it's really tough. And that's what I keep meaning by the end of December, I think we're really going to see where the kind of league is at that point. But Everton have a really nice squad. When everybody's fit and firing, their attack's really fun. But you are right, the striker is an issue. I remember us doing the Everton Man City game, I think at the Etihad a couple of weeks ago,
and they played really well.
They played really well in the first half, and it was either was it Beto or it was Barry, either or.
It doesn't matter which one.
Yeah, literally.
They're both as poor as each other.
Both missed a lot of chances. They missed a lot of chances.
We've got a beat up on Everton.
You really do have a serious being.
No, I just watch football.
And Everton fans have been there about Beto.
Of course you do. You've got players like Ndiaye and Grealish and Dewsbury Hall and Alcaraz, really good technical exciting players, and so often Beto and Barry just aren't in the right, even simple things, they're not where they should be.
It was the same with Beto last season. At least with Barry, you can be he's adapting to the league and getting used to it, whatever.
There are good strikers in the Premier League this season. We know that, don't we? We look like Igor Thiago, for instance.
Mateta,
there's Semenyo. There's loads of. It's not like there's a dearth of good strikers. It's just
can take time though. Mateta took time with Palace.
Absolutely, did
Evan
take
Nilsson
time.
Even too.
Yeah, absolutely.
But do you know what? They're massively interested in bringing Richarlison back, so that's definitely the ticket.
Do you know what? I can't think of anything worse. You've got Beto and Barry who aren't very good.
And then you add Richarlison.
And somebody in the boardroom thinks, I know who will solve our problems. Let's get Richarlison. Yeah, I'm not too sure about that. Charles Richarlison. He's going to score.
That would have been classic.
He has a shot from outside the box, which is well blocked. And a couple of goals in the Championship. Sheffield United are finding form under Chris Wilder, leading Stoke, who start the day 4th by a goal to nil. Sheffield United have won their last 3 league games. And Southampton, another side side had a poor start to the seeding, finding form, leading Birmingham by a goal to nil. Southampton won, Birmingham nil in that game. But Southampton have dropped more points and winning positions than any other side in the Championship this season, Lee.
Yeah, we usually do a bet builder, don't we? Why don't we could just pick a goal scorer each. I mean, it's a bit crazy.
Oh, again, we're doing a bet builder.
We could do a bet builder, or we could just pick a goal scorer from all the games that are going on at the minute. If whatever you.
Cole Palmer.
We can go Cole. I'll go Igor Thiago.
Oh, I was going to go Igor Thiago.
Against Spurs, can you?
I'm sensible. I'm
All right,
not
all right. So Cole Palmer, Igor Thiago.
Yeah, let me try and do this. Hang on, give me. I need to put this together as a bet.
Oh, you know I'm going to go for?
Is Voltemada playing for Newcastle?
Yeah, he's
Is
starting.
that where you're going to go?
Harvey Barnes starting today.
No, he's not Gordon. Is that why? Do you know what I'm going to go for, Lee?
Hang on, let me just put this together. Yeah, go on.
For the absolute fun of it, because I've
Better.
slagged him off.
You know, go better.
I'm going to go for Barry. Beto's not playing.
Oh, you're
Barry.
not doing
Yeah,
that.
for the fun of it.
Really? That
Beto
was
off the bench.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Who went?
Beto
Did you go Voltemada?
Voltemada
Oh,
and
not
Palmer,
Palmer.
I said. Either or. I'll go Voltemada, just that way. Not picking someone in my game.
I should go Haaland, then make life easy.
Yeah, that's quite a good one to go for, isn't it?
Yeah.
That is.
Let's go with the banker.
We're picking for sort of well, I've got Barry, to be fair, so I've gone a little bit left field and rogue.
It's you actually that's going to throw us out.
Have we all gone strikers?
Yeah,
we
does
have.
someone
I
want to
feel
be
like that
brave?
doesn't normally happen.
Someone want
does
to be
it?
brave. Oh, there's a chance there for Sunderland. Is a really, really good effort. Is that Lefay cutting in? Yeah, it is cutting in there from the left-hand side. Really, really open at Man City in midfield, and the ball came out to the left-hand side to Lefay. He had way too much space in time. Nunez didn't get out to him quick enough. He cut in on his right foot, and his shot was beaten at the near post. Abby Summers, what were you oohing at there?
Oh, I was actually oohing at Chelsea. I was looking at Delap leave a little bit.
Yeah, it's just petulant. Like he's been out muscled
good
for
defending.
the ball. Good defending from Senesi. He's a really nice centre back at Bournemouth. Goes out for a goal kick and he just leaves one on him. It's just not needed. Like if there's one thing I'd be saying to the Chelsea players at the moment, do not get a red card. Like just let's go 5 games, 6 games or so. Maybe even try and do double figures, 10.
You're asking
no
for a little bit
red
too
card,
much here,
guys.
Isaac.
Please.
I mean, come on.
The thing is, with the way Chelsea play, like it's kind of arsed. Like we like get countered quite often. Sometimes you have to do a silly foul here and there, and a lot of our players are very rash and young. Sometimes I think there's a lot of learning they have to do, so it can like inherently happen. Some of the red cards have been just like unfortunate scenarios, but today. One of my aims for Chelsea is not
Try
to
and
get
keep
Man
11
City
men on the
top.
pitch. It might help. What do you make of the Gornley? Where are we at, mate?
Interesting. I'll just get the odds for that in a second. But interestingly, there was 16 yellow cards in that 2-2 draw. That Chelsea Bournemouth game. I was looking.
Chelsea for the last few years have been a team that get a lot of
16
cards.
yellows
A
between
lot
them. It's
of
pretty
cards.
equal as well.
Cole Palmer here with lots. Oh my wow! Well, I tell you what, if we'll let him off because he hasn't played much football in the last 4 months, but Cole Palmer's carried the ball forward a long way in so much
thought he'd have a
space,
shot.
and he's got a really simple ball onto his right hand side.
Yeah.
And he hits it out for a
Neto
throw.
kind of slows down, to be fair, because I think he plays it for him to run onto. But at the same time, I thought a Cole Palmer
I think that's
who
just
is
an
in
awful ball, isn't it?
it's not the best ball, but a Cole Palmer who is in good form takes it onto his left foot and puts it into the top corner.
I thought Enzo Maresca looked a little bit different. He's got
He's shaven. Yeah.
He looks like 21.
Yeah, when I saw him in the press conference yesterday, I thought something's different here, and
Yeah.
he's shaven.
He took the
a
Arsenal
beard.
draw badly. I need a fresh.
Maybe it was the Leeds one. He took a little bit
Oh,
worse.
sorry,
yeah.
the Leeds one, yeah, obviously. That would make more sense, wouldn't it? What do you make, Zach, of the balance of this Chelsea team? He's obviously gone Delap as the 9, Palmer playing behind Neto and Garnacho at 1. How do you get... I mean, can you get João Pedro and Palmer in the same team or not?
I think you can. I think you can play Palmer off of the right where Pedro Neto's playing if needed. You can drop a Liam Delap and have Pedro play in the 10 as well. Have Pedro play up top as well and do it that way. I think it just depends on kind of what team you're up against. This Bournemouth team are a physical side. And I think that's where you're bringing in someone like Delap's qualities, and you can get balls in behind, which is something that Delap does really well too. And when you've got someone like Cole Palmer there, you know, he does a lot of what João Pedro can do. And so if you put João Pedro up top, he's going to be trying to come deep and collect the ball. And that's what Palmer's doing anyway. So, yeah, I don't mind it. It also gives you good options off the bench. I kind of prefer an Esteval coming off the bench in certain game types as well when fullbacks are a little bit tired. We've seen him benefit from that as well. So, yeah, I think he's done a good job, to be fair.
30-1, those 4 goal scorers.
What
So
was the
Barry,
four we had?
Barry, Everton.
Who went Barry?
No, you went.
Everton v Forest. Haaland to score for City versus Sunderland. Igor Thiago to score for Brentford versus Spurs, and Nick Voltemada to score for Newcastle.
That's 30-1, is it?
Against
Yeah.
Burnley, yeah, 30-1
Not
in
bad.
play.
Okay.
Not too
Probably
shabby.
highly unlikely, but going for 4 strikers to score goals. But
Burnley, go on, Lee. Sorry, mate.
No, I was just saying we need Haaland's probably the most likely. I mean, Man City are absolutely dominating, as you might expect. Sunderland, allowing possession, to be fair, so it's not like they're getting hammered by any stretch of the imagination. But pretty much 80-20 in terms of position, City against Sunderland, but no breakthrough yet.
Yeah, we call this show talkSPORT Goals, don't we? At the moment, it's talkSPORT Goal in our 3 o'clock games Premier League. Abby, look, glancing at watching 5 games at the same time here, but it looks like Spurs have had a decent 10 minutes in terms of possession, maybe.
Yeah, they've definitely been a bit more encouraging, a bit more positive. Again, if you compare it to previous games, it's not hard. It's just
Cucurella, decent little chance there. Sorry.
No, go for it.
Cole Palmer plays the ball out to the right for Pedro Neto, who does that kind of Pedro Neto chip cross very well, cutting into his left foot and kind of dinking it towards the back post. Cucurella making that run into it, getting to it, but just putting it over the bar.
Just back on Spurs. They've been good. They have been a lot more positive. But when Brentford kind of have got the ball back, it is very easy to kind of go through that Spurs midfield. It is quite non-existent. I would say with Spurs, the best of the chances, I mean, if we can call it a chance, Kolo Muani did well about 5 minutes ago to keep it in from a corner.
What do you think of Muani? He's only alone, so it's not like he...
I think he's all right. Like, I would rather probably see him leading the line than probably Richarlison. Like, I have a little soft spot for Richarlison. That's more for the work rate and the effort he puts in than actual ability. Although he can just go
a bicycle kick out of nowhere.
Yeah, he can just go and score an absolute worldie of a goal. Keller's absolutely just taken out centre back. But yeah, I think realistically he doesn't start over Solanke, but God knows where Solanke is.
Yeah.
I don't know where Kulusevski is. Well, at least I know that Maddison is not going to realistically be back. But
we knew Kulusevski's more than New Year as well.
But no. Well, actually, no. He was originally meant to be back in November.
Really?
Beginning of November. That's been pushed again.
Wasn't his first injury just meant to be like a couple of weeks?
Do you not remember that?
Like 8 months ago.
The Instagram thing just before Spurs obviously went to the final. He'd been injured a lot last season as well. Came back, and then Ange said he'd just had a knock, and then no big deal. It's a knock. He's got broken kneecap. So he was meant to be back at the beginning of November. Solanke was again out with a knock, ended up having to go to America and having surgery, and another massive injury. So it is what it is. Solanke's fine.
Yeah.
Do I think they need to do more in the transfer window? Absolutely, in January. I think that, the fact that they never did anything to upgrade the left-hand side as well, post-on, or didn't have a plan.
Semenyo's just like screaming out there.
It's screaming, and also you can anything between 65 and 80 mil. Tottenham are more than capable of going and putting the money down on the table. They've done it for far worse players. Just go and be a serious club for once. Just go and do it.
If I asked you on the spot, what manager is the worst at moaning at fourth officials, who would you all say?
Dash.
Arteta?
Surely
Right, so Arteta is one who has a reputation.
Dash loves it.
Sean Dyche, I promise you.
I can't hear what he's saying, but you can't get to high levels.
I never knew do impressions as well as odds. I remember being at games, and I used to go to games for talkSPORT, and he is constant, absolutely constant. We're halfway through then the first half in our 3 o'clock games. Reminder, league leaders Arsenal losing away at Aston Villa in the early kickoff earlier today. Aston Villa 2, Arsenal 1. It's still Bournemouth 0, Chelsea 0. Everton are leading Nottingham Forest by a goal 2-0. Everton have lost 2 of their last 3 Premier League home games, more than they had in their previous 13. It's Man City 0, Sunderland 0. Man City have won their last 6 Premier League games against Sunderland, and Man City have never lost a Premier League game at the Etihad against Sunderland in 11 meetings. It's Newcastle 0, Burnley 0. Burnley in a really poor run of form inside the bottom 3. Newcastle had won 2 games in a row on the back of the international break, but did drop points at home to Spurs in the week. Newcastle have lost just 1 of their last 27 Premier League games against promoted sides, but so far Burnley holding up a pretty good account of themselves at St James's Park. It's Spurs 0, Brentford 0. Thomas Frank, of course, against his former club. Tottenham have lost their last 3 Premier League London derby, and Spurs have won just 3 of their 16 Premier League home games in 2025, which is quite remarkable. Leeds Liverpool is the 5:30 games. Wins for Leicester and Watford in the early games in the Premier League. Bristol City 0, Millwall 0. That's a big game.
What a touch! What a ball! Put the ball in.
What happened, Zach? Who was the good touch?
One of the Chelsea centre-backs, it might have been Chalobah, I'm not 100% sure. It could have been Reece James, plays like a 60, 70-yard kind of Virgil van Dijk diag across. Pedro Neto controlling it off his knee perfectly in front of him, running onto it, taking it into the box and putting a decent ball in on the floor. Delap taking the shot and it being blocked by a Bournemouth player.
Honestly, Reece James the performance he put in last week against Arsenal was actually like a different level.
I think obviously due to his injury concerns and issues, like people have forgotten about the level that he can play to, and obviously we've all been so used to it at right back. Yeah. And against Arsenal, he was, there was so much chat obviously beforehand about Caicedo and Rice, and obviously I think Rice was good, but it was actually Reece James that, in my personal opinion, was the best midfielder on the pitch.
Absolutely bossed that midfield completely. Didn't even make a difference about they were down to 10 at times. Yeah. He was just absolutely everywhere.
And this is the thing that you can't play him in every game,
no.
Because we've still got a little bit of bubble wrap around him. We can't risk the idea of he pulls another muscle or so, he's out for 6 months again. But he adds so much to this team. This is what I was saying earlier. Like the Chelsea team without Reece James is much worse. But also from a leadership side, I feel like this season I've seen him become a bit more of a leader,
more of a captain. Yeah,
exactly. Talking more on the pitch, having a word with the referee here and there. But also one of the best things that he does is leads by performance on the pitch. He does that very, very consistently.
There's only a handful of games in League 1 and League 2 today because of the FA Cup, but a full bill in the Championship. Blackburn 0, Sheffield Wednesday 0, Bristol City 0, Millwall 0. That's a big game. It's 6th versus 3rd. Two sides started the day in the playoff places. Ipswich, Coventry, of course, top and cruising. Ipswich 1 place outside of the playoff places. Coventry's 3-1 win over Charlton last time out saw them reach 50 goals for a season in 18 games. It's the fastest a second-tier side has scored 50 plus in a campaign since Sheffield Wednesday back in 58-59. Wrexham! Wrexham are winning at Preston by a goal to 0, but Abby Summers, he's Marmite, he blows hot and cold, but even Richarlison couldn't miss from there.
I couldn't miss from there. It was a lovely ball in. I actually think that was maybe is a Xavi Simons assist. I think that might.
Sorry, that's playing the £50 million playmaker you've signed, and he gets an assist. Who would have thought these weird things?
Crazy. It was. Do you know what? We have actually been quite positive this game. It's been that is our first shot on target though. However. That is a lovely ball.
It's a long ball forward. Pedro Porro sets Xavi Simons to make. He makes a really, really good run.
Yeah,
watch his
through down the right-hand side.
Well.
He plays a really good ball across the face of goal. And Richarlison, like all good centre forwards should do,
good
is
run
in the
from
right place at the right time. But how good is it there, Abby, to see Xavi Simons playing and Xavi Simons gets this? And what's so important now, he needs a regular run of starts.
100%. And I just was watching him celebrate because obviously they were a bit different sides. They kind of went in different directions. And you could just see actually what that meant to Xavi Simons. It just felt like a little bit of a relief for him as well that he'd managed to actually do that. Because apart from the Copenhagen game, we have really not seen him do anything at all in the Premier League. And he's had a lot of criticism. And I still think it's fair, some of it, especially the performance against Chelsea, he was diabolical. But... this is the type of performance that I need to see. Even though that was the first shot on target, it has taken 26 minutes. That is progress.
This will open up now, though. Bournemouth will come out, won't they? Because they are in a...
Yeah.
I did that earlier on. Brentford will come out now and have a go because they've got to, really. I mean, they're poor away from home. Won't be any surprise if they lose, but they'll have a go. They're not going to sit back here. So Tottenham may find a bit of joy on the break. Man City still pushing forward. Not much clinical about them, and Newcastle similar really.
Anthony Gordon to the post.
Anthony Gordon's been. Every time I look at this game, Anthony Gordon's involved, whether that's tackles, whether that's assists, having shots. Great effort. It was a great effort.
Yeah,
he's up for this one. You can tell. He's got his headband on. He's ready to go.
Always got his headband on. That was a left-footed shot. Just outside the box, goes across the goalkeeper, comes off the post and just goes wide. So that remains goalless. Zach, was that a gasp from you there? Did Liam Delap have a chance?
Sorry, no, it wasn't that at all. I had my eyes on the Everton game. Everton put a corner in. It kind of falls to and die after a little bit of bouncing. He had a decent little strike at it, but there was a claim for a handball there as well. I don't think it is a handball at all.
I think that's Sangare, and I think you're right. I think his left arm is down by his side. Bournemouth win a corner. Lee, is it been all Newcastle and Newcastle just almost toying with Burnley, waiting to try and break them down?
Well, I mean, not toying with them. Burnley are involved in the game. There's no getting away from that. But I just think all the meaningful attack you can see here, the play's broken down, and Burnley obviously they're well capable, but there's a lack of confidence about them really, and it's just a case of if Newcastle can break them down and get that first goal, I think then it turns into maybe a 2-0, a 3-1, something like that. Same for City, but the longer it goes on, the longer you get nervous about it, and Sunderland it was 80-20 in terms of the possession. Newcastle, Man City, Sunderland, it's changed a little. It's 65-35 now. So Sunderland are coming into it. Had a couple of shots, but nothing nothing pressing in either game. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Another goal in the Championship. Hampton have doubled their lead at home to Birmingham. Southampton have scored 15 goals in their last 5 league games, one more than they had in their previous 17 combined. Again, another one of those kind of teams that respected to do well, that struggled at the start of the season, but are just a little bit like Ipswich, just starting to find some sort of form. Southampton 2, Birmingham 0.
I'll tell you someone who won't be happy at the minute.
Go on.
Wilson Raider.
Oh,
3-0 down at Blundell Park.
Yeah,
they are
up the
FA
Grimsby.
Cup, in the FA Cup second
Up the
round.
Grimsby.
Are you already dreaming of Wembley, Lee Phelps?
Yeah, no, not quite.
It's a bit like you.
That is the worst thing anyone's ever
Well, you
said to
two
me.
are giving father and son, so you must look like you as well. Good
Good one. All right, staying lane, Abby. Well done. Finally, she's worked on a day where Arsenal lose and Spurs win.
Listen.
Yeah, this is a
This is a
big
glorious
moment.
day.
I might go out tonight.
Can't wait for Brentford to win 3-1.
Might go.
Pedro Porro's got a free
Still
kick
injured
around
as well.
30 yards out on the left-hand side. Looks like he might take a shot. No, he doesn't. Kudus crosses really
ball
good
that.
ball
Dummy.
in,
Great
but
ball
Nathan
that.
Collins does well, reads that, and it comes to Javi Simmons.
Step too far.
And he hoofs the ball over. Liam Delap
Delap's
is...
got an arm.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going off.
Might be
No,
an arm
I
injury,
think
is
I
it?
think it's just it was a little a scuffle in the box for a Bournemouth corner. He had his arm and,
He's going off.
and also
He's got his arm in his.
had his arm round. Oh yeah, he is coming off.
He had his arm in.
He basically, Senesi and him are tussling. Both
They've been
got
going
each
at it all
other's.
game.
They have both got each other's arms round them, and then Senesi kind of falls on top of Delap. But I don't know whether it was a twist of the arm. Or
But look, you can
or
see
it
there,
was
the cameras in the
exactly.
tunnel. He's got
So much better.
Oh, there's a goal for Newcastle. They took 30 minutes. Has Bruno Guimaraes
Scored from a corner.
just scored straight from a corner? Possibly.
Love goals.
We'll have a look at the replay and let you know. And just as Newcastle score after 30 minutes, Manchester City break the deadlock, and Manchester City, everything's happening here, by the way. Newcastle have scored, City have scored. There's a melee in the Spurs-Brentford game. No shot. The Christian Romero is right in the middle of it. Bruno Guimaraes is celebrating the goal for Newcastle against Burnley. Let's have a look then, shall we, at some of these replays. The Manchester City goal, Jeremy Doku has the ball out on the left-hand side. Sunderland got every single player inside the box. It comes infield, patient build-up play. Ruben Diaz has a shot, and goodness me, where did that come from, Ruben Diaz? Ruben Diaz, spot on. It's very similar to the Vincent Kompany goal against Leicester when they won the Premier League. I think it might take a nick on the way in, but Ruben Diaz, yeah, it takes the nick on the way in, but it hits it well.
Dubravka, by the way.
And Bruno Guimaraes, Zach J-Lab, confirmation there. He scores straight from the corner.
He scores straight from a corner. Dubravka, I think goalkeepers do this too often sometimes in corners. Dubravka's getting too involved in the pushing and the shoving.
Zach,
basically,
I went on a rant like that in the week. They literally watch the ball and deal with it. They're too busy at having
that is what causes him to then basically concede, because he's too far off his line. The ball kind of is too high for him to claim and goes in.
You know what? Honestly, it drives me insane. And I think your goalkeeper, Abby, is one of the worst at that, Vicario. They're too busy at trying to push the people in front of them. Like, if you're a goalkeeper, you know you're going to
You're
have
get a
some...
foul. You'll get a foul.
No,
it's
but
fine.
it's like right now, especially if it was going right now, you're going to have about a dozen players in
Yeah. Oh,
It can't come as a surprise to you when you have players that are standing on you.
Yeah.
So don't let it distract you.
And the thing is,
Watch the ball and
start
deal with it.
if you start giving it, then one, you're not watching the ball, but two, it means the referee's not going to give the foul against you. Like, if you just come and try and claim it, and there's someone in your way and he takes
you
you
go
out,
down.
you get the foul. You'll get the foul. It's absolutely fine.
Honestly, it's one of my pet peeves in football where goalkeepers make an absolute meal of it. Watch the ball, clatter through people, get rid of it, and stop putting pressure on yourself. It drives me absolutely insane. And your Martin Dubravka there, back at St James's Park, does not cover himself in glory. Sheffield Wednesday, bottom of the Championship, points deduction, and find themselves 1-0 down away at Burnley. So, City lead Sunderland by a goal to 0. Bournemouth 0, Chelsea 0. Everton still lead Nottingham Forest thanks to that really early goal. Newcastle do have the lead against Burnley thanks to that Bruno Guimaraes goal, which comes straight from the corner. And Spurs 1, Brentford 0. Zach, Liam Delap went off, didn't he? Well, obviously we don't know, do we, how long he's going to be out for? But he had an injury.
Sounds like a
when he first
dislocated shoulder. Like
Yeah.
they say on social, aren't they? Which
shame.
you know.
It's a blow for him,
It's a
isn't it? Because
shame.
a young kid came to Chelsea, got that injury originally, and then comes back.
Yeah, because he had a good Club World Cup. He had a good Club World Cup when he featured. Obviously, João Pedro was maybe the real star in that. However, yeah, he's kind of all the times he's had a chance to maybe get a consistent run of games. We're playing a few teams that want to be physical. He's not been available, and again now I don't know how long that's going to keep him out. Obviously, we have is it Palace after this? I can't quite remember. Not Palace at all. It's another team, but I can't remember. But yeah, Everton, which is
And City have a second goal at the Etihad Stadium. Josko Gvardiol is the goal scorer. It comes from a corner. He times his run to perfection. He heads the ball into the back of the net. And this could be a pivotal day, possibly in the title race team. Arsenal lose in the early game. City 2 up home to Sunderland. Gvardiol scores from a corner. They're cruising.
It's a good day for City to start clicking into gear, isn't it?
Yeah, and goal difference. Arsenal.
Absolutely.
Oh, how's that not gone into Bournemouth?
Oh my lord!
What a chance! What a moment! It's Semenya down the left-hand side. He goes on the outside, and with his left foot, he whips a gorgeous.
Does Sanchez get a save on it? Does he
across
save
the face of goal. I thought that he misses Sanchez, and I thought Evan Nils from close range somehow misses.
Yeah.
So sorry, you're right. Sanchez does get something on the Semenya kind of cross shot, and it does come quickly. To be fair to Evan Nilsson. But from close range, he's literally a yard out and misses.
The pace of it comes off Sanchez at some pace.
Oh, he has to score.
Stretching.
You won't see a worse miss this season.
Side foot goes in, doesn't it?
How's he not scored? He's literally on the goal. There won't be a worse miss, mate. I promise you. He's literally a yard out, and he makes contact. He makes contact with it. It's like he gets there.
But the ball's coming at some pace. He has to go in sliding to try and get it.
I didn't see that.
He's a Premier League centre forward, and I appreciate it comes off Sanchez quickly, but he gets there in a good position, and from 2 yards out, he goes over.
I might need to see that again.
I don't think it's as bad as you guys are making it out to be. Genuinely,
it's not like he kind of like walks up to it, side foots it in. He's coming at.
It's not like no goalkeeper
and changing in a second. It's changed direction.
We actually saw one the other night. I can't remember who it was that was really bad.
Which one?
I can't actually remember what game it was in, but there was one where we were like, that is so terrible.
He's a yard out and he misses, and you guys are saying it's not a bad miss.
Who was it? It was like it just went wide of the post.
Carnage.
We don't want to play up front for your team. God.
Well, no, I wouldn't want him playing up front for my team either. I want someone who doesn't miss from a yard out playing for my team.
I've been in the Liverpool game the other night.
Oh, there was a Liverpool player? In the
At 23 shots, so it might have been.
I think it might have been in that game. Right, leave it to let me.
On the title race, goal difference, by the way, 19.
Are you already? You're not already looking at goal difference, are you? In the title?
Well, just thinking like this is a great opportunity for Man City to rack up some goals.
Rack them up. Rack them.
Sorry, Lee, where are they?
Oh, well done. Oh.
No.
19 for Arsenal, 18 for City. So with 2 goals up on Sunderland, and it could get worse for Sunderland this because I think, and the same for Burnley with Newcastle. Newcastle just pouring on.
That goal difference is looking lovely for Manchester City, isn't it?
Also, that lively table looks good for Everton. As things stand, Everton are 5th.
Yeah,
I fancy.
As things stand in the current league
Arsenal
table.
Everton fans already gone a couple of weeks ago. They wanted Moyes gone a couple of weeks ago.
Crazy. That's bizarre.
That is the definition of fickle, isn't it?
Absolutely bizarre.
And was it Guiu who came on for
yeah, Mark Guiu came on, yeah.
What do you think of him?
He's a teenager. Like he's a kid basically. Like I think whenever you're a teenage striker in the Premier League, it takes a lot to kind of it takes a lot of game time really to get used to it, to understand the physicality. And I think Guiu is more like say Delap than say like a João Pedro. He is more physical. I think that's obviously Maresca didn't bring on João Pedro. He brought on Guiu because he wants that physicality. And we've already seen it. We mentioned Senesi and Delap having several times, having several moments.
Sorry, just confirmation. Can you both look at that picture and tell me we're going to see a worse miss this season?
No. But also, if you go back a couple of frames,
in the goal, and he's
sliding.
We will definitely. I would like to.
There are many still pictures.
We will see a worse miss this season.
Okay, when you do, let me know. Yeah. What's up? The talkSPORT goals.
It'll be Visser.
He's on the bench today, by the way. Visser.
I can't believe it.
Yeah,
if he comes on, I'm backing him.
Yeah. Anyway, why hasn't Barry scored yet for Everton? What on earth's going on in this game? Also,
Harlan hasn't scored yet.
No, I know. Has anyone? No one's scored.
Give it.
No. Also, something else that Sean Dyche does. Only Sean Dyche. You know what I'm going to say here? If you can know what specific Sean Dyche teams do away from home, I'll be very impressed if you know what I'm talking about here. Think something really niche that could annoy the home fans. Only Sean Dyche teams do this. I'll give you 5 seconds.
Corner?
What?
Is that the corner?
No.
Okay.
Throw-ins?
No. Come on, Zach. You got the last guess.
Sing songs that are nasty about the opposition.
Sean Dyche teams away from home always turn the home team around in the first half. Everton or Liverpool will always attack the Kop first. Right. Like they did in their game at Anfield. And here Everton are attacking their fans first half. Only Sean Dyche teams do that consistently. It's so funny.
One thing I do like about him this season is the tracksuit. I do like the kind of homage to Brian Clough tracksuit thing.
What? Well, I thought you were going to start wearing a William Hill kind of tracksuit.
Yeah, but they tell me I'm not allowed too much branding.
Oh no! It has to go. Put your head towards the goal.
It can never be too much.
That's not true. I'm lying about that. I just decided not to wear a tracksuit.
Don't wear tracksuit to work, basically. Yeah,
we could have a talkSPORT goals tracksuit.
That'd be nice.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
That'd be quite cool. Like hat.
Garnacho plays the ball in from the left side to the right. Malagusso's kind of free at the back post, and instead of having the header or chesting it down for the shot, he tries to play the header across goal to set up, I think, Mark Guiu. Instead, it doesn't quite come off, and Bournemouth clear it. But it's a good chance there. He has enough time to take bring it down on the chest and everything.
The interesting thing, just going back to that conversation about him, is being a young player. He's obviously scored goals at international youth level,
yes,
and for Barcelona B as well. So he's proved that he can do it at that level. It's just whether he can just make that move, isn't it, into the grown-up game, if you like.
You know, throughout the years, there's been lots of strikers and players in the youth game who've looked fantastic and then never quite adapted to that side. I mean, he's a little bit of an interesting position at Chelsea. Well, really, at the start of the season, he was going on loan to Sunderland. Like that's what he could have been playing.
He came back, didn't he?
Yeah, he came
did
back.
Go, didn't he?
He went. I think he played in the Carabao Cup one game and may have come on as a sub in the Premier League game. Chelsea called him back after then loaning out Nicholas Jackson to Bayern Munich. Look, he's got lots of exciting things, but yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah, well, the January transfer window is only a month away now. But yeah, he's got lots of he's a very exciting striker, lots of promise. However, from how we're talking about Chelsea, whether they want a promising striker up top is another question.
Spurs have got a corner in the game at home to Brentford. Spurs are leading by a goal to nil. Pedro Porro whips the ball in. Romero gets head on it. Oh, and it's that Colin Mawani from close range who's denied by the goalkeeper. I think Spurs have played quite well here. Have Brentford been maybe
great touch?
Have Brentford been a little bit too defensive maybe in this game?
Do you know what? I'm actually going to do something quite rare, which is actually just give Tottenham credit, to be honest with you, and Thomas Frank credit. I think we've just been a lot better in terms of going forward and just controlling the game. I don't really think we've given Brentford the opportunity to really do much. When they have managed to break and kind of pass through Spurs midfield, which at times has been a little bit non-existent, they haven't had anything in Igor Thiago, really. They haven't had anything in terms of final balls or anything like that. Spurs have been good, and it's about time.
Sheffield United have won their last 3 league games against Stoke, and it looks like they're going to go 4 in a row because Sheffield United are leading Stoke by 2 goals to nil, and Swansea as well, who start the day just outside. Like Swansea v Oxford's 21st versus 20th, and Swansea have taken the lead. Only West Brom and Sheffield United have lost more away games in the Championship this season than Oxford, and Oxford 1 down away at Swansea. Hampton 2, Birmingham 0, Sheffield United 2, Stoke 0. Goalless between QPR and West Brom. Wrexham just outside the playoff places, a 1-up away at Preston, who start the day in the playoffs. No sign in England's top 4 tiers. Has drawn more league games than Wrexham this season. 8 stalemates in the Championship, but they lead at Preston. Ipswich 0, Coventry 0, Bristol City 0, Millwall 0. Blackburn are beating bottom club Sheffield Wednesday by a goal to nil. And the latest scores as we approach half-time in the Premier League: Spurs leading Brentford by a goal to nil. Newcastle 1, Burnley 0, City 2 up at home to Sunderland. Everton currently 5th as things stand, 1 up at home to Forest. The only game goalless at 3 o'clock is Bournemouth versus Chelsea.
Newcastle through.
What happened, Lee?
It's a free kick on the edge of the area. I don't think it's quite a penalty, but great ball through. Newcastle just constantly on the attack.
The red card.
Oh,
I was going to say he was through on goal.
Yeah,
denial of a goal score opportunity.
Oh dear.
Just seeing who it was who made the challenge in the end.
Alanga was through.
Yeah, it was a great ball. When you see the ball, great ball through, great run, and he just got caught. There was another defender very close by, but yeah, fair enough. He's going to get a shot off if he doesn't get brought down. So.
Anthony Gordon has the ball in the middle of the park. It's a really lovely through ball to Anthony Alanga, who makes a good run. Alanga gets there ahead of the Burnley left back. His first touch gets there. Is there much contact there?
There's not much, but at that pace, like it doesn't take much.
There's enough contact there. Yeah. And you'd have to say that if he doesn't, Spurs are in here, Abby. Oh, Spurs score!
Is that Simmons?
And guess who it is? It's Xavi Simmons.
Unbelievable.
That's a really good goal.
It's a really what a day.
So let's just And you know what?
God.
Look how happy he looks. And I'm really happy he gets this moment. Xavi Simons starts. Xavi Simons gets an assist. And now he has a goal. Who would have thought it in a Spurs team that are lacking creativity, lacking goals, lacking ideas? You start a playmaker in his preferred position. He gets an assist. He gets the goal. And you know what, Abby? He takes his goal really well. And look at that. He's got a big, big smile on his face. You can see
good physicality
how much that means to him. But he makes a really, really good challenge in midfield. He wins the ball back in his own half. He carries the ball. He carries the ball, and then he finishes. Abby, what a moment that is.
That is the Xavi Simons that Tottenham bought. That is the Xavi Simons that they wanted to see. It's really good from him because he has been criticised so much for the lack of physicality. But again, he only gets out-muscled on the ball. He wants it back. He's hungry for it. And I think as well, he probably wants to prove a point. Like, this is a player that, again, came with really high expectations, has had the opportunity to kind of make that role. There's no one else challenging for a 10 role for Spurs at the minute. Everyone's injured. And he just hasn't managed to find that form. So he has received a lot of criticism, and he probably thinks, I want to prove people wrong, and that's really good. He's done so well to drive, not only just get the ball back, but then drive it the whole length of the pitch and then finish it off. That is sending a clear signal to Thomas Frank, you don't drop me anymore.
I do not want to take anything away from him, and we won't do that. One thing I would just say, I cannot believe that at no point as he was running...
No one has actually closed
did a Brentford player attempt to tackle him.
Brentford haven't been good
probably
today.
should have done.
Brentford are poor.
Brentford have been really, really poor. But Zach, have you been... I'm not even a Spurs fan, and I found Thomas Frank's lack of use of him, if that is even a phrase, really surprising this season of you, especially with Kulusevski and Maddison injured.
He's had a few poor games, but like I think, as Abby mentioned earlier, like Spurs just don't get the ball to him. You know, when the midfield is Paulinho.
That's on Thomas Frank as a head coach to get the best out of your number 10 that you spend a lot of money on,
For sure. I think, but then you need, the system needs to find a way to get the ball to him. Even there, no one passing the ball. He has to go and win it in midfield and then carry it halfway across the pitch. I mean, it's really, really good. That's what he was so good in the Bundesliga, and picking up the ball deep and carrying it forward. I think he showed good physicality there. I think sometimes people think physicality is just like winning a header or winning a shoulder barge. Physicality is also driving with the ball and shoving off the defenders behind you, having enough pace to keep it going. And he does really, really well there. It's a lovely, lovely finish. I think you're right. I think Brentford have been a little bit poor as well. I think Thomas, if there's one manager that's going to know how to nullify Brentford, it's probably going to be Thomas Frank.
Yeah.
But Spurs are doing a really good job of it.
And sometimes, Abby, with these new players that come abroad, it sometimes takes, different players, different sort of lengths of time to settle into the league. But you might just need a goal, a moment, an assist, or maybe a good game, and then things might settle down. Now, I hope from his point of view, he should get a regular run of starts now for Spurs, and we could see the best from Xavi Simons.
100%. You just need to allow people time to settle. Look, I am critical, and I have called him out for it, and it is my job. So
rightfully so.
Rightfully so, because the performances have not been up to scratch. And you want someone to be able to give you those moments. I'm not saying he has to be unbelievable every single week, but I needed to see more from him. And I think that's what's frustrated Spurs fans so much, that it's like, you're not doing, that would have been lovely.
He's playing with confidence now.
He is. And I think that's probably another thing. It does take time when you get players that come and adapt. We've been so critical of people like Florian Wirtz, or we've been critical of even Isak, who's only moved from the northeast. It does take time to settle into a new team. And I think generally, when you're in a team that probably is a bit more pragmatic, which a Thomas Frank style is, he loves to play with that double pivot. It is not exactly the most free-flowing, sexy style of football.
You can play with the double pivot. And
of course you can, of course you can. But we just haven't been doing that. It's also about your selections.
You can play with double pivot. Play Archie Gray.
Play Archie, which he has done today. Play a Bergvall. Play a Saar. Play someone that's got that ability to move.
It's the Paulinho Bentancur double pivot.
I really like Paulinho, but I think you can't afford to play Bentancur and Paulinho. We only need to play one of them. We don't need to be so pragmatic. Allow him the freedom to move,
I think him at the start of the season, when he said that quote about to not take risks is a risk in itself, was a really good quote to say about how, we're going to try and play attacking football. And then so far this season, we've not seen
it's like, all right then, Thomas, when are you going to start doing it?
Exactly.
Cool. Let me know when you're going to start. Yeah, it's good, because I think that Spurs in general have just needed that. Even the result.
You need a win, don't you, as well?
Desperately at home. I mean, look, who knows? Like I said to you, I want to be proved wrong. Have I sat here and said that I don't think he's probably the right man for the job? Yes, I have. But do I also want to be desperately proved wrong and him turn it around? I remember with Pochettino, it wasn't all roses, especially early on in his kind of tenure, and he completely turned it around. And I would like Thomas Frank to do that. Whether or not he can, that's another story. But wins at home, I'm just happy that this is looking like we'll get 3 points.
Bournemouth pushing on here. Chelsea.
Yeah,
every one of the home teams is
Everton. Barry.
Go on, Barry.
He shut you
Come
up,
on.
hasn't he?
Go on, Bazza.
Why is he celebrating? He's been on his back all season.
Yeah,
You've been on him.
And then you know what? I then felt it in my bones.
Today will be the day.
He was going to go.
If Beto comes off the
scored
bench,
that despite you.
scores as well, and you would have had a Richarlison
I'm gonna,
goal.
yeah, honestly, yeah.
Forest
I'm gonna
raging.
retire from hosting talkSPORT goals if that happens.
They had a decent
What
chance
a
at the
day.
other end. Forest had a decent chance at the other end, and Everton broke on them and went straight down the other end. Now, all 4 of the 5 home teams are winning 2-0 at the minute. Bournemouth goalless against Chelsea.
Look at Lee. Look at the relief on Barry's face. He almost looks a bit embarrassed to score that. Nottingham Forest. I think they.
This is the Barry
I'm not
vote.
sure what they're complaining about, but Ndiaye, who is Everton's best player,
mean,
does
there's
so well
3-on-1
to win the
here.
ball back.
There's
He
3-on-1.
carries the ball, 3-1. He plays it out to Barry, and to be fair to the centre forward, as the goalkeeper comes to try and narrow down the angle. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. what
Ndiaye,
Forest-
by the way, that is
Yeah.
so good.
The way he glides past number 4 is gorgeous.
He's
He
one of the
picks the
best
right
players
pass,
ever.
and Barry's finish is just calm, isn't it? Composed.
Yeah, I mean Barry is a really, really good young striker, and so it's going to take time for him to find it. But that finish is someone of composure. I mean, Ndiaye does a lot of the hard work there, beats 2 Forest guys, runs through, and it's a brilliant, brilliant finish.
We
from
always
the,
thought Barry was
Nine-Man.
better than Beto, didn't we? So that's okay.
Yeah.
Questions.
So the gallery are questioning the really good young striker claim from Newsack.
He's really good. I will happily back that. Happily back that he's a really good young striker. He was really good last season for Villa.
Oh, fair play.
I will come out there and
Honestly.
take you
What did
on.
he say?
That was a brilliant finish.
Bring him in here and
Brilliant
take him on.
Get in here, Jamie. Get in here. They're 2-0 up.
Check on Jamie's VRAL knowledge from last season.
Richarlison, Barry scoring.
I need Beto off the
What
bench.
next?
I need
Like,
it.
honestly,
I need Beto to come on.
What is next on talkSPORT goals?
What
I don't
a day.
know.
What
Honestly.
is having?
I need a goal. I need a goal for
You
Chelsea.
need a goal. So it's going to bring you up to speed at half-time shortly. But yeah, half-time in the Bournemouth-Chelsea game. Bournemouth had a couple of
Oh
chances.
my God, sorry. Our XG is 1.29 in the first half of the game.
Possession,
I
shots,
can't believe it.
all of
It means
it.
nothing, but it's
No, that means something. I have had XGs
zero.
of 0.00. 1.29 as an XG in the first half. Can't believe it.
So we're at half-times then in our 3 o'clock games in the Premier League. Abby Summers is going to be partying hard tonight, as things stand, because Arsenal lost in the early kickoff. Take the glasses off first. Arsenal lost in the early kickoff, and now Spurs are 2 up at home to Brentford. An assist for Xavi Simons, setting up Richarlison, and then Xavi Simons scoring himself. There is a possible penalty appeal. Oh, that's
checking a
going
handball
to be a
on,
penalty.
yeah,
So the only game not at half-time is the Newcastle-Burnley game. Burnley are down to 10 men, by the way. Is that a cross that comes in? And that Burnley player
That hand is not in a natural
gets
position.
himself
Let's be
in.
honest
That is
here.
volleyball.
Would you say
Already down to 10
having
men,
got hands out like that is
Yeah.
the most unnatural
You
position?
know, Tom Daly can give you tips on that way.
So
Like, it's
his
literally diving.
arms are out in front of him for some pathetic, ludicrous reason, and it hits the arm, and I think this is going to be given as a penalty.
He's not even looking at the ball.
and
Like
that could be. Did someone go Voltemar to score?
I did say
Voltemar on penalties?
that'll be
We
2
have
out of 4.
Voltemar.
How ironic if Haaland's the one that lets us down in a day where Barry and everyone's scoring. He's given a penalty here. So
is.
his arms are literally. What the hell is he doing?
I think he goes to
I
like
think he's maybe-
push Voltemada,
yeah.
but then like
that's like a trick
doesn't
route,
realise
isn't
where
it?
the
And
ball is.
Voltemada coming towards him. maybe.
He looks almost surprised that this is. But I know some handballs cause some drama here, but his 2 arms are out in front of his body like he's about to. Like he's about to
sending off, one man down, like Scott Parker at half time. We're going to say, like, guys,
They are. I
come
mean,
on.
this
and
is
possibly
like,
2-0 down now if Nick Voltemada can
their
score.
season is just.
Although
it wasn't
Anthony
great.
Gordon has the ball in his hands at the moment, but I
He's
reckon
setting
this will
up for
be a late changeover penalty thing that people do nowadays.
This is
Is it not Gordon that takes the
What is
pens?
the point in
I
this?
know
Voltemada
Voltemada
takes
did,
pens.
yeah.
Voltemada's stood behind.
Gordon has taken pens, though.
Oh, no, maybe it is
Yeah.
Gordon. No, it's
although-
Gordon.
Yeah, it's Gordon.
He's
Voltemada's
missed,
taken the
missed
last.
pens, but he does take
Voltemada's taken the last couple.
He took the pen against Spurs, didn't he? The Gordon. He
Yeah.
scores it.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, he's taking the one here. It's going to be Anthony Gordon against Dubravka. Dubravka back at St James's Park, where he spent many, many years to cap off a pretty dismal first half of Burnley.
Hits the post, rebound, Voltemada knocks it in.
I think he's going to smash this down the middle and absolutely have no stress.
He's probably been one of the best players on the pitch in the first half. He
Yeah.
probably deserves this to go in. Anthony
what are they
Gordon.
waiting for? Honestly, get on with
It's a
it.
really good goal from Xavi Simons, just watching that back, by the way.
Gordon v Dubravka. Yep, Dubravka goes to his left, and Anthony Gordon sends him the wrong way. Newcastle 2, Burnley 0. That's going to be half-time there, so I think it's high time we take a break then on talkSPORT goals. Half-times in the Premier League. Spurs 2, Brentford 0. Newcastle now 2 up at home to Burnley. City 2 up at home to Sunderland. Everton 2 up at home to Forest. So 4 sides at home in the Premier League are leading 2-0 at half-time. Bournemouth 0, Chelsea 0. This is talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing, new from William Hill, 18+, gambleaware.org. Terms and conditions apply. It's a busy Saturday afternoon on Saturday, December the 6th, nearly approaching 4 o'clock, so it's half-time in our 3 o'clock games in the Premier League. The only game at half-time that is goalless is Bournemouth versus Chelsea. All the other games have goals in them. All the other games have the home side winning by 2-0. Everton 2, Nottingham Forest 0, following their 2-0 victory in this exact fixture last season. Forest looking to win consecutive away league games against Everton for the very first time. They got all to do in the second half. City 2 up at home to Sunderland. Man City won 24 of their last 26 Premier League games against promoted sides and look set to do that today. Newcastle 2 up against Burnley, and Burnley down to 10 men. Not a good first half for Scott Parker's side, who were in really, really poor form. Burnley have lost each of their last 5 Premier League games, and it's Spurs 2, Brentford 0. The 5:30 game is Leeds versus Liverpool. Lee, what should we be looking out for then in the second half?
Yeah, well, I think the way these home games have gone, I think with City and Newcastle, you're just really looking at more goals. Look, Sunderland and Burnley have to come out and try and play. Burnley obviously down to 10 men. They have to try and get back in the game, and that's just going to open it up for City and Newcastle. So I'd be looking at more goals being piled on there. Everton, Forest, towards the end of that first half, they were the better side and they were really coming on strong. Everton obviously picked them off. So the same thing there, really. You can see Nottingham Forest getting on the score sheet, but I'd be looking at, again, more goals in that game. The intriguing one, I guess, is the Chelsea game at Bournemouth. We were just talking out making a cup of tea, so we didn't get you two one. But we were talking in the kitchen, and it's like, where did the goals come from for Chelsea? We've seen them a few times this season when they've looked a little bit pedestrian in the first half, and then they've got to that 60, 70 minute mark, and they've suddenly popped up with a goal. Yeah. It's where it comes from. Palmer, obviously on the pitch, Esteval coming on. It'd be great to see Esteval come on after the Arsenal game, where it looked a bit much for him early on before he got substituted. But I'd love to see Esteval come on, and obviously Bournemouth have got great goal scorers in there as well. So I see these home results staying as they are. Maybe a goal for the away team, but yeah, I could see another goal for the home teams in these.
Erling Haaland touched the ball twice in the first half. That's
his old MO though, isn't it? He'll pop up and score a goal at some
point. He better. We've got a bet on him.
Well, so we got. also Lee. What's the? How's Voltemade not taking that penalty by the way? Newcastle?
Barry scored. Thiago, Voltemade, and Haaland haven't. But they are 3 of the best strikers in the league, apparently, aren't they? So we should be all right.
And Richarlison, obviously.
Yeah.
Well, no one went Richarlison.
We should have gone for the unpopular goal scorer.
Well, that's. I was kind of trying to be quite vibey with my pick, going for Barry.
Unfashionable.
Unfashionable.
You did.
Sorry. Sorry, that was my glasses.
Honestly. Yeah, only put them back on then. Yeah,
because I'm not watching.
Maybe your glasses are your good luck charm. Maybe
watch me wear these every
show. The Leeds. I think the Leeds Liverpool game later on is intriguing.
Yeah, go on.
I think everyone's saying that Leeds after the Chelsea win are worth a bet here. I don't think the price is really big enough. Leeds were a decent price against Chelsea. Now it's almost like 3-1 at home to Liverpool isn't enough for me. Liverpool are 4-5 to win away. The draw 11-4. I think the Elland Road crowd will be absolutely buzzing. 5:30 kickoff Saturday night, and under the lights. All that. Yeah, but I do think that they won't be able to help but come forward against Liverpool. I think that'll play into Liverpool's hands. Sunderland tried to stifle them like they did with City, as we said in the preview. Sam, City have just got too much going forward. They gave Liverpool 23 shots on goal. Admittedly, hardly any of them were on target. You can't do that against City. I think Liverpool, away from home, hitting Leeds on the break, will win that game.
Ipswich scored on the stroke of half-time against Coventry. So Ipswich are leading Coventry by 1-0. And there we go. Finally, I get some interaction with my championship scores. Normally, it's just,
big result.
How Bristol City doing, Jake? Playing all right against 0-0? You don't know? No, fair enough. You're not watching it. You're here with us. And QPR have scored against West Brom on the stroke of half-time. We'll take one more quick break then, shall we? On talkSPORT Goals. Then when we come back, we'll taking you through the second half of our 3 o'clock games in the Premier League. 18+, begambleaware.org. Just gone 4 o'clock on Saturday, the 8th of December. We're with Final One Standing. New from William Hill, 18+, a gambler.org, terms and conditions apply. And those people that are still in the original 500k jackpot on Final One Standing, well, around 60% of them, ballpark, at the moment, will be sitting pretty happy because Everton, Lee Phelps, are beating Nottingham Forest by 2-0. Is that fair?
Yeah, absolutely. 579, I think it is, the exact number of people who went with them. Plenty with Newcastle as well. Plenty with Spurs.
Nice.
So a lot of happy campers today.
Do you think this is just never going to end?
I did ask this week. I did say to
what
them,
happens if it never ends?
what happens if it gets to the round 20 of the, and they said it just gets split at that point. So it doesn't roll over. You just split it at that point.
Oh, so you don't go again and almost pick.
Yeah.
Oh, so it just okay. That's interesting. Well,
We didn't think this would happen. To be
we're
fair,
not. We're what, game week 15 in the Premier League.
Yeah.
We're not miles off getting to the halfway stage of the Premier League
But
season.
surely, when you get
Well,
down to
end of
having,
month.
but surely you get down to having Burnley, Wolves left. Unless they turn a corner, you are done.
Or you get like a fluke result.
Yeah,
or
that's
something
what
like
you are when
I
you're
mean,
getting
have you
down
looked-
to.
Have you seen Burnley and Wolves? I don't think they're capable of fluke results.
What I'd love to know, and you probably won't have the answer to hand, but of the people, let's say the 500k jackpot, the people that are left, I'd love to know how many, if any, have used any of the
big six kind of things. Or
no,
the other way
bottom.
around.
Well,
Yeah.
obviously, you haven't used Wolves, but have used Burnley or Leeds. I'm guessing probably none.
I know there's definitely percentages because people like producer Jamie had that idea of like going with those teams,
Yeah,
but Burnley,
they lost and he got knocked out.
Yeah,
In
exactly
game week
that.
one.
There will be
one
who
who
are
got
still
through.
in.
Yeah,
Yeah, they can't.
oh no, I'm sure people have done it when they've
many.
lost. I'd love to know, like,
There can't be
'cause
many, because
Burnley
of-
beat Sunderland second game. I'd love
yeah,
to know if anyone went for Burnley on that week.
Yeah, they did. I think there were quite a few went for that at the time. Yeah, but not obviously not since because they haven't won any games.
But you couldn't have physically
still
known
going.
that.
He's still trying to defend himself. He just said to me, I had Burnley. I knew Spurs would be rubbish at home.
But they lost.
Spurs beat Burnley at home. What don't you understand about this? They haven't won at home since, though, have they?
yeah.
It doesn't make your decision right, though, does it? Just don't tell me to watch the game.
That's Jamie Hutchinson logic. Everything we just said.
Honestly,
It's his logic.
I still think, Abby, we need to pitch an option for our viewers to be able to watch him in that control room while we do our show, because that would probably be just as entertaining, eh? Right, where are we at then?
The doodling from producer Marco was pretty good after that.
That's true.
Honestly, I've never seen him be a big Arsenal fan.
Actually,
Lovely
yeah,
doodling. It was
where are
lovely
you?
doodling.
I've never seen him be so quiet as Marco.
Never.
Honestly.
I actually forgot you were there, to be honest,
Yeah,
mate.
honestly.
Unlike you.
Only left for half an hour.
Did you just need a moment? Yeah, need a moment. Yeah.
Honestly, yeah. Let's see if you make our dinner next Sunday now, pal. Hey, come on, you can do it. Where are we at then? So Aston Villa did beat Arsenal by 2-1. Bournemouth 0, Chelsea 0, Everton 2 up at home to Forest, City 2 up home to Sunderland. There's a pattern here. Newcastle 2 up home to Burnley, and Spurs, Abby Summers, are 2 up home to Brentford. That was just the perfect first half for Spurs.
It really was. They just look good. And it's so weird me saying that because I'm just not used to it. I think even like the home fans were cheering at halftime, which is not something that they've probably heard for a very long time. That team, no booing. It's just nice to see them positive and on the front foot. Really happy for Xavi Simons as well. He's had a very good first half. Lots of positive play. Patterns of play as well from Tottenham as well. So, yeah, long may it continue.
I don't want to.
Now go and burst a bubble.
I don't want to do that too much, but Brentford are probably one of the worst away teams in the Premier League. So this
They
is
haven't won one in 7 or something,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
Yeah, but Spurs have won 3 league games in 16
Yeah.
at home. So in Spurs' defence, they'll take any W's they can get at home, right?
Oh, absolutely. But like
Honestly, Lee, why are you always trying to ruin Abby's day?
Yeah, no, trust
not.
me,
I'm
no
just
one's going to
saying.
ruin my day.
I'm just saying, it's like people talk about Brentford like they're they're a great team and they're going up the table, but they are woeful away.
Well,
So
we
in
are
that case,
woeful at
Abby,
home.
so Abby, there was no real point in even trying to turn up.
Basically,
the 3 points don't count.
Yeah, you give the home team the advantage, wouldn't you? You should win at
Well,
home.
not when you've only won 3 games in a whole year. Probably not. But
Okay,
listen,
so-
guys, we're all winners today.
Absolutely.
We're all winners.
Was that
Not me,
Chelsea
yeah.
drawing
Not
away?
me.
No, I was talking about just the earlier result. We're all
Can we
winners.
have Grimsby score update, please?
3-0 still against Wilson.
Okay.
3 up at half time.
Only 3 up? Is that a bit concerning?
I think they're just going to coast.
Yeah, rest players for the weekend, yeah.
We're a cup side.
Yeah, no, clearly. Pedro Neto had a shot saved by Petrovic down low to his left-hand side. Is that confident that Chelsea will find this breakthrough?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I think Bournemouth have had the better chances so far in this game. It's been a lot of like just petulant free kicks, a lot of tackles in or fouls in kind of the centre circle from both teams. The ball just being whipped in there from the right hand side with Garnacho winning the header. I don't know if it hits the post actually, but it's again kind of like a half chance for Chelsea. Yeah, it does. A lot of Chelsea's. It does hit the post. A lot of Chelsea's chances today have been quite half chances, and obviously they've got to beat their old goalkeeper in Petrovic, who they sent on loan last season to Strasbourg before Bournemouth bought him this summer. But yeah, a lot of half chances of Chelsea. You know what as well, and you know he has been out for a little while. It's going to take him time to get back, but I've not seen too much of Palmer as well. Like he's picked up the ball quite a few times deep because he wants to get on the ball, but not really seen him pull off the Palmer-esque pass. However, Chelsea going through right now, Garnacho cutting inside to Mark Guiu.
Chance here? Who was that? It was
Enzo Fernandez. Yeah, the ball ended up at Enzo Fernandez's feet on the edge of the box. Kind of did a 180 turn and hit it on the half volley. But again, like not a clear cut chance for Chelsea, just half cut. And look, it's better. We've had more kind of attempts there in the beginning of the second half than we kind of did in the entirety of the first half. So yeah, if it keeps like this, Chelsea might find the back of the net.
Zach, what's your view on like are Chelsea able to sustain a title charge?
Like people are going to talk about it because I think
Palmer had a shot there from 25 yards out, and from where we were looking, the angle behind, we were sort of right behind the shot. It looked like it was going to go bottom corner, but Petrovic gets down low and saves.
Yeah, no. In terms of Chelsea, I think they are. Look, they're the youngest team in the league, and I think little things like this do affect them. When people talk about experience, like I kind of go back to that Leeds game and say, actually, you know, the most experienced player on that pitch for Chelsea was Tosin Adebayo, and he's the one that made the mistake for the third goal for Leeds. So I think Chelsea want to be in these conversations. That's the ultimate aim. They want to be in these conversations. So it's not a bad thing that we are in the conversations. I think, you know, Chelsea fans have seen teams like Didier Drogba, Eden Hazard, Diego Costa, John Terry. They know what a title-winning Chelsea team is. And right now, you know, we could definitely be like a title challenger, but it's not a title-winning team just yet. If they go on to do it, then incredible. That's amazing. But I'd say that's probably a year too early for them. Next year is really the year where I go, Chelsea need to be in the title race. Like they need to be battling at the top week in, week out. And this is all good experience for these guys. They're so young and they've maybe been quite part of something like this before.
A point that Kwaku Afara, do you know Kwaku?
Yeah. Good guy. Good boy.
Yeah, he's a good lad. A point that he often makes when sat in that chair with Chelsea is that under this current ownership regime and how they operate, that they won't back they don't go out and sign ready-made, proven world-class players now to come in and make an impact. It's all about young players to improve. And Kwaku says that with that mindset, you're not going to be in a position to be able to win the Premier League. Definitely not.
I do think, though, next season is the one where it's like, okay, this is it now. Your guys that you bought 3 years ago who were up and coming are now here. Like, they are ready for it. Even in this Chelsea squad right now, like, I think you're seeing a few of them kind of do better this season. I feel like Pedro Neto's been better this season in his second season at Chelsea. And again, like, the Chelsea have already got signings coming in next season that are sorted. Quenda from Portugal is this 18-year-old super exciting winger on the right, who's like spoken about as one of these, you know, classic kind of Chelsea guys.
Was he the one at Sporting?
He's the one at Sporting. Yeah, he's super exciting. Like, he's crazy talented. Just like how Esteval is kind of spoken about beforehand. But they also, you know, Omega, the Strasbourg striker, is another one that's coming to Chelsea. You know, he's not necessarily when Chelsea bought Diego Costa, that's not the same kind of vibe.
Yeah, it's
sorry to cut. Look at this. Ruben Diaz has just he's on the edge of this box and he's trying to play the ball to his right back, and Isidore takes the ball off him and he's one-on-one with the goalkeeper from a couple of yards out and he shoots straight at the goal. The keeper makes a good save, but Ruben Diaz there is a lucky boy, and he should do better. Kudos for Spurs. Can he get a shot away? He can. Goalkeeper gets down well and saves. At the other end, by the way, Dockery at the post for Man City. That remains 2-0, Zach. Back to you.
Yeah, no, so I was, as I said, I was kind of wrapping up my point in the fact that, like, Chelsea are bringing in Omega, like a really, again, an upcoming striker who's done really well in France, young, been actually obviously a part of the Chelsea setup or the Blue Coat setup with Strasbourg, but it's not like when Chelsea signed Diego Costa, and it was the guy who's one of the most elite ones in the world. Yeah. but it's the way that they work. But hopefully, by that point, Chelsea do have a season under the belt of Liam Delap at Chelsea, and he's going through them forward with there. João Pedro has a season there, whether he's the striker, whatever it might be, and they develop from that. But I do think like next season's when the real test is. But this year's a lot of experience, and if they end up being in the battle the whole way, that can only be a good thing.
From that resulting long throw, Sunderland have just hit the post. In the space of 30 seconds, Donnarumma's made a really good save, and Sunderland have hit the post. So just moments after Doku nearly put the game out of sight for Man City. Sunderland have had a couple of really big moments and big opportunities as Phil Foden now carries the ball forward, gliding forward with the ball. He's looking a lot better and a lot more comfortable playing in a much more central role for Manchester City, who are very fortunate still to be at 2-0. Spurs have got a corner in their game against Brentford. I think Spurs have looked really good this afternoon, and it's headed away at the near post by Nathan Collins. So no goals yet then in our Premier League games in the second half. Waiting for a goal. Birmingham and Portugal back away at Southampton. Southampton 2, Birmingham 1. Damari Gray is the goal scorer there. What changes, Zach, would you like to see Chelsea make?
I'd like to maybe see Esteval come on. I think he is very good off the bench, especially against tired legs. When they've spent 60-odd minutes or so against someone like Pedro Neto on the right, I think you then keep Pedro Neto on and send him over to the left side so you make the sub for Garnacho. I think really that's the only one I'd be looking at right now at making. Obviously, we've made our sub early on and having to take Liam Delap off. João Pedro's obviously there as well. Maybe give Cole Palmer a little bit more time. I think, part of me always wants to sit there and say, like, you never want to take off someone like Cole Palmer just because he can do something at any point.
He's not going to play the whole game, is he?
Yeah, but he has just come back from injury. So
He'll play an hour. I don't think he played too much more than an hour.
So I do think that's when you bring João Pedro on. They're probably the two right now who I'd be looking to get onto the pitch.
There is a nasty tackle from Milenkovic there, or late challenge, not nasty, is the wrong word. Late challenge from Milenkovic on Alcaraz just outside the box, and Everton are going to have a free kick right outside the box. Sunderland really starting to turn this through. Southampton have another 2-goal lead against Birmingham. Adam Armstrong scoring Southampton's third of the afternoon, and Millwall have taken the lead away at Bristol City in that game where the two sides starting inside the top six. Ivanovic scoring for Millwall away against Bristol City in that game. So it's Bristol City 0, Millwall 1. Two sides with ambitions of getting promotion this season in that game. Having been unbeaten in their first 6 away league games this season, Millwall have lost their last 2 on the road, but an aggregate score of 7-1, but find themselves 1 up away from home now.
We mentioned it. João Pedro coming on for Cole Palmer 3 minutes before the 60th minute mark. Makes sense. As I said, I don't feel he's had moments. We've had like the moments of Cole Palmer. Jesus Christ.
Cole
Palmer.
Doesn't look happy, does he?
I'm not 18-year-old. I'm not 18 years old.
I actually thought you did that.
No. That was an accident. So yeah, but again, it's someone who is. It's almost like I always wonder when you've been out for this long. Do you almost need like a bit of a pre-season, if that makes sense, like a few games to get under your belt, to get used to the kind of the match fitness, and especially against a Bournemouth side who are so physical as well. It is a really big test. But João Pedro coming on, somebody who's actually come under a little bit of criticism from Chelsea fans in the last few weeks. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do today.
Coventry have only lost once in the league this season. Looks like it could be 2 because Ipswich have doubled their lead against Coventry. Ipswich 2, Coventry 0. So after second place Middlesbrough won last night in the Championship, they look set to gain 3 points on Coventry, who are 2-0 down now away at Ipswich. And as things stand, Ipswich has to climb up to 4th in the table. And I remember, Lee, asking you quite a while back when Ipswich had a really tricky start to the season, who was the favourites to get promotion. I think Coventry might have gone up to favourite, but you guys still had Ipswich as second favourites, even despite their really poor start to the season. And, well, you know best, don't you? Because they're now starting to find that form.
Yeah, form usually rises, doesn't it? And it's like those sort of teams, even like Leicester, you wouldn't have been like kind of like counting them out. And, obviously they've taken
3 points off the playoffs after winning today.
Yeah, same with Southampton, wasn't it? You kind of all these teams who, and even Sheffield United, and that's an extreme case, really, Sheffield United, because they had a nightmare. But you know that they will start to kind of move up the table eventually. Yeah, it's good. That's a And that's some result, isn't it? Ipswich 2 up against Coventry.
But I mean, even Sheffield United, who you're right, had a stinking start to the season. They're winning at the moment. As things stand, they're 8 points off the playoffs. Which, like, there's still work to do.
If he gets them in the
what
playoffs.
a tackle
But they barely had a point on the board early in the season.
Van de Ven.
Is that
What
Mickey
a
Van de
tackle
Ven?
that is on Thiago.
Abby, that was almost just vintage Mickey Van de Ven, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was obviously rested as well in the week. Oh, do you know what? Spurs have just not. I've not seen Tottenham play like this all season. So maybe it is a Brentford. Maybe it is like Brentford tax. I don't know. But I mean, it's just been.
Whatever, though, it gives you confidence.
It really does. It's the first time I've actually seen Tottenham be able to defend and create in the same game.
Such a good tackle.
Really good. Really,
all got
really
played
good from
into
Mickey Van de
Thiago,
Ven.
and every time a defender goes down to the ground in the box, you almost sort of
Especially
wince a little bit,
backwards.
but,
A backwards tackle as well is even harder.
Yeah, Abby, what's been different about this performance then today?
I just think that we just look a lot more on the front foot. We just look a lot more positive in the way that we're playing, more direct. I think we actually look a lot hungrier, like less lethargic. It's kind of like looks like to me they want to prove a point. And I don't know if whether or not that's because they're at home in front of the home fans. And obviously the last time we played there, obviously there was Pedro Porro was upset and Vicario was getting booed, by the Spurs fans. So maybe it's a point that the team want to make to the home crowd, to get behind them.
Yeah.
My argument would be you have to give something for fans to get behind, because there has been absolutely nothing to cheer about this season. But this performance has been really good, really positive, and it looks like a performance where they're a bit inspired, which I feel like a lot of the time under Thomas Frank they haven't looked like that. There hasn't been the movement off the ball. There hasn't been the energy and the drive to go forward when they do break. There hasn't even been an out ball at times, to be honest. And there's been no one to link up play whatsoever. But today that's completely different. And I'll give Thomas Frank the credit because he's obviously selected the team. And it's a good performance. And this is hopefully a turning point for Spurs. I don't expect Tottenham to win every single week. I just don't.
That feels unlikely.
It's unlikely, But what I do expect is to see you put up much better numbers than we have been seeing in terms of chances created, in terms of, just looking at the balls into the box, duels, all of it. I've seen terrible performances against Chelsea, against Arsenal, a pretty lacklustre one.
Chance here for Javi Simmons. The goalkeeper was off his line.
Very similar chance
Vicario.
against Fulham there.
Even the performance against Newcastle wasn't good. I'd have bit your hand off for the draw for it, and arguably that was never even a penalty anyway. You should have won the game. But I need to see more in the performance, and that is what will endear Thomas Frank to the fans. That is what people can get behind when it comes to the team, because at the minute there's such a massive divide between everyone, and you can see that in the way that players are responding and coming out online and saying things that they're not happy with Vicario being booed, which I understand. The whole team could have been booed. They shouldn't have just singled out one particular player, the fans. But you just need something to get behind, and maybe today's the day that we see that. No. Fingers crossed.
Substitution in the Bournemouth-Chelsea game. Senesi off, injured. He's pretty much been ever present for them this season. He was banned for the last game, I believe, after an accumulation of yellows. But he's just come off. So it's a bit of a
weird one.
James Hill's come on.
It was a weird one as well because he basically, I think he's pulled his quad. He did a sliding tackle whilst Chelsea were on the counter attack against Garnacho, and it was quite weird because they were giving him treatment for about 5 minutes or so. Then he played on for 2 minutes and then he went down again. But it was a bit of a weird one. It was not like a clash of anything. It was just him in a slide tackle.
So we're halfway-ish then through the second half in our 3 o'clock games in the Premier League. The only game that is goalless is Bournemouth-Chelsea. Everton, as things stand, 5th in the current live Premier League table, leading Nottingham Forest by 2-0. There was a Milenkovic own goal and then Barry scoring for Everton in the first half. City 2 up at home to Sunderland, but not looking particularly good because it was last weekend, wasn't it? This time last weekend they were 2 up against Leeds, and Leeds got it back to 2-2 before Phil Foden scored a very late goal. Donnarumma's made a good save for City. Sunderland hit the post as well, and fair play Sunderland, they're really trying to give it a go. As things stand then in the Premier League, Man City are 2 points behind Arsenal. Newcastle 2 up at home to Burnley, who are down to 10 men. And it's Spurs 2, Brentford 0. Going to bring you team news for Leeds Liverpool very, very shortly, the full team news. But what I can tell you once again is that Mohamed Salah is on the bench for Liverpool. Down in the Championship, Millwall 1 up at Bristol City. Coventry away at Ipswich 2 down. Wrexham leading Preston by a goal to 0, turning out to be another really good afternoon for Chrissy Wilder and Sheffield United. 3 up at home to Stoke. QPR beating West Brom by a goal to 0. Ryan Mason at West Brom under a tiny bit of pressure. Southampton 3, Birmingham 1. Swansea Oxford is a game between two sides who are just outside the playoffs. In fact, the two teams that are outside the outside the relegation zone, I should say. And Swansea, as things stand, are 2-0 up at home to Oxford. Abby, Spurs making their first substitution.
Yeah, Bentancur coming off. It's pretty much their normal straight swap for Polinia there. Star's just also stripped off behind. So I think he'll be making a change there too. I hope he doesn't take off Xavi Simons, because he's got this habit lately where he keeps taking him off at like the 60-minute mark, and obviously
shop a little bit.
Yeah, whenever he has played, I don't want him to do that. Like,
he's been your best outlet. He's been your absolute best outlet.
He's been, everything's kind of gone through him today, which it should, and he's been the most he's been the most positive one. I don't want to see him come off, because I think he'll be really disappointed with that if he has to.
It's time to give. Hill Dickinson Stadium has done it. It's time to give Tiano Barry a standing ovation. Yeah. He's been substituted at Everton, and I'm not sure what idiot.
Picked up a yellow card, and so I think they thought, well, let's get him off. He scored. He's picked up a yellow.
If Beto scores,
I need Beto to score.
If Beto, Barry, and Richarlison all scored today in the Premier League, I think for the vibes factor, that's absolutely just good vibes.
Imagine if we would have just picked that as our bet bill.
Why do you try and be clever and go for Haaland to score at home?
I don't know, so weird. Is that what we're waiting on?
Oh, there's a goal in.
Do you know what?
Oh my God,
Phil, you know what? Phil Foden's on fire.
I think it was Foden.
Man City have a third goal at home to Sunderland, and this is against the run of play, because Sunderland have started their second half off really, really well. Man City looking a little bit open defensively, but going forward, they have got their third goal. Let's have a look, shall we, at the replay here. I think it's so good to see Phil Foden playing in much more of a central position for City. I thought it was really good in the week. Erling Haaland has the ball in midfield and so much space. He's got Doku to his left-hand side. He plays it infield, and it then comes out to the right-hand side to Cherki, who goes on the outside. He comes back in on the inside, and then, you see that the cross? Yeah. He almost does a Rabona kind of cross there on the inside, which is absolutely magnificent. And then it's a headed in by Phil Foden. That is a Rabona cross right onto Phil Foden's head. That's sexy.
He's a good little player.
Why would you do that? Because he can do that. Like, if I could do that, I'd Rabona my way home. But you just can't. That makes no sense, does it? Really? Rabona your way home. How do you Rabona your way home?
You kick yourself. You kick yourself in a game.
It might take you a while.
Go on, Chelsea.
That was lovely.
But Zach, that there from Cherki is a real bit of quality.
Yeah, he really is a very good player. Again, someone that has high potential, somebody that City have kind of bought in, thinking that he can be at City for a long time. I'm kind of surprised at how cheap he was, to be honest. I know that Leon had a bit of an interesting transfer money, finance-wise, in the summer. But yeah.
Sorry, it's a really good tackle from Malo Gusto. Bournemouth were in, and there was a last-ditch tackle from Gusto, but he timed it to absolute perfection there. It's Alex Scott who ran forward a long way. And that from Gusto is absolutely world class.
Good bit of skill from Scott.
Great feet from Scott, and he's about to get a shot away. And that is almost Van der Ven-esque from what he did earlier, right?
Yeah, again, that kind of like backwards tackle. Using his right foot whilst running on the left of him and sliding in to get it. I mean, I do feel like there is a goal on its way, but I cannot call who this is going for. It's just never a foul. Oh my goodness. One of my biggest pet peeves is just when a player...
Forest have one cleared off the line. That's remarkable. Pickford doesn't deal with the cross that comes in. He pushes it away, and Igor Jesus has a shot cleared off the line. Zach, back to you.
I'm just me moaning. When a player is like back to goal, going to his own net, and a defender, whatever, might just put their hands on him, and the player goes down, and the referee gives it every single time. Defenders do it quite often in the corner, and it does my head in. But that one was in the middle of the pitch. But yeah, at the moment 0-0 in this Chelsea game. Still no clear-cut chance in this second half. Chelsea, Mark Guiu had an opportunity earlier, a bit of a half-decent one at the 6-yard box, turning on the swivel and a half volley. But yeah, maybe something will happen soon.
It's strange, isn't it, when you actually watch a game and look at the stats, because it doesn't feel like there have been 21 shots on goal in the Bournemouth-Chelsea game.
Honestly, 8 on target? Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah,
there's been a lot of
But even 8, you don't feel like there's been 8 shots.
Well, Chelsea have had so many shots from from just outside the box, straight at the goalkeeper. Bournemouth had a few like that. It's very
Yeah, our bet builder's done.
Haaland's coming off.
Impact sub.
Impact.
Oh, no.
You're all good.
Do you know what?
All right.
Good. I'm glad he's being subbed. Get him
Who
off the
for
pitch.
though?
Get him off.
Is he coming off for a centre back?
I feel unlikely Pep's taking him off. Haaland and Foden are both coming off, and I guess when you're 3 up, Marmoush, goodness me, my mind went blank there. So, they got so many attacking players. You almost forget sometimes, like Marmoush is still at the club. I hope Ake's not the impact sub for Haaland. I don't think he is. No, it's Foden, Gvardiol, and Haaland that are coming off. So Pep is using this lead, this comfortable cushion. Reinders, Ake, and Marmoush are coming on. So Marmoush will be on for Erling Haaland as the number 9. So possibly there's still chance. We just need a Voltemade goal, a Haaland goal. Who's the other one?
Thiago. Igor Thiago.
Oh, Igor Thiago. Is he even playing?
Yeah. It's weird.
And
I
that was
thought
when that great challenge was on him, remember?
Yeah.
Oh, it was a long time ago, Lee.
Good thing they rested him there against Arsenal, wasn't it?
No, they all look really, really fit.
Really
and
good, really fresh. Damsgaard's off already.
Yeah, honestly,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, they had.
But good for you. Well done for bottling against Arsenal. Well done.
Bottling against you as well. They've rolled over for you.
Yeah, I know, but they did.
It's more embarrassing. They're
So
surely beat by
embarrassing.
Spurs.
It's so embarrassing. You rest your players, so you thought you'd put up a fight today. Do me a favour.
Honestly, imagine losing to Spurs with your strongest team away.
Crazy. Imagine that.
It's absolutely
Easy for you. Easy, like literally a tap in for you lot today. Crazy work. Hope they get relegated.
Pipe down, Abby.
Great move from Newcastle. Couldn't quite get to great defending and goalkeeping as well. But Hill played through. Looked like he was just going to dink it over the keeper. Great feet all around the box though. Good 1-2. Played in front of him. Just tried to dink it over the keeper. But great goalkeeping in the end. Only still 2 down with a man down.
Yeah, not looking good, is it? So I mean, it's really all eyes at the moment on the Bournemouth Chelsea game and where the
Go on, that show. Oh, it was that.
Stayed straight, didn't it?
It was. It was
cut
that
in on his right foot
classic
from the
Garnacho
left.
area.
Just goes wide.
Rather than having the kind of bend, he goes for more of a low drilled shot. Whether he meant it, I don't know.
Igor Thiago! Oh, it's a great tackle. Is that Romero? Abby, look at this. Anything Van de Ven can do, Romero can do better. Igor Thiago, I love it when defenders celebrate tackles.
Same.
I think it's good for the game.
It is good
A quick throw sets
my
Igor
Lord, it is a
Thiago
quick
through, actually turned Van de Ven, and then Romero with an unbelievable last-ditch tackle. They are your 2 best players by an absolute mile, aren't they?
Yeah, they're also my highest goal scorers as well.
That's not funny.
No, it's actually not funny. But you've got to get people that can do it both.
God, go.
They definitely are by far.
They're amazing. Yeah.
However, they do not so much Mickey Van de Ven, but Romero does make a lot of individual errors.
Do you think
as
he's
well.
making less though?
You
than
know-
last-
I mean, I've watched him make 2. I've watched him make 2, literally a few days ago.
But it can happen. Like when you're because he's the one that's asked to do stuff, isn't he? Like Van de Ven isn't asked as much as he is to like do stuff on the ball. I remember when he came on against Chelsea, and obviously Spurs were dire. They were absolutely awful. But he came on after a time away, and you just look so
we're
much better.
We are much
He is-
better. Like,
he's really good.
I love that partnership. I think just Spurs generally, they're just maybe not so much polished a lot of the time. Like he's definitely not as rash as I think like the story will tell you.
out,
Like he's not sent off all the time. He don't have that many yellow cards in terms of like what you think that he would be putting up. He doesn't always go in for the crazy challenges. It's just kind of a narrative that's been built around him because he is very fiery, very passionate, and he did do that quite a lot early on.
days.
He definitely has settled down in terms of what he is like, but you want to have a player that understands what it means. And one thing I was always critical of with him is I never felt he gave the same energy that he gives to Argentina, that he gives to Spurs. And it would kind of be like the priority went on those games. Like he might not play, or
he would go and travel, wouldn't he? Quite
precisely.
Often,
And like
Well,
not
the opposite of what most players do, isn't it? Most players happy to skip
pull out.
international
yeah,
breaks
whereas
to make sure
like
they're fit for their team.
sometimes if there was a game like a few weeks in advance, you know that he might be out with a knock or something, and then he'd be fit to play for Argentina. I just wanted him to match that same energy for Spurs. But since obviously being made captain, I like Romero. I just sometimes do think he can just be a bit crazy, but. You need that.
Well, at the moment, though, him and Van de Ven are keeping Brentford out.
Mickey Van de Ven is ridiculously good.
Where do you rank in terms of best defenders in the Premier League at the moment? Best centre-backs?
At the moment.
At the moment, I mean, we have
not
conceded.
very high.
No, because we have conceded a lot lately.
No,
So
but Van de Ven's still quite. I know Spurs, but he's still an amazing defender, isn't he?
yeah, but it's hard for me to be able to put them super high, especially as a partnership. When if I go back a week ago, we'd conceded like 11 goals in a week. So
But at the same time, like, there's a lot more, I guess. Individually, they're both amazing.
Yeah.
Individually, they're both amazing. And they are both good as a duo. I guess it's the stuff around them which has been really, really poor. You remember Andrew's first season, together they were both like elite.
But they've also been injured so much, the pair of them.
Yeah,
so I think last season they'd only played together 17 times. Or
do you remember how often Gray was playing centre back last season?
we'd had all sorts. Odebert's on now as well.
Okay, Estevan needs to come on. Estevan needs to get on
surprised?
very, very soon.
Surprised that he's not on at the moment?
Well, we saw him warming up about 5 minutes ago. We get back edging towards the 75th minute, only 15 minutes less in the game. I would have thought he'd be on by now. Garnacho's having a bit of a rough one out there. Like, he keeps getting the chances like this where he'll drive at the fullback.
Lots of space over here to run into, Zach.
And then let's see if he makes the right decision. Overruns it just slightly. But he's got no support right now. But he's made an absolutely fantastic ball. But I'd be keen to get someone like Esteval on for Garnacho, put Pedro Neto over to the left wing, and get someone like Esteval on and let him just drive at these defenders, because we are having opportunities to get in behind on the counter. They're just not really amounting to much, and then Bournemouth get back.
So Chelsea, at the moment, with all of the possession, is Bournemouth. And then again, Garnacho there. I think that's where you want your centre forward there. Garnacho with the ball in from the left-hand side into a decent area. But there was that's where you want your...
Petrovic gave the eyes then, as if he was like, I did not know where that was going.
but as he left that ball, though, it
goes closer to the goal than you realise.
Look a little bit closer to the goal than perhaps I thought. So it's Bournemouth 0, Chelsea 0. 75 minutes gone in these 3 o'clock games. City are 3 up at home to Sunderland. Everton 2 up at home to Forest. Dwight McNeil coming on for Everton. Newcastle are cruising against 10-man Burnley. And it's still Spurs 2, Brentford 0. And Spurs look set for a much-needed 3 points that will really, temporarily anyway, a tiny bit of the pressure that's on Thomas Frank at Tottenham Hotspur.
What's Frank's next game? Is it Champions League, isn't it? I think.
Yeah, we've got Slavia Prague on Wednesday.
Okay. Away?
No, at home, but we're fine in the Champions League. In terms of our record at home has been really, really good. That is a great.
I know your one after the next one is Liverpool. So
here comes Esteval. I must have been listening to me coming on for Garnacho. I would assume that Pedro Neto would go out to the left wing and Esteval go out to the right.
Forest away.
Tough.
Is it? They're struggling this season badly.
So away.
Fair enough.
Tough place to go.
Zach, this must
under the lights.
Is it
2 p.m?
With the time of how dark it gets now, it will be dark by the end of the game.
Under the lights is early these days.
Second half will be darkish.
2 p.m.
The lights need to be turned on by full time.
Yeah. The final 15-20 minutes.
Floodlights are on.
Is on. So Esteval was finally on for on Chelsea. I mean, how would you, if Chelsea leave this with a draw? I mean, to get 1 point from Leeds away and Bournemouth away, but 1 point from Leeds and Bournemouth is a big blow after that great draw against Arsenal with 10 men.
It is. I guess this is the December period that is so crucial, and I want Chelsea to come out of it positively, because in the last few years we have come out of it really negatively. As I said earlier, it was where Chelsea really let any kind of title ambition, like there wasn't much, but any chance of it last season go, and then really struggle in the early months of 2025
sorry, that's really, really nice play from Everton. Grealish and Dewsbury Hall play a nice 1-2. Grealish just sets it off for Dewsbury Hall, and his shot running onto it first time with his left foot just goes wide.
He looks like he's enjoying his football so much, by the way, right now. He's playing with such, just those Everton
off the post
midfielders and wingers just loving playing football right now. You can see.
You always think, like, I don't know if it's exaggeration, but you always think Grealish kind of brings that to a club as well. Having him in the changing room, everyone seems happier, and it's like, I think
that's a really good point. And that's one of the great things about Grealish, not just his ability, but I think his personality, his character, his personality. Yeah, he's obviously got that kind of bubbly personality about him.
Those three, Ndai, Dewsbury Hall, Grealish, is like such a nice front three.
No, but
let's add Barry to it as well now.
Sure. Yeah, your favourite player. No, but even in this game, even in your game, he's playing Dewsbury Hall deeper and playing Alcaraz, so he's playing Dewsbury Hall in the midfield too. Then you've got the three behind Villarreal legend Tiano Barry. Are they missing him?
I cannot tell. The Yellow Submarine, I'm not so sure.
I cannot say.
I cannot speak.
Spurs beat them earlier this season, didn't they? So they can't be that good, can they?
Yeah, because they're missing Barry.
Yeah, there we go.
That must be why.
The Championship, QPR have got a second goal at home to West Brom. Sheffield United got a third goal at home to Stoke City. Chelsea then and Bournemouth is still goalless. Also as well. Oh, here we go, Lee. Your favourite player's coming on.
Yeah.
What a big moment this is at St James's Park, because
his debut.
Yeah.
Huge.
Johan Vista,
He's
take it away.
1-0 down, isn't he?
Yeah.
1-0 down to Isak so far.
Yeah.
We had a bit of a match.
What was the bet?
I said that Vista would score, what did I say, more goals?
Yeah,
more Premier League goals than Isak this season.
When did you make that bet?
Start of the season.
So before the start of the season.
You made that before a ball had been kicked?
Yeah, because he's got penalties, you'd think.
Yeah.
And like last season, they weren't that different in the Premier League.
That's wild that you foresaw that.
And I didn't think Isak would be on pens. I didn't think he'd play that many games in the Premier League. Well, maybe more Champions League, etc.
So you made that.
And the injuries have cost us.
Yeah, but you've made that in August. End of
1-0.
August, and it's 1-0, and it's now the 6th of December.
Yeah, I know.
So
is it?
it's
Just
not
shows
ideal.
how bad Isak's been, right? Semenyo.
He's been injured for 5 months.
Yeah, no, I know. Tell me
Well,
about it.
Isak did go on strike for about 3 months, didn't he? So
Anyway, not good enough for me saying. Semenyo just had a shot, a left-footed shot.
He is so good, man. Like, if he's still at Bournemouth in January, obviously it remains to be seen. But whatever club he does end up at is getting some player.
Where's
Just
he
like
go?
that, I mean, I quite like the idea of Arsenal, but I don't think that would happen. Obviously, there's been rumours about. I think he'd slot in at Spurs, but I don't know if he'd actually leave Bournemouth to go to Spurs.
I think price wise, yeah. I think what you'd get on the wages would be obviously a lot bigger.
Yeah, very true, very true. And if you look maybe further
Champions League,
forwards,
yeah.
maybe he'd like that as well. I think Liverpool could easily do that, but I don't think Liverpool need to maybe add another attacker to that
centre-back
already.
first and then maybe.
Exactly. But I think for the fee and like the kind of guarantee you get from him, he's really, really good. But just that Chelsea chance, that Bournemouth chance there, like he gets it on the left flank, beats his man, like takes the shot so quickly whilst getting closed down, and that's to force a save from Rob Sanchez. He was out for a corner. He's just brilliant.
Another player we like, Iliman Ndiaye, just had a really nice run from the right-hand side, cutting in on his left foot. But Matt Sells, to be fair to the Forest keeper, made a really, really good save, punching the ball over the crossbar. Everton having a corner here, Lee.
12 games in the top 2 divisions in English football, and only 3 away goals. No away goals in the Premier League. Yeah, there's been so many teams are winning
That'll be
at
good
home
for
today.
Good for William Hill.
Well, not the home wins won't be so good, but yeah, the fact that
Both teams score.
yeah, absolutely, yeah, it'll be really helpful. But yeah, it's really strange. You got obviously the games that we're watching here. You got Sheffield United 4-0 up against Stoke, QPR, the Swansea 2 up at home, Ipswich 2 up at home. So yeah, it's a quirky one today.
Not many. Yeah, was it the 3-way goals? Yeah, Birmingham, Wrexham.
I think West Brom may have just scored at QPR, or just to kind of ruin my stats. Wrexham scored.
Well, the stat's still pretty good, isn't it? That it's just.
Preston have equalised at home to Wrexham, by the way.
Yeah, that's 1-1 there. Preston starting the day inside the playoff places, and West Brom putting a goal back away at QPR. Ryan Cherky and Bernardo Silva are making way for Man City. You have the luxury of bringing on Savinho.
Do you know, that's another thing, sorry, on Spurs today. They've actually
Bit of
pressed.
aggression, yeah.
They've actually pressed high and they have been aggressive. I would love to know what the difference is. I probably won't see this again, but it's been really enjoyable today. I can't lie.
Pedro Neto there. Was that João Pedro on the right-hand side? João Pedro played a really good, dangerous ball from the right-hand side.
I thought.
Maybe a little bit.
Which went, but again, that's where you want your kind of natural number 9, Liam Delap there. Ideally, maybe have anticipated that ball a little bit better and quicker.
Yeah, possibly. Mark Guiu, I think, kind of makes the run further forward in case he passes it there. That Chelsea do play like that. They want their kind of wingers being in at that back post, making that run in. We've seen, Pedro Neto score actually quite a few goals this season like that. And Chelsea have done that over the years. Just 7 minutes or so until we see what added.
Everton have a third goal at home to Nottingham Forest. Nottingham Forest do not deal with the corner at all. They make an absolute meal of the clearance.
KDH!
And it comes to KDH, also known as Kieran Dewsbury Hall. And his first time shot goes through bodies and into the back of the net. What an afternoon for Everton. What a couple of days for Everton, going to Bournemouth and winning, because it was last weekend, wasn't it? They probably had their worst performance of the season, getting thumped by Newcastle, went to Bournemouth and won, and now back in front of their home fans in their new stadium. They're 3-0 up. It's a corner that comes in. Sells has a weak kind of punch at it. It then gets played to Dewsbury Hall on his weaker right foot. First time shot drilled low into the corner. Lovely finish by KDH. I like that. KDH.
Yeah, not quite as easy to say as KDB. But playing like a KDB in this game, Jesus.
Steady there, yeah. But
England call up soon.
I think he's a very good player, Kieran Dewsbury Hall.
You think he can go to the World Cup?
No, that's a joke. That's
don't
a
be
joke.
silly. He's not
No, I wouldn't say it's
I think he
jokeable
has,
worthy.
does he not have Irish like half Irish or something like that as well. I might have made that up.
He's a good player.
He is a good player. He is very.
I
good.
asked you, would he go to the World Cup?
No.
I didn't say it was England.
No.
With somebody else, another country maybe, possibly. So yeah, what an afternoon turning out to be here. And can Brentford have a chance here? Jed Spence this time, they're really good. Defensive tackle, Brentford going to win a corner. João Pedro's got the ball for Chelsea. That's really poor, isn't it, Zach? Running into midfield, and Scott, who's been everywhere today, wins that ball back, and now it's a chance for Bournemouth to come forward down the right-hand side. And while we're talking about Chelsea being in this game, Zach, I think Bournemouth might also try and fancy their chance to win it.
I think Bournemouth look a bit leggy, personally. There's not much like drive about them when they go forward. It looked pedestrian, that, didn't it?
I'll be honest, there's in this game, there's not been really any... There's been no like one-on-one with the goalkeeper or anything like that in the whole 85 minutes so far. We see obviously earlier Semenyo have that shot which then kind of just escaped Evan Nilsson. That probably was the chance of the game so far, but we've not really had anything clear cut. Both teams not really wanting to commit the extra man in case the other team they lose it and they just win on the counter and find the back of the net. But Chelsea so far struggling to kind of get that final ball through there. Look, ball makes its way to Mark Guiu, who just misplaces a pass and it goes back to Bournemouth, who then Bournemouth kick it out for a Chelsea throw-in.
Jack Grealish had the ball on the left-hand side and he pulled it into the box, and I thought for a second that Beto was going to just get a shot away and pull the trigger, but he was surrounded out by a few. Aston Villa.
I really need that to happen. That would have been the most unbelievable thing of this whole day. Imagine a day, right, where Arsenal lose at Villa, Spurs win at home, and Richarlison, Beto and Barry all score. I mean, not on my bingo card for Saturday.
Vista would help.
Vista would help.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it? To go 1-1 with Isak.
Yeah.
That is still a mental bet, but there's only one goal in that.
Have you? Yeah, you must be. You seem quite calm though, Dabby.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm fine. Brentford have offered absolutely nothing.
There's been a match abandonment in the Blackburn Sheffield Wednesday game. The referee has called off the contest due to a waterlogged pitch. Wow. So that's only because Blackburn are 1-up.
In the 85th minute?
Yeah, they've called it off there.
8 minutes ago, it got tweeted out by Blackburn's official.
Did
they kick off in the second half or not? They kick off the second half?
Yeah. Match abandoned.
Did they not know it was waterlogged before that?
It must still be raining there. Must still be raining up in Blackburn.
Oh, so after an hour, the referee stopped play, nor the players off due to the pitch and the wet surface. They came off after an hour.
Oh, okay.
And they've only just officially called this off after 50 minutes. So I also think when the game restarts, it will restart at 0-0, won't it? Also, Blackburn had a game called off earlier this season home to Ipswich, didn't they? I think they were winning that game at the time.
They're racking up the...
They're racking up the abandonments, aren't they?
Racking them up.
Our Spurs are racking up the goals and the chances in the game at home to Brentford. Lee, I'm fascinated to see how you guys are going to price up the race for Europe this season, because we mentioned numerous times on this show that it's so congested, isn't it? Kind of in those places for Europe. I mean, Aston Villa, I guess, must be getting pretty short now.
Yeah, they were. Remember when we spoke about it on the preview? They were kind of outside of the obvious four, which is Arsenal, Man City, Liverpool, and Chelsea.
But that might not be so obvious.
No, yeah. Liverpool still kind of odds on for that kind of top four spot, if you like. But then Aston Villa came next, and we were saying, weren't we, that if you'd have trusted that early season when they hadn't scored a goal after 4 games, then you'd have got a decent price about that, because it changes so much. Man United are the one that are a little bit odd, because despite their form and general league position, they're still right up there after Aston Villa as the next team. Whereas you've got, as you said, Everton are 5th at the minute. You've got Palace who are still in there. You've got Newcastle, who you would expect to improve. They'll go up with, if everything stays as it is right now, they'll be in the top half of the table, Newcastle, and they'll only go higher and higher. So yeah, it's I think that's going to be one of the most intriguing markets all season. But yeah, Villa odds on now.
A standing ovation at Hill Dickinson Stadium because Jack Grealish is coming off, and you can see by the way he celebrated his goal in the week against Bournemouth that I think he's loving playing. He said he loves David Moyes. Tyler Dibbling, who they spent big money on, by the way, has come on. Chelsea coming forward. Enzo Fernandez with a shot from 25 yards out. Zach, this has not been good enough today for Chelsea, has it? You've been way below your best.
I think both teams just sound each other out, to be honest. Like, there's been no opportunities. Like, both teams have defended actually pretty well. There's been wide out.
Wide's that though?
Yeah, he should have put it out. So that's what I mean. Too many teams. Both the teams have been having too many pot shots outside.
Oh, you've got to be joking me! That's Igor Thiago, who is a couple of yards out. He's got the goal at his mercy. It's a woeful shot for someone he's the second leading goal scorer, isn't he, in the Premier League this season?
He's got 12 goals in 15 games this season, no comps.
Well,
He's got to hit the target at least.
It happens to the best of them. No goals for Haaland today. No goals for Igor Thiago. So
Tierney Barry scored, so, come on.
It's the day of the underdog then, isn't it?
Yeah. And Spurs are winning.
And Spurs are winning.
Spurs, there we go.
There we go.
I think he had bodies in front of him, but I think the bare minimum there was got to hit the target.
I really want a clean sheet, to be honest with you, as well. That is really important for me.
Is it really?
It is actually really important for me. I would like that.
Yeah.
Everton in again here.
Beto.
Plenty of players back for Forest, to be fair.
Also, by the way, Lee, speaking about Everton's attacking players, they've got another one we haven't spoken about is Tyler Dibbling, who they spent quite big money on in the summer from Southampton, and he's Beto with the header just wide.
Don't tease me.
Cross came in from the left, and Big Beto got his head on it.
Big Beto.
Oh, Big Beto.
The big Beto. But he headed wide. A really good whippage from Dwight McNeil. And Beto's leap there, to be fair. Do you know what? He makes a good run there. He attacks the ball, and it just goes wide. Maybe Beto and Barry, the big Beto and Barry.
Big Barry and Big Beto.
Imagine playing them as a two together up front. That'd be remarkable, wouldn't it? As we're cracking jokes, poor Zach J-Lab has his head in his hand. Zach, talk us through the Chelsea game. Only a couple of minutes left. Chance for Cucurella inside the box.
Ball's going to get whipped in, I assume, in a second. I mean, this is it. It's just a bit turgid. It's been a bit turgid getting that final ball in. Chelsea obviously trying to line it up for some sort of cross. Whether they
5 minutes
end
out of
up do it. Yeah, I mean, who knows? At the moment, I kind of feel like if any team is going to find this goal, it's going to be Chelsea. But Bournemouth, to their credit, have defended really, really well. Made the tackle. Senesi when he was on the pitch. See, this is what I mean. If he gives a foul for that, that is what I hate. It's just not a foul. It's just not a foul. You're an adult. You're an adult, man. Jesus Christ.
You're an adult.
This is ridiculous.
Grow up.
And who's he booking here? Like, oh my goodness. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. 4 minutes left in this game. I think, look, 0-0. Chelsea with Bournemouth's form going into this would have ideally.
You know what? By the way, Zach,
you can't put your hands on, but it's not a free kick.
Mate, that is what, honestly, you're absolutely, that is never in a million years. And you're right. It's something, when a player gets the wrong side of a player, any sort of, it's like if you get anywhere near the player, the ref blows for a free kick.
Booked Reece James, obviously moaning about it.
Reece James barely touches him.
It's just.
And you know, and also, Zach, this kills a minute of the game. And you won't get this added back on. And I think it's right. The referees have got to be better. It's never a foul. It kills a minute of the game.
Football's a physical game.
Everyone's getting booked.
Football's
it's not a physical game anymore, is it?
It's not allowed to do anything.
I actually thought, you know what, in the Chelsea-Arsenal game, maybe it got a little bit too physical for Caicedo with that tackle, but I thought there was a really good amount of physicality in it. I thought actually in a few games this season, we've seen that. But yeah, every now and again you have these, and it's just you can't.
It's not how you can't play it how it used to be played. Look at what they gave the penalty for the other night in the Newcastle Spurs game.
That's an awful decision. By the way,
literally just defending.
Obviously, Reece James does have his hands on him, and but you don't see him push him. It's just there. He's just consistently to be honest, I'll say the ref has been consistent with it. He's been giving them all day.
Consistently wrong though.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's 3 minutes then to go of stoppage time in the Bournemouth Chelsea game. Elsewhere, the other three games look done and decided. I mean, Everton are having a day that they're going to remember in their new stadium. 3 up at home to Nottingham Forest. They're 5th in the Premier League table as things stand. Newcastle bouncing back from dropping 2 points to Spurs in the week by beating Burnley by 2-0. Burnley playing about an hour of the game with 10 men. Spurs 2, Brentford 0, and City are 3-0 up at home to Sunderland. And they will, as things stand, go just 2 points behind Arsenal. Who would have thought that a few weeks ago? And everybody, well, not everyone, most people were saying this could be a boring procession to the title for Arsenal. Looks like it's going to be anything but that. Is there one more chance then left in the game at the Vitality between Bournemouth and Chelsea? It's Chelsea at the moment who have got possession. They made the changes. Esteval, João Pedro coming on the second half. That was an early change. Mark Guiu coming on for Liam Delap. Chelsea then got a throw in inside the Bournemouth half. And, well, if that, you know what, Zach, I think
he's given it.
He's given a foul throw, hasn't he?
No, I don't know. I don't know if he's given it the other way. And
he's given a throw to Bournemouth. I thought he gave a foul throw.
I don't know. The camera suggests that actually Chelsea still have the ball. Not sure what happened there, but Chelsea do still have the ball.
And Chelsea win the ball back then, do they? Reece James in midfield has won the ball back. It goes out then to Mark Cucurella at left back. It's been a It's been a bad fight.
There's a good
Cucurella
ball.
into João Pedro. It's a really good challenge.
And like credit to Bournemouth, especially in the second half. In the first half, it was a lot more Bournemouth and then Chelsea defending. And in the second half, it's been the other way around. And Bournemouth have defended really well, even with Hill coming on for Senesi. That last-ditch tackle, they're just managing to be kind of very structured in midfield, dropping back. Alex Scott is somebody who I've really admired, especially as kind of coming back from injury and almost like reinventing himself as being a little bit more defensive towards his game as well. So yeah, I mean, look, it's definitely not the ideal result for Chelsea, but I don't think it's terrible. I think Bournemouth have managed to make it really difficult.
QPR have got a third goal at home to West Brom, and QPR 3, West Brom 1. Ipswich are beating Coventry by 3-0, and Sheffield United got a fourth goal against Stoke, who started the day. Oh, no. We are going to see a red card in the Man City-Sunderland game, and that is an absolute stinker of a challenge. I think it's 09. He is studs up high on the leg of the Man City player. It wasn't given, and the referee is going to go over, have one look at this, and he's going to send off. I think he's walking already, the Sunderland player. That is a genuine leg breaker. He catches him high on the leg, studs up, not a good challenge.
No, not at all. Yeah, it's an absolute. I think he was given a yellow. I think in normal play. I mean, luckily, I think he hasn't done any damage.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah,
it's on Mateus Nunes, isn't it?
I don't think he's done any damage. I think Nunes.
That's an absolute stinker of a challenge, and that is high.
Luckily, I think I don't think he doesn't jar into his leg. It's almost like his boot slides off.
Yeah.
From that point, it slides off, so he doesn't injure him. But it is serious.
Yeah, I think that's the definition of serious foul play.
100%.
The ref not give that.
Do you know what I like? If the player was walking off, fair play.
Fair play.
Yeah, if he's walking off thinking, do you know what you've done? That's like a bit of cricket kind of there, isn't it? I'm just going to walk.
Oh, no.
Just gonna walk.
If you nick behind on cricket, don't walk. Honestly, Stuart Broad didn't do it back in, 2013? It was all good. Confirmation, he has been sent off 09. We've got full times then coming into us. We'll do a full roundup with you, Zach, on the Chelsea game shortly, but your initial reactions. It'd been such a good few weeks for Chelsea, hadn't it?
Yeah.
You lost at Leeds, drew at Bournemouth. A bad few days for Chelsea Football Club?
Yeah, not great. I think, I'm glad maybe the most boring game I've ever watched is over, to be honest.
You've got paid to watch it, right?
Yeah, nothing happened. Yeah, very true. So I can't complain too much. But yeah, no, look, Bournemouth, credit to them. Chelsea just didn't have it, I think, at the end of the day. Couldn't find that final ball. However, December has a lot of games. We've got a Champions League game in just a few days, so on to the next one.
Who've got the week?
Atalanta,
okay.
I think.
So that's the first full time then. Second full time comes at the Hill Dickinson Stadium. It is Everton 3, Nottingham Forest 0. A week is a long time in football, right? When Everton were beaten badly at home by Newcastle. They bounced back in the space of a week by winning 2 games on the road at Bournemouth, and they beaten Forest by 3-0. Milenkovic own goal, Barry scoring in added time in the first half, and then Kiernan Dewsbury Hall. Man City could not have had a better day if they wished for it. Arsenal lost in the early kickoff, and City do the job themselves, beating Sunderland by 3-0. Ruben Diaz, Gvardiol, and Phil Foden, the goal scorers there. So Bournemouth 0, Chelsea 0, Man City 3, Sunderland 0, Everton 3, Nottingham Forest 0. We've got 40 seconds to play in the Spurs game. Spurs 2, Brentford 0. We're checking for a possible handball, are we?
I think that's a handball. It's a penalty for Burnley.
And I think that will be a penalty for Burnley.
Puts his arm out towards
Jacob Ramsey's right arm comes out, and that will be a chicken wing.
It's actually maybe the most.
I've seen some most ridiculous penalties.
2 in this game.
2 in this game. Virgil won a few from in the Champions League. Like, what are people doing? That's a ridiculous one.
That was like a chicken wing.
Puts his hand towards it.
And elbows it.
Honestly.
Strange.
I've just realised, is Chelsea's game next weekend against Everton? Is it away at Everton?
Yes, I'm sure.
Because Everton are a point behind Chelsea as it stands.
No, maybe it's at Stamford Bridge, actually. Yes, it's
Stamford Bridge, yeah.
But next weekend?
Yeah.
Well, battle for Champions League at the moment.
Yeah, well, Everton,
and you've got Newcastle away after that.
Oh,
that's fine.
Villa at home.
Everton.
I say they'll be back for that.
Everton are 5th in the table. They are, as you said.
They wanted Moyes sacked a couple of weeks ago.
They're bizarre.
I'm not even joking. Yes, maybe it was a large crowd, but there are a lot of Everton fans that were talking about, we're never going to move on from. We're never going to play good football or get anywhere.
They should be so lucky.
Liverpool go 5th with a win at Leeds.
That doesn't even sound right. How can we be 5th if we win, given that I know, it's mad. We haven't won in 3 months.
welcome to the Premier League.
Yeah,
Welcome to the Premier League.
confirmation. I don't think it's going to mean much because we've played all of the added time in the Newcastle game, but it is a penalty for Burnley. That's going to be Fleming, isn't it? I think it's going to step up. Spurs have beaten Brentford by 2 goals, and we'll get Abby's reaction to that shortly. Let's wonder now if she's going to want Thomas Frank to be sacked after calling for him to be sacked a couple of weeks ago. Let's see if you change your tune today.
Put words in my mouth.
No. We have the receipts. We have the video from talkSPORT's YouTube channel.
Yes, I'm aware.
Abby Summers' videos are doing all right at the moment, aren't they, Abby? Fleming then...
you can actually bet in play on this penalty.
Oh, really?
Whether it's scored or missed.
What are the odds?
1 to 5 scored, missed 16 to 5. It's just over
I'm going to
3
bet.
to 1.
Can you put...
What is that?
16
Sorry,
to 5.
that's very, very Arsenal. I don't want to
Just
ever see
over
anything
3
like
to
that
1.
again.
Just over 3
I don't
to
want to
1.
see that.
Right, you'll describe that in 10 seconds, Abby. Okay?
I don't want to. I don't even want to think about
Is
what
that
I've
Spurs
just seen.
fans or Brentford fans?
No, that was Spurs fans.
Fleming missed.
Oh, it's a good pen.
Fleming
my
does
gosh.
bomber.
It's
Abby, for our people watching, that's going to go viral, by the way.
Stop.
What happened between the Spurs
Hey,
fans?
their first win in ages.
To be fair, at the end of the game, they usually play like free from desire, and I've just seen, you know, that clip, the infamous clip of the couple dancing,
The Arsenal couple, yeah.
which makes you just vom. I've just seen that happen at Spurs, and I'm sorry, but not my club.
Why are you so jealous that 2 people are in love and happy and they're going out on a Saturday
It's not
afternoon,
that. It's-
paying their hard-earned money to watch their team win, and you're
Okay,
sitting there trying
it's
to tear them down?
I'm not. They can do whatever they want. I just don't.
Getting applauded
There's
for
a
the
lot-
Spurs team, by the
imagine-
way.
There's a lot of dancing going on, guys. We beat Brentford.
Oh, imagine these poor
Brentford.
Spurs fans that actually go to go.
Oh, I'm sat here, Sam. I'm sat with
Use
you.
their
I could go to the
season
game if you like.
You can do if you want.
Okay, you wouldn't have Saturday or Sundays with me.
All right, we'll get Jessie's that back. She was really good last
She'll
time
be
we had her on.
She'll be busy as well.
She can come do game day with us and then go and do the DJing.
She's probably just put the music on for them.
Oh, God, all right. Why are you in such a tetchy mood today? You're supposed to be happy.
I'm not. I'm very happy.
All right. So the only game which is still ongoing, Newcastle 2, Burnley 1, Lee. Burnley scored the goal, Fleming with a penalty, and Newcastle now got to just see this out.
Yeah, definitely. I think surely he'll blow pretty much the minute summer as well in the meantime. That's by the way, that's Ian Fleming's 6th goal of the season in all competitions, 5 in the Premier League. It's 5 in 12.
Not bad, is it, for a team in the bottom 3 who aren't winning games of football?
Yeah, not bad at all. So, Newcastle look a bit nervy here. I mean, Burnley, now they're going to attack. Surely just take this into the corner and see the game out. It was 3 added minutes. We're on the 90, just about to tick over to the 90.
Had to spend a lot of time with the man down as well, Burnley, haven't they? Like, you just think if it wasn't for that red card, wasn't for that silly handball, they could have had a little point here.
I mean, this should have been out of sight by Newcastle, though. They've had so much of the ball. It's just worry about their kind of like. I mean, Voltemada, you wouldn't call him prolific, would you? And it's whether Vissa coming into this team and getting some fitness can give them that extra edge, because I think that's probably where the area where they'll miss it. They're going into the corner here, and I think it's gone out for a Burnley throw. So Burnley is still bang at this. Kyle Walker trying to get the ball moving. I mean, they'll do well to get down the Newcastle end, to be fair. 2-1, 96 on the clock now. And Newcastle get the ball back. Surely this is done.
You'll be happy
this is
to know.
the only away goal in the Premier League today.
Yeah. Arsenal actually scored away from home.
Sorry, in 3 o'clock. Sorry, yes.
That's right, mate. Just, come on. You'll be happy. I'm joking with you. You'll be happy to know that Grimsby have won in the FA Cup. Johan Vissa here.
No way.
Go on, Vissa.
Oh, I didn't-
Bang this in.
That
Terrible
was
ball.
nasty.
Terrible.
He
Do
could
something.
have played such an earlier ball to Alanga. He could have easily scored. And the referee, I think, is about to blow his whistle. Bruno Guimaraes outside the box. Shoots. It comes out now to Tino Livramento. We played 97 minutes. So we played. And there is the full-time whistle. And Newcastle have won 3 in their last 4 games. So we have our 5 full-times then in the Premier League. Bournemouth 0, Chelsea 0. A bad few days for Chelsea. Bournemouth's winless run continues. Everton 3, Nottingham Forest 0. Everton have 4 wins in 5 games. Man City are 2 points behind Arsenal. They've beaten Sunderland 3-0. Spurs have a much-needed victory in the Premier League against Brentford 2-0. I told a lie, by the way. It's not full-time in the Newcastle-Burnley game. And Burnley have won a free kick on the pretty much on the halfway line, and yet Martin Dubravka, this would be incredible, wouldn't it? Martin Dubravka is going to come out, and we all know where this ball is going. He's going to launch this ball into the box, and well, if they win the first header, Burnley, you never know. You guess in Newcastle would have a pretty high line. Yeah, it's a high line. Martin Dubravka is going to launch it long. Can Burnley win the first header? No, they can't, but it still comes out to a Burnley player on the right-hand side of the box. Ball into the box! Oh!
3 of them. three of them just queuing up to either head it in, and then at the far post, couldn't see who it was, could have just gone in. Wow, that was a real opportunity for
That's
Burnley.
sick.
Great ball
And
in.
there's the full-time whistle. It is a glorious ball in, and you're right, it's Fleming and one other.
Any of them.
And they're
Any
both
of them.
completely unmarked in the box, and they just can't get their head on it.
Here. Great ball in. No one.
It's number
Oh,
29. It's number 29 who has the best
That's
opportunity.
Laurent,
of
is
them
it?
all.
Completely. So I think Fleming.
Is it Broya?
No, I think it's Laurent. So I think Fleming's just in front of him, and Fleming goes up a little bit too early, and I think he almost puts him off.
Cannot believe
I
it.
can't believe it. And that is another defeat then for Burnley. I'll quickly run you through the results then in the Championship from the 3 o'clock games. Blackburn Sheffield Wednesday was 1-0 Blackburn. It was suspended. Millwall continue their promotion charge. Bristol City Millwall start here with the two sides in the playoff places. Millwall win 1-0 at Bristol City. Top of the table Coventry lose at Ipswich. Ipswich 3-0, Coventry 0. Wrexham, who've drawn more times than any other team in the top 4 divisions, draw again. This summer away at Preston. Good home win for QPR against West Brom 3-1. Sheffield Wilder, that's definitely not a person, is it? Sheffield United. Don't laugh at me, bro. It's been a long day. Come on. Sheffield United and Chrissy Wilder continue their march up the Championship table. Sheffield United 4, Stoke
Chris
0.
United doing well.
Southampton 3, Birmingham 1, Swansea 2, Oxford 0. We'll take a very quick break on talkSPORT goals. Then when we come back, we'll round up everything that's happened on what has been a busy day of football up and down the country in the EFL. Hello and welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. It's just gone 5:05, Saturday, December the 6th. You are watching talkSPORT Goals live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and also as well on your smart TVs. It's Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Abby Summers and Zach J-Lab. And when we came into work this morning, Lee, separately, but we saw each other in work at the desk because we had our cup of coffee and a little bit of small talk, a little bit of banter. I was in a boisterous mood. Lee Phelps is always in a good mood.
Yeah.
You were in
Abby
very boisterous
Summers
mood.
Abby Summers was just chilling, dreading the worst. We have a little bit of small talk. I mean, we looked at each other and went, you know what, today feels like it's going to be a big day of football, a good day of football. And I tell you what, it certainly delivered. Aston Villa beating Arsenal by 2-1 in an entertaining game of football. There's a great clip of us celebrating it on talkSPORT's Instagram. The 3 o'clock games, it finished Bournemouth 0, Chelsea 0. And then home wins throughout the rest of the league. Everton 3, Forest 0, Man City 3, Sunderland 0, Newcastle 2, Burnley 1, Spurs 2, Brentford 0. So what we should do now is take a look at the league table. It still reads Arsenal top of the table on 33 points, but the two teams behind them are getting a lot closer to them. Arsenal have 33. City 31, 2 points behind Arsenal.
Good.
Villa of 33 behind Arsenal, and then for the first time in the league, everything's so congested. Now a little bit of a gap between third and fourth place, Villa and Chelsea. 5 points separating those two sides. Everton up to 5th on 24. Palace, Sunderland 6 and 7. Spurs and Newcastle have moved up. Spurs are in 8th in the table. And again, so much bad narrative around Spurs, yet they're 3 points off 4th place, 2 points off 5th place, which could be a Champions League place. And then we look down at the bottom of the table. We know Wolves are bottom on 2 points. Burnley remain 19th on 10. West Ham 12. Not much change elsewhere. Leeds and Forest are 2 teams outside of the bottom 3. Bournemouth are now 5 games without a win in the Premier League. They're 13th in the table. Zach, let's just focus in on Chelsea then. It was 3 wins in a row in the league. You had that great victory against Barcelona in the Champions League. Went to Leeds, beaten. Gone to Bournemouth today and drawn. You feeling a bit deflated?
Yeah, definitely. You know, it makes me laugh actually because there was a clip that went viral of a Chelsea fan. I think she said something along the lines.
Honestly,
of like, I'm actually less worried for. I think it was about Burnley, but I'm more worried for the Burnley game than I am the Barcelona game.
She got mocked, didn't she?
She did mocked, but I think she's spot on with how this Chelsea side are. Like when it's a big game, kind of at times when it matters most, or / like when it's against an opposition who are going to be kind of coming at Chelsea. Chelsea perform really well. They kind of battle really well. When they're up against a team who might be a little bit more defensive, might be a little bit more willing to sit back, who will take a 0-0 draw happily. I think Chelsea do struggle in those games, and they struggled in those games last season as well. And that's where this December period gets really interesting. Obviously, Everton, the next game in the Premier League. I think Chelsea obviously have a Champions League game before that too. I think Chelsea also have to play Villa, which could be quite interesting as well before the end of the year. But those are the games where, you know, we're talking about like title challenges or being a title challenger. That's where you can become that. That's what Chelsea need to learn to do. They've proven now that they can battle with the big boys. They beat Liverpool. They've beat Barcelona. They had a really good performance against Arsenal with a man sent off for half the game. So they're proving that side really well. But can you do it now against Sunderland? Can you do it against Leeds? Can you do it against Bournemouth? That's where Chelsea need to start kind of proving things now and finding results and putting teams to the sword as well. And once they can do that, then maybe we can really have these talks about title challenges. But right now, I think that's what needs to be figured out. And ideally, it's figured out this season.
It feels like with kind of, you know, Chelsea fans I speak to with Maresca that they're always still very much not sure about him, and it feels like he's one good win away from people going, oh, we're going places. He's then one defeat away from being like, oh, we're never going anywhere with this guy. Well, first time we've had you on the show for a while. Where are you at in terms of the development Chelsea are making under Enzo Maresca?
I like Enzo Maresca. I kind of always have. I like the way he handles himself in the media. I think he's got better at that as well this season. I think tactically he's very good. This is where I think he comes out and shines when he's playing the likes of Barcelona and these bigger teams. He can see their weaknesses. He can get his team set up to play against them. What we do need to see is, him kind of showcasing that he can do that against the smaller teams. And, you know, I'm not trying to be disrespectful in saying that, but Chelsea, through the money that's spent, through the size of the club in the last few years compared to Leeds, should have been going away to Leeds and getting a result. And so that when the kind of emphasis is on Chelsea to win, that's where I think you can sometimes see Chelsea fall off a little bit. But for Enzo Maresca, look, I think any Chelsea manager is always kind of 2 games away from being the best and 2 games away from possibly wanting him out. I think Chelsea fans are so used to success and so used to having cutthroat managers and managers who actually thrive off of those games. And I'd actually say in the last 10 years or so that Chelsea have always been a team that have done, or not always, but have actually done okay at beating the smaller teams and maybe struggled against some of the bigger teams. And Maresca seems to kind of have it the opposite way round at the moment. But yeah, look, I think I'm still more than happy with him. I still think he's doing a really good job. Again, not to try and put too many excuses out there, he's managing the youngest team in the league. He's having players coming back from injury. We're missing Moises Caicedo in this game, who is absolutely so crucial.
Cole Palmer's missed
play. Cole Palmer's missed a long time of football as well. So yeah, look, when Chelsea are playing a team that it is like an Arsenal, like when the Villa game, Chelsea might win that one, but the Everton game, obviously coming up next weekend, I'm a little bit more concerned about.
I wonder about the mentality of the team because it's so young. I mean, you mentioned earlier on Reece James obviously is looking like more of a captain. They need more of those in the team. I think it cost them against Arsenal because it felt like they got carried away with themselves. And
against Arsenal?
Again, the lack of discipline. You had the kind of... Esteval's so young that he just seemed to be too much. Yeah. It felt like when you were watching it that it was almost like they couldn't control themselves because they were so on top. I wonder, like, going away to these places, have they got that mettle to be able to put a challenge together?
I think the Arsenal game, the reason it was so good was because Chelsea were doing that. Like, I think
then it almost like bubbled over a bit too much.
Yeah, but
man gets sent off and suddenly the game's over.
But Moises Caicedo has done that. Moises Caicedo has done that his whole career, to be honest. Like, Moises Caicedo, what makes him so good is normally 99% of the time he makes that tackle. He plays on the edge, and he can do that. And that's his first sending off in his entire career at Chelsea. So I wouldn't be too I'll actually say that kind of physicality level, the aggression in that game is what made Chelsea bring it to Arsenal and take it to Arsenal.
I completely agree, but it's just like it has to. If you're a top team, you find that level, don't you? And you don't go over it. Cucurella had just fouled Saka, and it was a needless yellow card, and then you think, oh, that's going to be difficult all game long. It's just staying on the right side of that.
It depends though, because if Chelsea don't do that, Arsenal probably absolutely batter them.
Maybe.
And you are right. Yeah, I guess it is finding the slight balance. But I think apart from Moises Caicedo, Chelsea probably did find it against them. Where my frustration is like having that against Leeds, like having that against Bournemouth. To be honest, the Bournemouth, like, I think both of them just kind of sounded each other out, and there was no kind of clinical edge to the game. No one was finding that final ball, and that's where maybe there's a bit of criticism to say that, like, Cole Palmer just wasn't at the races today. But fair enough, he's been out for a long time. We need that final ball, that final creative pass to have a one-on-one chance with the goalkeeper. I think the closest one we had today was Semenyo down the left flank where he just about beat a man. So it's just finding that kind of creative spark. Otherwise, like, I think the aggression and stuff like that, I'm less concerned about. If anything, I actually want to see more of that consistently against other opposition, not just against Barcelona.
Doesn't this come back to a point that we touched on a bit earlier on about the kind of lack of experience in this Chelsea team? We mentioned the kind of transfer strategy that the owners, this kind of new ownership group, employed in the last couple of years, is signing young players to come and improve, that maybe perhaps one day they want to sell on for profit, as opposed to bringing in ready-made kind of top-class proven players ready to come in and take Chelsea to that next level. And I think a centre-back, I think, is a really key example. I appreciate you kept the clean sheet today, but I've said lots and lots on this show. So you've got lots of kind of young defenders there, and for a long time you needed that experienced defender to come in and really lead that back four.
Who would that be? Like, I always think sometimes
Mark Gahey was the obvious one in the summer, maybe.
Mark Gahey, sure, but like Mark Gahey has played as much football as like Wesley Fofana has, or been playing football since the same amount of time as Wesley Fofana. Like, Wesley Fofana has been injured, of course, but yeah, I kind of stepped there and felt like Mark Gahey was almost like a guarantee. Like, I thought, like, I kind of think sometimes whether Chelsea did possibly try it and Mark Gahey himself, who kind of got burnt at Chelsea, thought, I don't really want to go back there. And especially when Liverpool knocking on the door as well, then maybe you want to prioritise someone like them. And look, I find it weird, like the age profile thing of like the second they hit 26, like it's kind of out of Chelsea's range. But then Chelsea's ideal starting lineup is Wesley Fofana and Colwill. Yeah. That is those two centre-backs are perfect for me. Yeah, absolutely perfect. I think Colwill showcased towards the end of last season. So frustrating, obviously, about the injury, but I think he showcased that he's a really, really good centre-back and can add a lot to Chelsea's game. I think Wesley Fofana, when he plays, has showcased that actually he's the perfect defender for Chelsea. So I wouldn't be sitting here being like, we need another one. The issue is maybe the depth side where you don't have, say, Tosin. Yeah. But then Tosin did the most experienced player on the pitch. made the mistake against Leeds.
I do think Gusto wasn't brilliant in terms of helping out Tosin the other night. I feel there is a lot of.
It's harsh to just blame Gusto there.
No, I'm not. I'm blaming Tosin. I think it's harsh to just blame Tosin on that as well. I don't think it helps.
If you play, if I'm your right back and I play it to my centre back who's got miles of loads of time,
I didn't think it was.
Just clear it. Just go long. But Tosin can go long with it.
Yeah,
he doesn't have to go. He doesn't have to like kind of take his time on it. He can just hit it long straight for the first time. Sure. But like, I think maybe I'm getting too focused on like the exact like specifics around it slightly. Would experience help? But sure, but I wouldn't necessarily. I'd kind of go back and say, name me some more players who would do that.
I think it's just so far away from obviously the Chelsea of old. and the player profiling and what the type of players that you bring in. But then obviously this is
it's a completely new setup.
Completely different setup. So I think that when we think about the type of managers or the type of players that you would bring in and stuff like that. You don't now. Now the kind of emphasis is, with Chelsea is you bring in players, whether they're from South America or somewhere else, scouted really, really young, or players from, I guess, other Premier League teams. You have invested a lot in Brighton players and staff and etc.
It's part of the football club next time.
Would have been cheaper. But I think that's kind of what you do. It's a lot about kind of flipping players for a profit at some point. And I think that's kind of your new restructure in terms of from the top down. I think, and I said it earlier, I think to you guys before you got here, I feel like your first team, your first 11, or maybe we can stretch it to maybe like first 13 players, really, really good. But then when you, for example, switch that and you have so many changes like you did against Leeds, and you kind of go into that side that was kind of the Conference League team, then you start to see, well, actually, the rest of the squad, they're not ready to actually go and challenge for something at the moment, because you need to have depth of probably about 15, 16, 17 players.
But this is where I'd sit here and say, like, no, I don't think any Chelsea fan was sitting here at the start of the season going, Chelsea are going to challenge for the title. I think we're where we are.
So there, if you look at the league table right there, you're fourth in the table. And again, I never thought the Chelsea team were going to be anywhere near strong enough to win the league. So if you look at that table there, Chelsea fourth in the table, is that almost, would that represent a good season?
I think that's where they are. Like, as I said earlier, if Chelsea go on to end up having a battle for the title, that for me is a season early. That's perfect. I think next season's where Chelsea should be doing this with all the money spent. With if someone out there wants to say like Chelsea spent £1 billion or whatever it is, and they should be battling for it, fine. They're not. But that's a fine reasoning for it. Chelsea went for a different angle, going for younger players, because hopefully they'll try and do that for the next decade or so. I'm fine with where Chelsea are right now. What I want them to, like the Everton game on the weekend's a real big test. Real big test. I think Everton for the last few years has been quite a bit of a bogey team for Chelsea. I always remember, especially, I know you said it's at Stamford Bridge, but especially away, we used to always struggle with them. So
they're in form, aren't they? 1 point behind you.
They're in form. Keen and Dewsbury Hall's absolutely flying for
KDH,
them. Returning back to Stamford Bridge. I think hopefully this is where today's result. And again, like, I know Bournemouth are in bad form, but this is a Bournemouth side who are really good, who have a fantastic manager, who battle really hard, who make games and take games to oppositions. And I think, Chelsea, at the start, post like 3 games in, if I said to you, you'd get a 0-0 draw away at Bournemouth, I don't think people have been like too upset by that. It's the Leeds one specifically where I personally am frustrated. But yeah, I think there's still a little bit of learning to do. I mean, look, the January transfer window is just around the corner. Who knows if Chelsea do try and do something like that? I feel like based on the last few years, we know they won't go and buy like a 28-year-old centre-back or anything like that. But yeah, time will tell. Time will tell. I think next season's a big one for Chelsea, but they should definitely, hopefully, be getting a few more results soon.
So Chelsea drawing away at Bournemouth then today in the Premier League. Just confirmation of that Liverpool team. Mo Salah doesn't start again for Liverpool today. Miss Alisson in goal, Bradley, Van Dijk, Konate, Kirkes, the back four. Gravenberch, Jones, Szoboszlai, who might kind of play in that kind of role a bit more on the right-hand side, with Wirtz and Gakpo, and it's actually Ekitike who leads the line today for Liverpool, not Alexander Isak. So again, there perhaps Arne Slot continuing to maintain the minutes. Yes. In terms of Man City then, Man City also winning today, and they're 2 points now behind Arsenal. Can they do it, guys? Does anyone here think the Man City can topple Arsenal?
Any team that has Pep Guardiola as manager can do it.
And Haaland up front.
And Foden.
I think they're the only team who are capable of going on a long winning streak. And that's the danger for Arsenal, is that Arsenal have already drawn more games than Man City. Obviously lost 2 fewer. But, so they've drawn 3. Man City probably won't draw that many games. They will lose more than Arsenal, I think. But if they can go on a winning run, and that's the difference. We know Man City teams of old have done that. Can this team just obliterate sides going forward.
And you know what City have been? Sorry, you know what City have been so good at over the years. Last season, not so much, but over the years, been so good at is post February. Hits February, and it's just win, win, and that's what Arsenal have to compete with. Again, you know, most recent evidence in the February just gone in 2025, they weren't doing that.
Don't worry about last year.
There's been a bit of a change.
Don't worry about last
But in the last 5 years or so, that's what they have been elite at, and that is tough.
And the Liverpool City title challenge, Pep v Klopp, was just both teams winning 18 games in a row, and it was whichever team was 2 points clear in January would win the league, right?
Sometimes City like other teams to have a head start.
What did
They've proven to do well at chasing.
They like to chase. Sometimes they like
chase
to chase
Arsenal. They've got Arsenal, haven't they?
Precisely. So 2 points going into this stage of the season. Don't know about you, but I'm feeling.
I think
I'm feeling a lot more optimistic.
18th of April is when it's scheduled. Man City, Arsenal. If they're within a win or 4 or 5 points of Arsenal, then
Arsenal going to Everton will be a test for Arsenal. That's tough. Because again, very, very physical.
They do keep coming through tests, by the way. You know,
they've drawn 3 of their last 5 league games.
Didn't come through.
Back 2 and lost 1 today.
Villa are one of the form sides in the division. It's a test. Got a point.
They failed it. They didn't get points today.
I think.
Arsenal.
Oh yeah, sorry.
They got 0 points today.
You're right.
I think it's time to get you on that train, Lee. Get you back home up to.
Get you back up north.
Get you back up north.
They've passed most of them, haven't they?
They didn't pass this one
today.
They, Sunderland, physical team.
Yeah.
It's not. I wouldn't have put that down as a test, but a physical team.
Yeah.
Didn't pass that. Everton away, can they pass that test? I don't know. They'll have to go to obviously City. Liverpool have got to go to Arsenal. Is that correct?
And that's soon. That's January the 8th.
Okay, they've got Wolves.
Maybe you lot could find some form again before you go there. That'd be good.
It's just the difference.
Yeah, Wolves will bounce back. No problem.
It just comes down to maths at the end of the day, doesn't it? How many points will they drop compared to City? That's what it's going to come down to. And if City can win more games, then that's going to be the difference.
I think from an offensive point of view, I think City are looking absolutely bang up for it. We know that Erling Haaland's obviously scoring all the goals, but I think Phil Foden's form, I think, is going to be really important for City. Yeah. I think he's playing a little bit more centrally now and looks really dangerous.
However,
and another big if, right, that people have also forgotten about is the return of Rodri as well. Is what sort of Rodri is City going to get? If it's the Rodri of old, that's a huge boost. Because I think City are, I know they kept the clean sheet today, but in that Fulham game, Leeds last week, they do look open and teams do play through them a little bit too easily.
If they don't win this league, it will be just the most beautiful thing ever. And they cannot say.
The thing is, their depth at the moment, like when Saliba and Gabriel aren't playing, like they look weak at the back. Today, they gave them so many opportunities.
The Chelsea game before Chelsea went down to 10 men last weekend, it was the same thing.
Yeah, same thing.
So guys, we've got about 90 seconds to go. If you're watching on talkSPORT's YouTube channel or on your smart TVs, the boys Jamie and Jason are going to be in a few minutes' time taking your calls on a busy day of football. I think really, Abby, because to be fair, you've sat in this studio and watched lots of you've had lots of pain, haven't you? In 30 seconds, has this been your favourite day in the talkSPORT Goal Studio?
This has probably been one of my top 5 days of the whole calendar year.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
high praise.
High praise. I have watched so many times, sat in this very studio, Arsenal win and Spurs lose, and it's just it's not really the norm for me to have that happen, that Arsenal lose and Spurs win. So it's been a brilliant day. I've really enjoyed it. Enjoyed all your company.
Well, there we go. What a way to end.
Wednesday.
Abby, thank you very much. Zach, thank you very much. Lee, thank you very much. It's, we thought today, we billed today as a big day in the title race. Getting excited there. And I think it certainly delivered, didn't it? Aston Villa beating Arsenal by 2-1 in the early kickoff. Could Man City take care of their own business? Yes, they could. They beat Sunderland by 3-0. Chelsea, though, not such a good couple of days for them. Losing at Leeds in the week, drawing away at Bournemouth today. Everton up to 5th in the Premier League table. Perhaps the surprise package this season, beating Nottingham Forest. Another big win for Newcastle at home, beating Burnley in the bottom 3 and struggling. And Tottenham Hotspur have won a game of football and kept the clean sheet. They've beaten Brentford by 2-0. talkSPORT Goals is back on Wednesday for Champions League football. If you are watching them on talkSPORT's YouTube channel or your smart TVs, the phone show is coming up in a couple of minutes' time. Good night, everyone.